decades, the World Centre of Racing has played the traditional home of the start of the endurance season. Yes, we're having more and more racing in January, both in the virtual world and on track. But for many people, it's when they come down to Florida and they see the 31 degrees of banking that they think, okay, guys, it's time to really get our season into action. This is the first of our special events on iRacing for 2022, and for the 8th year in a row, we are live here on RaceSpotTV. And my name is Will Vincent, joined as ever by Connery Maddock and Lewis McGlade. We've got Hugo Louise working in the background. In 24 hours is what these drivers and teams have ahead of them. It's a time really to make a statement in terms of them and their sim racing ambitions for 2022 before the myriad of iRacing World Championships and other events start coming into action. So do expect to see some of the biggest names in sim racing participating here, of course, today and tomorrow. Cars are out on track. Practice is about to end. And with that, let's say hello, first of all, to Connery. Connery, well, special events 2022. And once again, we started off in picturesque fashion here at Daytona.
It's always a pleasure to be a part of these broadcasts, to be part of these events. This is an event for everyone in sim racing, not just to select a few. We've had over 50 splits get themselves started here today. Splits can consist of 50 teams, so that gives you about an idea of how many teams have signed up here today. This is just the top split of things, but remember, there are over 50 other races going on with regular members from the iRacing community, and maybe even your team, you watching right here, are competing in one of those other splits, and we wish you a fantastic event.
Yeah, indeed. You can use the hashtag iRacingDaytona24. Let us know how your journey around Daytona for the next day or so is going along. And I say the word journey, and I will be saying it a lot here, Lewis. Journeys are really, really important. However, for the team known as Commander SimSport, their journey has been oh so successful. Look at that. 6 victories for Mitchell de Jong over the years. Martin Kroenke on 4, Max Benecke, Joshua Rogers, of course, TQ rivals on 3 each. And the journey, well, the fastest we've gone is 898 laps. Who knows, we might even get close to the magic 900 this year.
Yeah, I mean, this event realistically opens the season and belongs to Coanda, and that is not a joke. Despite all the cars being thrown at them, despite all the differences in categories coming through the ranks, it's almost always been Coanda at the top. I think with the exception of 2019, if I remember correctly. The only one where they didn't win is only because I think they weren't there for the most part towards the end. It's a fantastic event. It's 2018, there you go. It's a fantastic event. It's a tricky one. It is so hard. 24 hours is relentless anyway, but when you throw in how quick traffic can change around here, it's tight, it's twisty, and it requires a lot of focus.
Yeah, we talk about hitting maybe 900 laps in this race. We might even hit 10,000 drivers here today, because this event has quintupled in size since 2015, and this is the main time slot. Here's a look at the winners over the years as well. Worth noting, though, we are back down to 2 classes, and that's going to be interesting because there's going to be some really, really fierce competition, Lewis, in terms of our GT category here today, which has got a total of 7 different cars that the teams could have chosen to use, with a little bit of our best friend, a balance of performance.
Yeah, it's nice to kind of have, for me at least, the reduction in classes. Yes, GTE's all well and good, etc., but it's nice to go back to just having the 2, having that focus applied to just the 2 classes. As you say, BOP affecting certain cars, reducing power in, I think it's the Audis had a little bit of a reduction, 1% in power, 5 kilos added to it, 2% of fuel, a couple of other changes going. I know the BMW's untouched, and the one that we're looking at here, the 71, untouched on the BOP front, just to bring them a little bit closer. Fuel mileage, though, I know some people hate us talking about it. We're going to be talking about it a lot with the GT3 category.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about fuel mileage and running to numbers so much. It really is a key facet of this race, Connery. We've got a feeling that it's really going to come down to how many pit stops are these drivers going to have to make. And at the start of this race, it does sound boring. It's all going to be hitting that number, finding your place in the draft, and hoping you can keep that draft on these long straightaways for as long as possible.
That's going to be the crucial thing here today. Tyres certainly aren't really all that much of a factor. We'll see, especially during the night, triple stints on the regular. Some teams might want to push it to quad stints. You know, given the temperatures during the day, potentially double stints, they'll have to sort of fall back on. But yeah, for at least that's the case for the GT category. LMP2 is of course slightly different. They can't go anywhere near as far as the GTDs on fuel either. So that's the situation there. I'm certainly super pumped to get this one going. Well, it's going to be an absolutely mega event with some of the top talent here on iRacing.
Indeed. So we've got some lap times coming in, and it's a number 18 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car that is leading the way currently in terms of your LMP cars. And just to make a quick point, this might be the last time we see these LMP2 cars here in a 24 Hours of Daytona race, as that number 18 goes all forms of wrong on this labour barrier on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Over the years, we've had the Riley Daytona prototype, and then also we had a second generation prototype running before we ended up with these LMP2 cars as our fastest car class. And of course, with all the changes happening to endurance racing, this is such an exciting time, Connery, for endurance racing. Of course, the great thing we get to do as sim racers is we get to see these cars both on the real and the virtual racetrack. For example, the BMW that was developed in partnerships with BMW as they were developing the actual car to go endurance racing.
Yeah, and it's great to see those sorts of projects come to fruition here on iRacing. It's great to see the manufacturers have pretty close partnerships with the developers. It's all contributing to what's just to make the sim even better, even more realistic, because that is what we are all striving for. But we've got very little time left here in qualifying, and we do, we have to wait patiently to get this race started. Now, you can see the qualifying order on the left-hand side at the moment of VRS Coanda Sim Sport on the top of the pile when it comes to prototypes. So not all that much has changed there.
Indeed. And just having a look, 41 drivers have set themselves a qualifying time so far. We've got ourselves 50 drivers and 50 teams in this race, and it's worth noting the strength of field. The estimated strength of field right now, Lewis, is over 7,500. It's about 7,637 right now, and that just shows the level of competition we're going to see here today. I talked a moment ago about the fact World Championships, for the most part, not in the front of people's memory. This race, you're not winning yourself a Rolex. What we are going to win is a lot of team pride.
It's why I love this race. This race, particularly when it comes to the special events, because it's mad to me that you can have 5,000 I-rating, which is a good number. You know, you look at that and think, oh, there's a decent driver, and you come to an event like this, and you're not guaranteed top split. And it's kind of like, right, that's where you have to really think about teaming up with the right people to get onto this event, and it's why it is so difficult. We have the very best VRS Coanda Sim Sport. You can see them up there. They have 3 cars in this event. They're running first, third and fourth in the qualifying session of the prototype category. This car, though, I'm sure a lot of people will be keeping their eye on. Chris Lullum behind the wheel at the moment has done one. This is an out lap, by the way. He's done one time lap. He's not going to do any more, so he's going to be qualifying in that 4th spot. But the other drivers inside that car, Gianni Vecchio and of course Max Verstappen.
Indeed. So some people might be wondering why you're going to go and do a lap when basically qualifying is almost over. You're just testing the settings. He's not going to be able to do a pit entry, which would have been useful for them. Pit entry is going to be so crucial here today. Also, you'll notice we've got some new exciting camera angles here for our broadcast of the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. A massive thanks go out to our new partner, Dougie Bird, as he will be working with us over the course of the 2022 season. Qualifying is over. It's all said and done in the books, and that means we are going to start running through your starting grid for this race. And Connery, take us through our prototype field.
It would be my absolute pleasure. Starting on LMP2 pole position, it's Dane Warren's VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 18. They look to have yet another fantastic special event here. They have a habit of doing so. Apex Racing Team, they start in second with another VRS Coanda Sim Sport car, this time piloted by Joshua Rogers initially in P3. Moritz Lohner for VRS Coanda Sim Sport starts in fourth with Obsidian Racing and Williams Esports BenQ rounding things down to sixth place. You've got Yas Heat and then Auris Racing in 7th and 8th place with Energy Sim Sport in 9th and Marla Racing Team in 10th in LMP2 as well.
Thank you very much. The rest of your LMP2 field is going to be showing up on your screen. We've got 24 LMP2 drivers who have qualified. One team did not, and that was Cobra. So that brings our field up to 25 for our LMP field. And, well, my maths isn't very good, Lewis, but what we do have is 25 GT drivers as well. Take us through those.
Yeah, Ricardo Rico, fantastic. Putting the McLaren on pole position for our Nage competition alongside Max Beneke. Not 10K Beneke anymore, but still BMW Team Redline Red. They are starting on the front row of the grid. BMW Team BS competition with Rainer Talvar starts from 3rd position, and Chris Lullen, the driver we were catching up with just at the end of that session, starts from 4th. Keep your eye on the Logitech G Altus Esports car. Luke McCohen's been going very, very strong around this circuit, alongside Lasse back for Fira in 6th position. Then the Team Redline Purple car, their lowest car up in this category, in 7th position, with Williams Esports Fanatec, Augustin Canapino alongside Apex Racing Team and R8G Esports rounding out the top 10 with Team Redline Blue, never mind. Luke Bennett, Shane Van Gisbergen's behind the wheel of this, and Govan Keeney, who got into a little bit of trouble last night, starts from 12th position. Sven Haase in the 450 starts from 13th, and we know how fast he goes in that Biela Racing car alongside MSI Esports. The Was Cooking Racing Adventures, that is a popular team. We're going to be seeing a lot of that in chat. Starts from 15th position with Oscari Rene for Court Sim Racing in 16th position. Team 75 and IRS Infinity Racing Services starts from 18th. Just a few more cars within this category. Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports starts from 19th with BS Turner, one of the popular cars, half a second off of pole, but 20th is all they can do with Team BMW Bank, the team that won here 12 months ago alongside Pure Sims, and then the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports and Mercedes Team Urano Esports starts from 23rd to 24th. One more car, and that is R8G of Vlad Kimichev. Watch for that car to rise up the ranks.
Live timing and scoring is available if you visit RaceSpot.tv/timing. That's RaceSpot.tv/timing. That'll be up throughout the entire 24 hours of this race. And, well, RaceSpot TV, we're going to be covering every single lap of this event as well. So make sure you hit that subscribe button on YouTube and join the action. Myself, Lewis, and Connor will be doing the first and the last 6 hours. Got the nighttime crew doing overnight as well. You can see a massive gap between prototypes and GTs. Let's get the 2022 special events calendar underway. We are green at Daytona. So a couple of drivers go off in your LMP2 field at the start of the race. We saw two Team Redline drivers deciding to do a little bit of a fist bump as they headed themselves down into turns 1 and 2. But for the most part, we've got ourselves green, we've got ourselves underway, and we've got 50 drivers circulating on the racetrack. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see what's going on in LMP2. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the battle that's going on up front with your GT drivers. And it's our Nage competition who are leading right now in GT in the 100 car. BMW Team Redline Red with Max Beneke was the driver right behind, with BMW Team BS competition running in 3rd. Team Redline Orange, or a team that suffered early on there, Connery, down in 4th.
Yeah, and well, certainly not one of the not the only car that suffered in this early portion of the race. There was a big cluster, big situation into the International Horseshoe for the first time in the prototype class. It was all triggered by Oris Racing Team, the number 19 car, running straight into the back of Moritz Lohner's VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 88. That's spun that Coanda Sim Sport in the middle of traffic, and everyone had to try and scatter behind. And well, I think for the most part, people have been able to avoid major bits of damage, but even a minor little piece of bodywork missing here at this racetrack is going to hurt you in a straight line, and they'll have to carry that at least until the first set of stops.
And of all the prototype cars we have, Lewis, these LMP2s are the most fragile in terms of taking damage, especially if you get damage on the side of the car. It really does affect the handling of them. And even though this track as a whole, you know, is not as technical as you'd have, say, in the northwest of France or at the Nordschleife, you still need to make sure that you can turn consistent laps, especially as the majority of these drivers will be doing at least double stinting, maybe treble or quad stinting in the nighttime.
Yeah, you've got to, like I say, you've got to watch out for damage, because the more damage you get now, the harder it is to go and do those doubles and triples. Look at Fira, by the way, straight down the inside of Jonas Vollmeyer, and now Govan Keeney's also trying to pick up that spot as well. So for some of the red line cars, red line orange moving forward up into second position. Other ones, the red line purple car is going backwards at the moment as the slipstream party really begins. Where's Govan Keeney going to go? Straight into the rear end of the Fira car, up towards the bus stop. Again, you're absolutely right. You've got to watch out for damage. More damage equals more drag, equals worse fuel mileage, equals slower, equals more tyre wear, equals everything going bad when this is a constant momentum circuit. A lot of these cars, you know, they're designed to be a little bit tough. Even the prototypes, it can be a bit of a tank if you hit it in the right way, which you never do. Of course you don't. And so from certain angles, it is extremely fragile.
At the front of your field, you've got Coanda Sim Sports 1, Coanda Sim Sports 2 in terms of your LMPs. You've got BMW Team Redline 1, Team Redline Orange 2 in terms of your GTD field. And you just see around the outside, he's trying to get Team BS Competition Plus up into third place. It's currently Rainer Talvar, who is in that number 89 BMW Team BS competition car. Our nice competition, the 100 that started this race out front, they are down into third position. The question, of course, in both of our categories, Connery, is where do you want to run? If you're out front, great, you got a clear track. But what you end up having is more fuel burn, even though you will have a little bit less tyre wear.
I mean, the ideal situation here, at least the first couple of stints, is just to run in this train, and not necessarily at the front of the train either. You want to be solidly in the middle, making sure that you can get your fuel numbers in the right place for the first couple of stops. If you're running at the front of this one, like, for example, BMW Team Redline Red are doing right now, at least in the GT category, then they're going to be using way more fuel than everyone else. That means a longer stop when they come down on towards the pit lane to get all the fuel in, and well, it's just going to snowball from there. Well, not necessarily longer stop, but they'll have to come down in earlier, I should say. Here's a replay for the start, though, for the LMP2s. There's the incident that spun the Coanda Sim Sports car right in the middle of traffic after getting run into from behind by Oris Racing Team. And a couple of other cars got caught up in that one as well. Careful with the rejoins, folks. I know it's my favourite topic ever, but my word, there's no need for that.
Our friend Neil Heckins, who does the management for the Neo Endurance Series, the 24H Endurance Series, would automatically be starting to type out a protest, even though, of course, that's not going to apply here today. Two very different colours and schemes on the VRS Coanda Sim Sports 18 and number 2 car. That will be useful over the course of today, because it does help us differentiate quite a bit between the two cars. Third place, Apex Racing Team 99, Johan Half, and I've circled them already on my timing list, Connery, because Apex Racing Team, they can be absolutely spectacular in these long endurance races, but over the years, there's just been lady luck not on their side.
Well, yeah, I mean, like you said, they have found some success in these special events. They've got a Sebring under their belt, for example, and, you know, they do certainly have the capabilities to go out there and chase these race wins. It just requires the set of circumstances going their way. I think overall, in terms of the outright pace for the drivers and amongst this this grouping of prototypes at the very front of the field, I think Movano still just have that edge over the rest of them. But it's you know, it's not just about the overall driver pace when it comes to endurance races like this, Will. It's about keeping yourself in it, keeping yourself out of trouble. The strategic element is massive as well, so there are other ways to try and get to the pointy end of the field, and it's not just go fast.
And for VOS Car and Sim Sports, number 81 car coming out of pit lane right now. You got to be careful on the exit of pit lane. There's this really horrible bump, but of course, then you got to be careful as you go on the inside of turns number 1 and 2. But that Car and Sim Sports car all the way down in 49th place right now, 1 lap behind your leaders. In a 24-hour race, yes, there is always a chance that you can make that time up, but it's very difficult as Lewis. We've got battles going on here. P3, P4 in GTD.
Yes, sorry, I thought that Rainer Talvar was about to absolutely clear Ricardo Rico off the road, who now has to go side by side with the fellow McLaren, the Logitech Gialtis Esports McLaren that's going around the outside, and then they've got to worry about the Fire car behind. We're expecting this to remain as one fairly long train for quite a considerable while. There's the Logitech Gialtis Esports car to the inside of Arnage competition, but then got to go around the outside. The hairpinners, the flamethrowers go from that McLaren. Do miss seeing that at Daytona. Lovely to see it back in action as they're still side by side, just losing time.
They are. Let's say back in the number 9 at Fire SimSports green car. I do love those McLarens as well. There's that little shot of flamethrower coming out of the back under deceleration. And this GT2 field, I say, absolutely stacked. We talk about the train here. The train is strategic. The train is the case that you're going to be very difficult to pull away for the first few hours. But as we mentioned, the fuel saving, the tyre saving, all come into play as well. So much so, Lewis, that Jarno Trulli would be absolutely proud of this train.
He'd love it. Yeah, lovely Trulli train. But again, the difference being is that most of the cars in this group, genuinely, if they really wanted to lead, they could probably get up there and work their way into the lead of the race. Take, for example, you can see how close they are at the head of the field there with the 2 Team Redline cars, BMW Team Redline Red and Team Redline Orange. They're very, very close, but they're not going for a move because it's all about fuel mileage. See what Fire do here. They're going to bump draft the Logitech Gialtis Esports car and try and push them back into contention with the BMW Team BS competition. And you can see them going in pack racing back up the circuit and then back down, just not really trying to go for a move, just trying to gain the time back and save the fuel.
Don't forget live timing and scoring, RaceSpot.tv/timing all race long. We'll get one of these key questions. We got Augustin Canapino going off at the exit of turn 2, and the poor cones. We do send our condolences to their families on that run down into the International Horseshoe. Augustin Canapino then, a couple of issues, and the good thing is, Connery, actually, this track, if you do go wide, it's not like the olden days at Mosport, where basically the next thing you will touch is a wall. You can just slow the car down, regain your balance, and get back onto the asphalt.
You can, especially into this infield section, and of course you can completely, if you have an issue into the bus stop, just completely abort that and just go straight across and take the slowdown penalty associated with that. So there are escape options when it comes to those sorts of situations here at this racetrack. But yeah, it's been an interesting race so far, I suppose. It's well, sometimes we've had some sketchy moments, some sketchy looks down in towards turn number 1. Turn number 1, of course, so tricky here at Daytona, as you've got the bumps, you've got the transition down from the banking onto the actual racing circuit. Here's an incident that we didn't see on the live pictures back in the GTD category. Car spun in front of traffic, and that's a major bit of damage now.
That was Alejandro Sanchez, by the way, sorry to say.
Yeah, and the thing is, so Lewis, the car there did everything it was supposed to. Basically, get to a stop and stay where you are. That's what we always say. If you're going to have a crash, the first thing you do is you stop. Even if you are close to the racing line, it's so much safer than trying to do the kind of Austin Powers 17-point turn to get yourself pointed in the right direction. Let the cars go past. Yes, it's annoying, but you've got 23 hours and 49 minutes to gain the time back up, whereas actually, if you try to maneuver around, more likely under normal circumstances, you'd get more damage.
Yeah, it's all about being predictable. Here we go. Battle for the race leading prototype between the two Commanders cars as Josh Rogers is bored of sitting behind his countryman of Dane Warren. Now going to go around the outside, going into the International Horseshoe. Watch out for Apex as well. Johan Half sat there eyeing these two up as they're basically just rolling around the circuit side by side. Dane Warren does have to relinquish the lead and Josh Rogers hits the front.
And at the same time, we have ourselves traffic. Traffic will be a key factor here. The best place that you want to overtake traffic, of course, naturally, is on these high banks. And the rule that normally applies, Connery, is if you're GTD, you stay low. If you're LMP, you go high.
It requires a lot of coordination, though. It requires these drivers being sensible with this lap traffic. And that doesn't matter whether you're an LMP2 or if you're a GTD in this situation. You're all trying to keep each other in the race, but you also have the element of not wanting to lose too much time in this entire situation as well. Through the bus stop's always a sketchy place to be able to get passes done on this lap traffic, but everyone, at least the front of the LMP2 field, has gotten through that relatively unscathed. And you want to catch all the traffic in these parts of the track, the bank turns, the back straight, and of course the tri-oval as well. That's where you want to get the bulk of these done. If you catch them through the infield, then that's going to be a ton of lost time and, well, a little bit too close for comfort with bumpers and doors.
Yeah, it did look for a moment like junction 14 of the M25 and August Bank Holiday weekend, getting yourself to Heathrow Airport, but they all managed to make it through. And this is what we talk about endurance racing. Hot lapping is one thing, but for the majority of this race, it's a little bit like at Le Petit Le Mans, Lewis, when you will have very few clean laps from here on in. So yes, having a good setup is one thing. Yes, having a good driver is one thing, but also being very good in maneuvering through traffic and remembering that it's better to lose a little bit of time and be safe by a tenth or so here. And also, you are going to lose time, but everyone's going to lose time.
Yeah, this is honestly so difficult. You need to have the best understanding of how big your car is and, of course, how the GTD traffic is driving. Like you say, understanding the rules, as there was a little bit of a moment for Apex Race because they were getting by the Team Redline Blue car. It is really hard to navigate this cleanly, safely, and as it is a race, quickly as well. It takes a lot of concentration. It takes a lot out of you as a driver, which when you're having to do it for 24 hours, it is tricky. Also, you might, as we've just seen there, you might be irritating some of the other cars, and then the next time you come around to lap them, they're not going to be happy. The VRS Command Since 18 car, though, has lost a heap of time.
Yeah, almost a second there as they're working through the high banks once again. Lost a lot of time through the bus stop chicane. As you got to remember, Connery, that the GTD cars and the LMP2 cars take slightly different lines through there. Get onto the accelerator at slightly different points, and it looked as though that number 18 car, Koanda Simsport, lost time through the centre of the bus stop chicane, although the BS competition car doing absolutely nothing wrong, just running its line. And the rule in iRacing, as we all know, is responsibility of the passing car to execute a clean and safe pass.
That is the rule. Doesn't necessarily mean that the car ahead has to make it difficult for that car, but no. But yeah, that's the situation that we usually talk about. As a result of that entire fracas into the bus stop, though, BS competition did lose a lot of time to the cars ahead of them. Team Redline Orange, of course, people will know that as the Max Verstappen car. Again, I'm going to mention it many times. And then BMW Team Redline Red towards the very front here. But what's good for Team BS competition, though, is that despite that situation, they have lost the toe of the two cars ahead of them, so they keep themselves in it. Meanwhile, two cars getting themselves too close for comfort. Big smash into the tyre barriers. Didn't quite spot, couldn't quite tell the livery at that moment, but still.
I think that also was cooking car.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Juani Lopez in the number 969 was cooking car. Hard impact. Had to tow that car back towards pit lane, and we were going to talk about winners. We will talk about winners quite a lot in this race, but the first victory in any 24-hour race, Lewis, is finishing the thing. Finishing the thing on the lead lap if you can, but finishing the thing. So if that car can still drive, they will try and get that car back out. Almost guarantee it. But in some cases, I've seen teams in the past say the overall decision is, yeah, we're retiring. Then one or two drivers says, no, I want to carry on. And sometimes they go rogue and they take their car back out.
Yeah, it's like I say, endurance racing is that endurance spirit. It's about getting to the end of the race. Winning is one thing, but a victory at this in this kind of race is genuinely seeing the checkered flag. It is tremendously difficult. People don't quite understand when they've not tried this style of racing. It is so tricky to even get that far. You're battling amongst everyone else. You're battling with all the prototypes coming through. In the GT category, you're trying to keep them behind. You're trying to save fuel. You're trying to do this. You're trying to not make a mistake here. It's so much going on in such a short period of time that things go wrong in the click of a finger. It's not let's slowly see how this unfolds. It just happens.
One of the key rules I used to say when I was a team manager, Connery, is that every corner is a new corner. You put the last corner behind, and you just basically think about what's happening next rather than trying to focus on the past. And some drivers are much better than others with this. We've seen over the years, some drivers has one small incident and then their race will completely unravel because they leave it in their mind for too long. In a race like this, you just got to focus on the next car, the next overtake, the next corner, the next braking point.
It's what separates the good drivers from the best drivers, I would argue, the ability to perform under that sort of pressure. And of course, this is a high-pressure situation. This is the top split of an iRacing special event. There's always going to be that element of pressure. You've got so many people watching them on their own driver streams. You've got so many people watching on this stream as well. You've got sponsors. You've got your teammates to have to try and make happy as well. There's a lot of pressure. And of course, like you said, if something goes wrong, you've got to push that out of the mind. Otherwise, you just keep thinking about it while you're trying to get into the zone, and you end up making more mistakes as a result. So I just saw Team VS competition push quite wide through turn number 1 there, almost running into the back of Team Redline Orange. Thankfully, they were able to save it though, but we're on board with Team Redline Orange, currently P2 in the GTD class. This is Chris Lullum trying to lock onto the back of Maximilian Bernicke, his Redline teammate.
Doing a little bit of older style NASCAR bump drafting as well. And you can do that in these cars. It's not as safe as it used to be in the old NASCARs, but when at Daytona, you might as well do what Daytonians do. So you'll notice I'll do that a little bit. Each of these different special events we have over the years will have slightly different methods of the drivers out front trying to maximize their advantage. When we get to Indianapolis in May, Lewis, it's going to be a case of sometimes using the slingshot. But here for Team Redline, they've got themselves a 1 second advantage right now over BMW BS competition. But the way they seem to have been doing that was by doing a little bit of the bumps.
It's something which they would have practiced a lot. You don't just get into a race and just go, I think I should try some bump driving. Let's see how this works. They would have practiced this a few times, not like intensively, but at least to understand how it works. And you've got to remember that they've got two different cars in that battle. They've got a BMW and they've got a Porsche. And honestly, it's something that people don't think about, but the way the Porsche will push the BMW is different to how the BMW will push the Porsche. I'm not saying that's exactly why they have it that way around, but it is something that they will have in their mind. And so, when you come up to the back of someone else in that kind of car, you go, I know how to bump a BMW, I know how to bump a Porsche. If you've never bumped a McLaren, then maybe, kind of keep away from it and let things unfold the way they are. The gap is coming in because, of course, that train behind does still have the slipstream and they are working together, not fighting. So I expect it will come back together again, but it's just those things that we need to keep our eyes open on.
You've currently got a train of about 10 drivers in your GT field, separated by less than 10 seconds. So it is still mighty close. And over the last lap or so, the gap has stayed more the case of the Team Redline cars a little bit better on the infield, and of course then the slipstream kicks in, Connery, when they go into the 31 degrees of banking here at Daytona. One of the points to note is, for some people that don't do over racing, the difference between Talladega and Daytona, well, Talladega is a little bit longer, but the transition from the banking onto kind of escape road at Talladega is very smooth. Here at Daytona, you go from 31 degrees of banking on the oval to pretty much flat surface if you go below that double yellow line.
And the racing surface down towards turn number 1 is not exactly the most even piece of road ever constructed either. So it is very, very tricky to get the line right, to get the braking right into turn number 1. And it just so happens to be one of your primary overtaking points at this circuit as well, which just makes things even more complicated when you're trying to go 2 or even 3 wide with your competitors down into there. So if there's going to be trouble over the course of this race. It will mostly be down into there, and of course we do have the interesting configuration of the bus stop chicane as well. But we see the bump drafting continuing, this time between Altus Esports and the BS competition car ahead, as Altus Esports head down the inside, late on the brakes into that aforementioned turn number 1. Car getting a little bit loose, but Luke McKeown is able to recover it and gain the position.
Yeah, Daryl Waltrip, who of course used to be a commentator for Fox Sports on NASCAR, would always say at a track like Daytona, you're looking for a dance partner, and dance partners can come in very different forms over the course of a race. Sometimes teams that wouldn't normally work together have to work together, especially in this case right now, as the gap from 2nd place in GTD to 3rd place in GTD is up to 1.6 seconds, and that's getting towards a window where the effectiveness of that draft is going to slowly start eking away. So that's the reason why you've got that flame-flowing McLaren in 3rd place, Logitech G Altus Esports getting that bump from a team in BMW Team BS competition that really wants to keep the draft right now there, Lewis.
Yeah, you don't get to pick your dance partner, as it were, in a race like this. You just go, oh, I'm around these people. Work with them or fight them. Pick a lane and stick to it. At least now there is so long left to go in this race, and all this group is doing right now is watching the top 2 pull away, pull away, pull away. Now Luke McKeown has been quick this weekend, quick throughout the week, racing around this track. Him being at the head of this field is not a bad thing, and they might see it as right, let's all try and work together and try and close that back down again. If you're all in one train and you're the 20th car in the line, but you can see the leader, that's fine. You're not panicking. The moment they start to pull away, that's where panic steps in. That's where you start trying to make a move. That's where you all start losing time hand over fist.
And also, not only do you start losing the draft, you start increasing your fuel mileage as well. And as a consequence of that, what's going to happen, Lewis, is that you're going to have the person leading that train thinking about, maybe I want to drop back, and that costs even more time.
Yeah, like those kind of things. It's where it's a bit easier if the top 2 in a group, say for example in the prototype category, where they're part of the same team, they can communicate those switches, so when they happen losing as little time as possible. That said, they are coming under fire from Apex, as Johan Harv says, I want to lead this race, and Coanda are okay with it. Oh, yeah. Wide.
Close, very close. An Apex Racing team, number 99 to the top of your field, currently being piloted by Johan Harf, and now it's 2 Coanda Sim Sports drivers behind. Obsidian Racing in 4th, from the Harler Racing team rounds out your top 5 in LMP2. But this is the strategy that we were expecting here, Connery. And this is the reason why we're not going to go 5 octaves higher every time we see a pass for the lead, because quite frankly, we're expecting it. 20 hours into the race, passes will be more at a premium. They're going to become more exciting, but for now, this is just a big part of the playbook for all teams.
It's just all about positioning at the moment, at least for the first stops, which will be happening sooner rather than later for LMP2s. You know, they have a small fuel tank at the best of times, and here when you're flat out through most of the lap, it's not going to last too long. So, yeah, like I said, all about positioning at this point, all about making sure you have someone to draft off of to try and get those fuel numbers in the right place, and but also, you know, especially if you had a bad qualifying, you do want to be getting yourself up into a position where you feel you probably should have been after the end of qualifying, given if you had a better lap there, as we see the VRS Coanda Sim Sports number 2 car going towards the outside, followed by their teammate. They'll give the draft to that machine behind, 2x2 across the start-finish line. And, well, I think Obsidian Racing are wanting to join the party here. They're looking to try and gain 2 spots in the space of 1 corner. Oh, God, so close to the Coanda on the outside.
There's one column that I'm going to be really looking at on our timing and scoring, and we are using the same timing and scoring as you are, ladies and gentlemen, on RaceSpotTV/timing, and it's going to be the one that says it, because we really need to keep an eye out, Conor, on how many times these teams picked both in LMP2 and in GTD. Now, this is nowhere near as long of a pit lane as you have, for example, at Spa-Francorchamps or even at Le Mans. But the time that you lose from pit lane, you know, with your having to come down to pace speed of 5 miles an hour, get into your pit box. Do you do the tyre change? Do you not do the tyre change? Do you do the driver change? Do you not do the driver change? And of course, adding in that fuel, that is an important calculation. And yes, it can come down to 1 lap. If you save 1 lap every single stint, that 1 lap will come and reward you later on if you're not losing too much time in the fuel saves.
Yeah, that'll be so crucial, especially given that both classes will, well, the RB2s definitely won't make the hour. And whoa, someone out, that's Arnage, I believe that is. Arnage competition out into the tyre barriers through the bus stop. That's a big instant major damage to that McLaren now. So no one's retired from this race. Actually, scratch that. I do see Arnage competition down towards the pit lane in that McLaren now. Whether or not they'll be coming out anytime soon, I don't know. They might be our first retirement from the race.
Yeah, these McLarens, they really do not like side-on impact. We've had ourselves a couple of drivers on pit road early on in both GTD and LMP. For example, I'm noting the fact that number 77 Energy Sim Sports car all the way down in 47th place overall. And let's not forget, this number 100 car is at the front of the field at the start of this race here, Lewis. And that is one that is being written down in terms of our highlights, and also it shows just how quickly a race can unravel because of the very high top speed and the very close tyre barriers on this track.
Yeah, when you go off, you know, you meet grass, and when you meet grass, you don't slow down, and through all of that, you take a one-way trip down towards the barrier itself. I don't know if he was escorted off in all of that. Didn't quite see it out of the corner, but it was a big shame for Ricardo Rico, put in a fantastic qualifying effort, as you can just see how messy this is getting now. We've got our top 4, top 5, because Marla are also joining in this party, all trying to dart their way through this GTD traffic. It is getting a little bit messy, and when these kind of things happen, this is where it goes from, oh, I'm doing fine, I'm leading the race, to, oh, I'm in the barrier, very quickly.
And what we saw there with the VRS Carolina SimSport car of Joshua Rogers is he was just a little bit better on the power coming out the bus stop chicane because of the fact, Lewis, that he wasn't as close to the GTT traffic in front. And because of that, he was poking his nose to the outside all the way through NASCAR turns 3 and 4. Yeah. And that's the thing, you can use the traffic to advantage here, but it is microseconds.
Oh, best bit of advice I ever got when I was doing endurance racing in the higher category was read your relative. I don't want to know if I've got a GTD ahead of me when I've got into the corner, because that's useless to me. However, if I can read the relative, I know there's 3 seconds between us, I know when I'm going to be catching it, and you start reading it like that, and the very best at this will be reading it from miles away, wondering when they're going to meet that GTD, and then using it to their advantage to try and pull away from the group, or, to be honest, just to not lose as much time. Because if you back off, you know, if you know you're going to meet the GTD in the middle of the bus stops and you back off slightly before it, so you're punching past them on the exit of the bus stop, you will lose less time doing that. And, fun fact, get to save a little bit of fuel as well.
Indeed. And these big teams in this top split, they would also have a lot of communication going on in the background, Connery. Now, no wonder Carolina SimSports teams, the number 2, for example, will be racing from Braunau in Germany in the Carolina SimSports house. It's worth noting the number 99 team, Apex Racing team, they are also getting housebound as well. But the communication in the driver's ears, for those people watching a sim racing broadcast for the first time, it might not be as much in the lower splits when you've just got your teammates and your friends keeping an eye out on things, but the information coming into your ears in the top end of a top split is going to be something that you have to process in real time, whilst quite often driving at very high speeds.
The top level of sim racing is becoming more and more data driven. I mean, it's the case in most other sports, you know, especially motorsports in the real world, and you know, list any sport. There's always going to be some form of technology behind that's going to allow these drivers to make better decisions, allow these teams to make better decisions, and to improve their pace. You know, that's just the that's just a default situation for the vast majority of the teams in this split. For example, the drivers might have different bits of software running in the background to, even more advanced than our timing system, to be able to try and predict strategies, try and say, okay, if we go for this strategy option, where's that going to put us? Where is that going to predict to put us? If we stop now, what sort of traffic are we going to come out in? It's those sorts of things that allow these teams to make better decisions because of the data they're able to receive, as we see an instant out there on circuit.
Yeah, we're looking at the R8G Esports car, and you noted this one earlier on, Lewis, that their qualifying really wasn't good, so they've got a lot of work to do. But Daytona, of all the special events, is one where they're going to have the highest likelihood of being able to make it through the field because of just how many overtaking opportunities there are and how many options there are to work both strategically and in terms of driver aggression.
Yeah, like you say, I mean, you can take the first couple of stints of the race and think, I'm not going to save as much fuel this time by. I'm going to start attacking just a little bit more, trying to get the positions up the road. And like you say, then work backwards on the race. That's fine. You can do that around here. You can play with your strategy. That's why it's so wide open. It's such an open track for passing, as we'll see. If the R8, I don't think it is going to go for a move here on the red line car, and why would it? It's the other car, the number 8, started from the very, very back of the grid that Vlad Kimichev's behind. That's now 37th overall, a few positions behind this. Let's take a look on the replay, and getting a little bit of assistance from some of the GTD traffic and sending down the road. And GSR coming through just at the final moment. Got away with that to the GSR car without any damage. I don't think there'll be too much damage dished out to the 12 Drive Dead Racing car either.
One of those times, and I wish there was some technology taken from the production car world and put it into motor racing, the kind of lane assist information that will just beep when you've got someone alongside you that might not just be clearly seen in your mirrors, because the mirrors in terms of racing, be it both sim racing and on the racetrack, they're there because it's a legal requirement. Those mirrors don't really do much, and especially a track like Daytona, historically what you'd have at the very, very top of the racetrack is a load of spotters who just be there with binoculars and a radio set over the course of the race. And every so often what would happen, Lewis, is one would go down, toddle down the kind of like massive field that they have on top of the timing and scoring tower and the fan towers, and they'll just go and poke someone and say, we're coming up behind you, do you mind making sure you go this way or that way?
Yeah, make your decision now whilst I can speak to you. As we ride on board with Hugo Brandau. Now this is an interesting car because Maniti partnering up with T3 Motorsports. That's why it looks like a Maniti and certainly not like a T3. It's all the branding and stuff behind the team and the name. This came about genuinely a few days ago. Greatest number, by the way, in sim racing, number 78. Just saying, that'll be me and our junior will be well happy about that one. I do love myself a bit of the number 78. But you're absolutely right. You need a spotter in this style of racing, even in sim racing. Yes, of course, you've got the iRacing spotter, which will tell you the basic bits of information, but sometimes just having a physical one, because how many times have you been sat there in a race car thinking, but how, I know he's there, but how much further? Where do I need to go? How much faster do I need to go until I'm clear? Those kind of things you just need. You can only really get from someone in your ear that you can honestly shout at and be like, I need more information, help.
Talking about spotters, for many years we've been saying we're going to have a RaceSpotTV spotter pack. I think this is the year, Connery, where we should really try to make that one happen. But as we're looking from the rear of the Apex Racing Team number 99 car over VRS Commander SimSpot, and this is where you see a little bit of the bump drafting, even in LMP2 cars that are doing the bump draft.
Even LMP2 cars that are not from the same team either. Apex Racing's team still leads down in towards Cinnabar. Careful with the traffic ahead, though. That's MSI Esports in the number 14. This might open up an opportunity for Josh Rogers to try and squeeze his way by into the race lead, if he even wants to, because, it might be even more beneficial just to sit in second place and get the field numbers correct. So there we go. They deal with the traffic in towards the International Horseshoe, though. All of those LMP2s heading their way and filing their way through down the inside. But there's always those small situations, Will, just like that, where you're not entirely sure, what's this lap traffic doing? Where are they going? And all of a sudden, while you're trying to think about that, you've already made the mistake and the miscalculation, and you might find yourself in a barrier. But thankfully, Johan Huff was certainly on top of things there and was able to get himself through without any contact.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're going to have to invoke the ESPN Tim Tebow rule, because we're getting so many people asking, is Max Verstappen in this race? The answer is yes. Max Verstappen will be racing so long as that Team Redline car continues to go in the lines it's supposed to take. However, we do not know when Max Verstappen's going to be racing. We do not know how long he'll be racing. So from now on, anyone, Lewis, who asks a question about Max Verstappen, we'd like them to put a coin in a jar and donate that jar to charity after this race.
Or we can take it and we can put it on a certain takeaway fund towards the end of the broadcast tomorrow. That'd be where I go with it. But still, yes, again, in this race, keep your eye. If you're a Max Verstappen fan and you're actually listening right now rather than just looking for his name, it'll be in the number 6019 red and orange car at some point.
And also, Lewis, you completely missed the opportunity to plug our channel subscription and our channel sponsorship and things like that. That's unfortunate.
Terrible.
Yeah.
This is why I'm not as good. This is why I didn't win the award this year.
Oh, here we go. The bats are kicked off. I wasn't even nominated. But I did about 5 races of commentary all year. It's also worth noting that these drivers will do driver changes probably in relation to their tyre stintage. So we're more likely to see doubles, maybe trebles early on, Lewis. But as we go into the night, this is when we're going to see some of the really good drivers who are experts in doing 5-6 hour stints. You're going to see them in the night time because you're looking either at trebles or quads when you get down to the low temperatures. And this track, the temperature does change dramatically as we've got some LMP2 cars on pit road.
Yeah, kind of expected the prototypes tend to go in the region of around about 35 to 40 minutes. So this is expected. These are some of the teams that are more aggressive. None of these coming from that leading group. They're all kind of just sat there in line, whether they come into pit lane this time by. You're absolutely right. You tend to do the tyre swaps with the driver swaps as well. As Apex Racing come into the pit lane, dragging down Obsidian as well. That isn't too much of a surprise that VRS Coanda can stretch this out one extra stint. They let Apex assume the lead of this race. They let Apex jump to the front. They just sat behind and saved that extra little bit of fuel, and they are leading 1 and 2 now and going a lap longer than the rest of the field.
And for Apex, Connery, they were really glad the number of cars came up around them. A driver changed this early for the number 99. That could be interesting. Johan Half was showing the driver in the car, but it looks like they have done a driver change.
Well, I'm still showing him still in the car there, so Johan might have jumped out for a bit, jumped back in, and might have misclicked something or whatever. But yeah, still on towards pit lane. Not expecting tyre changes at this point for the LMP2. Should be just the fuel and then go.
And they are out and away. We really need to make a rule. Don't drive through the pace car. Poor little pace car here. We're not going to see him over the course of 24 hours, but it's great to see it on track. And yeah, out and away then. So Johan Half is out at the front of that little group. And the point I was trying to come to, Connery, is that it's always good to see people coming on towards pit lane behind you, because at least you're going to then be in a train of people to come out of pit road and not having to hope that you're kind of clear by 2-3 seconds, because the group behind you, if you're 2-3 seconds in front, they are just going to reel you in at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it's always beneficial in a race like this. Exactly. Commander are in to remain in a pack, at least have one drafting partner, so you're not losing too much time in terms of the fuel usage, or just the on-track time as well. You just go slower when you're on your own out there compared to being in the pack. But yeah, down towards the pit lane. The race leaders for a lap briefly there, coming down in Apex Racing team, of course, coming down 1 lap earlier than these cars. And go on.
Yep, so number 18 car overshot his pit stall. We talk about microseconds, Connery, but a microsecond there, that was anywhere between half a second and a second that they're going to lose. So this might split the Coanda train up a little bit.
Yeah, so there's the Apex Racing team car out on circuit all alone. Let's see how that missed pit stall affects the Coanda cars then, as they're still waiting for their fuel to go in. We're expecting about 33.5, 34 seconds stationary time on the pit lane. Out comes the number 2 VRS Coanda Sim Sports car of Joshua Rogers, and that's still a long haul for the other car as well. So let's see where Apex come out in relation, or rather where Coanda come out in relation to the Apex car. Do Coanda re-inherit the race lead? Yes, they do.
The 18 did tyres, by the way.
Ooh.
Don't quite know why.
That could just be a rookie error. I hate saying the word rookie error. I got so much trouble last time I said that. But it could just be a rookie error, or the tyres were clicked on. And they didn't remember in that whole kind of pace lap simulation to turn the tyres off. It is something that, you know, it might just be a different strategy call. They might be counting backwards, but 1 hour into a race, not even an hour into a race, 40 minutes into a race, the amount of time you're going to be gaining is, in my opinion, negligible for the fact that they are now basically splitting out their teammates and also, 15 seconds back on the road? Doesn't make sense to me right now, though.
It's not hot enough. If it was like 50 degrees, then I'd maybe be thinking, well, maybe they're struggling on tyres. It's 29 degrees track temp at the moment, which is warm, but it's not hot. You know, it's January. It's not exceptional on the heat side of things. So that is a surprise. The only thing that I can put that down to, from personal opinion, is a mistake. They've lost out to Kova in all that, who also, by the way, stretched it to a 25 lap stint on the first stint of the race, same as with the two VRS Commanders, as did the GSR car that we saw going off the road, avoiding the Drive Dead racing car a little bit earlier in this race. Either way, focusing on what we do have on our screen, we've got two cars now at the front of the grid. We've got VRS Commander against Apex. Me and Arjuna are asking questions as to whether this is going to be Apex starting to fight, starting 2022 in the best possible way, fighting at the front of grids. We know the potential that Apex has got. We know what they've achieved in sim racing, a fantastic team, but they are really starting to hammer home the battles with Redline, with Coander, and start to really make a home for themselves at the front of pretty much every field, at least at the start of 2022.
Lovely aerial shot there provided by Dougie Bird as they work themselves through the last part of the infield back onto the outfield section of this track. Gap about 4/10 of a second between Coander Simsports number 2, number 99 Apex Racing Team. Just to kind of finalise that point a moment around the incident, the mistake potentially, Lewis. Just as you we were about to go on air, you remarked about the fact the number 2 car has probably got the team principal for Coander Simsports, Philip Stam, doing the kind of engineering and the kind of strategy side on that car. That can be so important. Just another ear as you're cruising down towards pit road, reminding you, are your tyres turned off? Is your fuel correct? Have you done this? Have you done that? That can be a difference maker.
Oh, 100%. It's why if you're telling them to sort out, oh right, you as a driver now, less so on iRacing, because you can have your race engineer take over, essentially sort out the pit stop for you before you get in there. But if you're telling the driver, hey, you're pitting this lap, sort out your pit stop now, that's too late, in my opinion. Your pit stop should always be sorted out 5, 6, 7 laps before. Right, I need you to put this much fuel in. Make sure you turn off tyres, because if you're doing it on the last lap, you're trying to dive through traffic, you're trying to think about so much else, you're in the rhythm of all of that, and then you have to do all of that stuff as well. It doesn't really work, and that's why you do kind of need that race engineer, someone behind you guiding you through, and to be honest, as a driver, doing those bits for you.
There's the battle for P9 and LMP2. You've got Simming Satellite Racing in 9th place, Race Clutch in 10th, Coander Simsports in 11th, and of course they've got the fresher tyres, and that's what's going to allow them to move back up into the top 10. You've got T3 Motorsports by Maniti in 12th and Kova in 13th position. Connery, in terms of the extra quirks about pit stops here, I always compare pit stops at this track compared to Circuit de la Sarthe and also compared to the race at Spa that we normally have as well. Spa is a 2-minute pit stop, basically, from pit entry to pit exit. It's very slow, 37 miles an hour. Even if it is 18 miles an hour difference, doesn't sound like much when these cars go so fast, but 18 mile an hour difference does make it a lot quicker from you entering pit lane to actually being in your pit stall, especially if you qualified a little bit further down the order. So you have less time to make these adjustments if you need to.
Well, there's also that, but also the fact that missing a stop is not as effective here anymore than it was previously, as we see yet more swapping of positions going on in LMP2s. Fantastic to see these guys just trying to manage not only what is the track position here, but sort of they're getting stuck in their own bit of traffic, I suppose, trying to find where the right place is to be. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If you do make a mistake and you do on the pit stops and you do have have an unscheduled stop or something like that, it's not going to punish you as bad here as it would do at, for example, you bring up the example, Spa-Francorchamps.
Just having a look through in terms of retirements and drivers who have not been participating as of late. You mentioned it earlier on, they had that incident on track, but was cooking, are not currently in the race, and that's going to be a disappointing one, as well as a number 98 Apex Racing Team car who we saw have some damage very early on in this race, Lewis.
Yeah, real shame for Alejandro Sanchez, of course, recent signing from MSI Esports to the Apex Racing team in that number 98, was doing fantastic for them in the BMW Sim GT Cup, but unfortunately in this race it seems very early doors. Day is done after that contact at the first corner. A couple of other teams involved in that, definitely know the Mercedes AMG team Urano Esports car, the 91 that Sam Coitert is driving at the moment. That one was definitely involved in that incident, along with a whole heap of other cars. I'm pretty sure the BS Turner as well got a bit of a whack through all of that. Another retirement as well is Arnage Competition. We saw there, or at least they're not on track and they haven't been for a while. Could be repairing all the damage, but they received a very large crash going into the bus stop. I think Energy Sim Sport are away down, but are still going in the prototype category. They're the one that's a lap down in 25th and last in the prototype category.
And Connery, it's that number 100 car that I've circled in my little notebook. That's going to be the biggest disappointment, seeing how high they were running at the start of this race. But it's also an interesting point that Lewis kind of made there about the fact that we've got new drivers and new teams. This is the sort of thing that we often see in the 24 Hours of Daytona. On one hand, it's a chance to see drivers who have been signed to new teams and see how they integrate with the people who are their new teammates and new friends, so on and so forth. But also, this race is won, not necessarily in this split, but in the many, many splits we've got here today. We'll be seeing new teams be formed out of people saying, I would like to run a 24-hour race, but I haven't got a lot of teammates. Would anyone like to join me?
Yeah, that's where a lot of even the big teams you see today would have started from. It's just a group of friends racing, and all of a sudden, they start getting the results, and then they attract the sponsorship and the structure that makes some of these esports teams and some of these sim racing teams the way they are for the moment. But yeah, these races can be definitely the start of great things for many people, not just in this top split where you get all the recognition of competing in the top split, and in particular if you do well, all of the bragging rights that you're able to do as a result of that. But remember, there are over 50 other races going on, just like this one, and they're just as valid as well. It's not just the winner of the top split that gets the claim they've won the Daytona 24. Yes, they've won the hardest race of the Daytona 24 on iRacing. However, they are not the only winner. We're going to have over 50 other winners as well, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and defining hardest, we're defining hardest only by iRating.
Yeah.
One of the things there, Connor, is the battles we see in this race are one thing, but actually as you go through the split, I have seen intense racing all the way through them. So the intensity of racing is exactly the same. The key components of being successful in a race like this are exactly the same. Number one, keep the car on track. Number two, know your strategy. Number three, know your traffic. Number four, hope for some luck along the way.
Absolutely, but we've got ourselves into sort of slightly different phase of the race right now. Will we've of course got all of the LMP2 stops done. They were completed around about 5 or 6 laps ago. We're still waiting to see the GTD category come down on towards the pit lane for the first time, and it'll be very interesting to see how close to the hour mark that they can get on the fuel here. They are currently 28 laps on their stint. We've got about, just under 11 minutes until the hour mark. We don't expect them to be able to get fully there, but the closer, the better.
As we are about 50 minutes then into racing here. They're looking at the battle for 15th place in GTD. This is between the R8G esports car and Core Sim Racing. I mean, what a history they've had over the years in GT competition, Lewis. At one point, they were at the very top of the mountain with Freddie Rasmussen and co, winning one of the world championships in iRacing. In fact, the first endurance world championship in iRacing. But then they became victim of being plucked from left, right, and centre, with people stealing, taking drivers, adding them to new teams. What was the Fernando Alonso team at one point? Of course, also the Red Bull Racing Esports team at one point. They kind of hounded Core Sim Racing, but they still have a very good pool of drivers, and they are one of those teams that genuinely make me smile when I see them in a race like this.
Well, it's why we need to be, even more impressed than we already are at teams like Commander, at teams like Redline that hang on to drivers for as long as they do. Think of people like Mitchell de Jong and how long they've been at Commander Sim Sports and drivers like that. It is impressive when they stick with a team for so long that that those are people where we look at and think, wow. Other teams, every team will, like you say, be prodded, be essentially stolen. It's contracts and stuff, drivers switch teams, it happens. BS Competition were one who had that recently. Lauren Heinrich jumped from BS Competition over to Coanda. It was a bit of a hard hit for them, but as a team, you stand the test of time, you get on with it, you go, right, we are still racing, let's find another driver, let's find someone else who wants to jump in behind the wheel, let's just keep going. You don't just lose your top 5 drivers and go, right, that's it, I'm done, bye, I'm out of here, good day. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, of course, BS Competition, they kind of got their own back because they've got one of the biggest signings of the year, Connery. They got Niels Neiljogs from GT Racing. And you talk about the fact that a team is not just a group of drivers on the racetrack. BS Competition, as we see, a slow number 32 car of Yassi and Ross Woodford just rejoining the track down at the second of our horseshoes. Niels Neiljogs and what he's going to do for this upstart team of BS Competition. I say upstart, they've been around for a number of years now, but they are still much newer than some of your Apexes, your Coanders, your Radicals, your Cores, and so on and so forth. Niels Neiljogs is really gonna be impressive to see in BS Competition, and his management style as well as his driving style.
Yeah, Neiljogs is definitely going to be an absolutely massive asset for that BS Competition team to have, as we see Yassi just get punted off the circuit in towards the international horseshoe. But returning to the topic, Neiljogs, yeah, he's one of the old guards when it comes to sim racing. I'm not making any comments about his age, but that's just the phrase that we'll use. He's been in this since the very early days of competitive sim racing. There are only a few drivers left remaining that can claim such an accolade. He was doing sim racing esports before there was even a word for it.
And we've got to remember as well that we've actually got a long-term Coanda driver doing all the sexy photos that you're seeing on screen right now. He's been there since day one. Actually, I still remember when Coanda were formed, because that was a massive bombshell when My3D Gaming basically imploded in one go, and all the drivers then started a collective agreement that they do in Coanda SimSport, moving away from a very different distribution model they used to have with 3ID Gaming. But we have got lots of battles on track. There's plenty of time for story time with Will, Connery, and Lewis as we head ourselves through this 24 hours. Because after all, it's time for that. We're going to start talking about the strength of our T as we head ourselves through the next 5 hours and 6 minutes of our portion of commentary. We're looking at the Team Redline red car, the BMW, leading a Porsche right now, and the gap is the key part here, Connie. They've been able to now eke out a 2.1 second advantage from Team Redline Orange over to Logitech G Altus Esports, and that is Team Redline Orange, the Porsche on pit road.
Coming down in, and well, they are joined by one of their teammates in the background, the Team Redline blue car also coming down in at this point. Everyone else, though, seems largely to be remaining out there on circuit for at least one more lap. A couple of other cars joining them. The Infinite Racing Services have come down in. We've got the Euronics team as well. Sven Hasse also down on towards the pit lane. There's that beautiful Team Redline Orange Porsche with, well, a very a certain driver that's going to be getting into that at some point. Not right now. I'm told it might be the second driver stint that we'll have an iRacing World Champion in that car. But not an iRacing World Champion, F1 World Champion. I'm crossing the streams a little bit too much here, Will. I'm getting confused between my sim racing and my real world, which, well, is a thing. But there we go. F1 World Champion going to be in that car soon, but not right now.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, I've just put this in the book, 26 pit stops potentially then for this number 69 car. We say that, they come in 5 minutes before the hour, Lewis, and that would mean they'd give up 2 pit stops over the course of this race. I think realistically, it's more likely to be a 25 pit stop run for them, because once they get into the night time, it's a lot easier to run to the hour mark compared to in the warmish conditions that we have now.
Yeah, I'm going to keep our eye on, obviously we've got Beneke here on screen. Now this was a car that went, that stint was 31 laps, just to clarify, that's the number that we're talking out here, 31 laps. Now this car could end up going around 32, 33, 34 laps, it does go to the 32 lap mark. Now I wonder if that's, even if they've got a little bit of fuel in the tank to go a little bit further, they might want to pit now just so they can come out alongside and near their teammates. That's going to be super critical for them, where you can see the rest of the GTD contingent also into pit lane. Pitting in, this goes back to our whole point of, if it was Spa, for example, where you lose on the endurance pit basically 2 minutes, when you come in, do a pit stop and then leave, it's an enormous amount of time. Around here, pitting, as we've said before, pitting those 2 extra times, if you're going to go a bit more aggressive, going to find a bit more time out on track, pitting those 2 extra times, even if they're just for a little bit of a splash and dash later on, it costs you a lot less here at Daytona than it does in a lot of other race circuits where we do this style of racing.
We just saw one car on the very left-hand side of our screen coming towards pit road, possibly missed their pit entry, and then have to actually tow back to pit lane, as here come the contingent coming back out onto track, being led by BMW team Redline Red. And you've got to be careful over the bump, then you've got to be careful not to be wide for this little section, because you'll get yourself basically back onto track or into a wall, and in any circumstances you'll get yourselves a penalty. And there is the BMW behind the Porsche, so it's Team Redline Orange in front of Team Redline Red right now. The gap is actually almost negligible between the two of them, and that is exactly, Connery, what Dom Duhan and all the management, Ati Kirchhoff, etc., would have wanted from Team Redline.
Perfect stops for both of those Redline cars. Fantastic stuff in the first pit stop phase, and if they can replicate that a good handful more times, then they'll be sitting pretty in this race. We still got a handful of GT cars yet to pit. This is one of them, Williams Esports Fanatec. We're expecting them to angle their way down on towards pit lane in the McLaren, so a good stint there for Agustin Canapino as he tries to find his pit stall. Everyone else going to file in behind now from that category of cars. 33 laps on the stint for Williams Esports Fanatec and the rest of these cars that are currently looking for their pit boxes. So that's the situation there. So we're seeing anything from 31 to 33 laps on the stint, depending on the exact fuel-saving situation for each team on any given stint.
Yeah, and in daytime conditions, Lewis, what that means is those drivers that just done a 33-lap stint will do 25 pit stops. Those that did a 31-lap stint will probably end up doing 26. We say this under daytime conditions, but one of the unique parts about this Daytona 24 hours is that more of the running is in darkness than at any other 24-hour race that we do in 2022.
Yeah, like I say, it's January, it's January, it's the Northern Hemisphere, it's not a particularly long race in the daytime. You're absolutely right, it's more shared, slightly closer to, is it around 50-50, sort of like 60-40, yeah. Like 40% being at night time. When you consider other circuits, when you do endurance racing towards the middle of the year in June, etc., you know what I'm talking about. Night time's around for like 6 hours, and then it's daytime again. Not here. You've got to get used to running around at night time. It's critical. It does mean that, like I say, for a long period of this race, the circuit's cooler. It means you can, like I say, triple, quadruple stinting tyres. Probably less so quadruple stinting tyres in the GTD category. In the prototype category, where the stints are shorter, only going 25 laps, they can absolutely start going for those quad stints and start really pushing the envelope. I mean, even at the start of the race last year, There was a few teams, Team RSO, where it was Moritz Lerner behind the wheel from memory, along with a couple of others. Pretty sure Dylan Scrivens went for a quad stint from the start of the race in the prototype category. They went miles into the race on that stint of tyres. They were in the car for essentially 3.5, 4 hours from the drop of the green flag, and that's what these drivers might be eyeing up right now as well.
Leaders looking on board a team red, line orange, currently second place, and you can see just how close it is, just how close they get into bump drafting as they work through NASCAR turn 3 and 4. I did also notice on the timing screen, Connery, we've got Lotus G out as eSports in third. We've got Fire Sim Sport Green in fourth, and they are separated by less than 1/10 of a second right now. Fire looks as though they're trying to go alongside Altus Esports, but they couldn't just get it done around the outsiders. Now we're paying attention to them on screen.
Yeah, the thing is, given the sort of strategic element of this, you only really want to be trying to pull off a pass in a two-car train like this if you feel that you can break away through the midfield and try and catch the grouping of cars ahead of them. So it's a calculation that needs to be made not only in the drivers' heads but in the team members as well, to try and figure out what's the best solution to any problem that arises here today. But Altus Esports continuing to hold that third position for now. Of course, final step on the podium for them, but we've still got a long way to go until that's decided in this one. But yeah, for Fira, it's good to see them doing so well. Lasserbach behind the wheel of that car, of course, has done a lot of great work when it comes to the Danish sim racing scene. He is a very, very quick driver indeed, and well, the only trajectory seems to be up for him as he's running very well in this race.
He's doing fantastically well. You're right about the Danish sim racing community as well. They are, as a whole, really on their way up. But I'd actually say, Connery, because of the fact that over the years it really has been, Finland versus DH in terms of who's the most dominant country or groups of country in all the sim racing. I really do think that Scandinavia is there in the mix because they have improved so much over the years. And I say not just the drivers, but the amount of integration they've been getting as well through, like associated FIA, and also the amount of drivers that are coming in from other forms of motorsports into sim racing as well.
Look, when you talk about countries in particular, for example, Denmark, they have a massive esports culture now. Just look at that, the support of Astralis in the Counter-Strike world. It's absolutely massive. It's basically mainstream there. It's kind of like how things are in South Korea with how big esports is there as well. So, there's going to be a lot of support. There's going to be a lot of interest in some of these Danish drivers in particular, but that extends to the rest of Scandinavia as well. And Lasserbach is just one of these drivers that we've seen sort of rise his way towards the top over the last couple of years. And, well, you might be able to mix it in with the very, very pinnacle in a couple of years' time. Who knows?
So, without even thinking or blinking or anything, we're over an hour into this race now, as we're looking at Race Clutch in 11th place in LMP2. You've also got the Fire Sim Sport Green car in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. They're currently P4 in your GTD field. However, they have lost a little bit of time over the last lap or so to Logitech G Altus Esports. Let's then run you through your top 6 in each of your categories. We're going to start off with LMP2 and Coanda SimSport because they are now leading by 1.6 seconds over Apex Racing Team and the number 99 car. So early on in this race, it was the Apex team and 2 Coanda SimSports cars, but they've managed to mess around with strategy, have Coanda SimSport, either by design or by mistake. Apex Racing Team, number 99, Johan Half in second place, and they've now got a 1.9 second advantage to Obsidian Racing and Pedro Sanchez Albert, who run in third. So Lewis, in terms of your top 3, it seems to be they spread out a little bit, and in fact I'd say a little bit more than what we would be expecting from LMP2 at the start of this race.
Yeah, it's that first pit stop. It's thrown them apart. It does so every year we come to Daytona. They are very, very close together. Then they go through the first pit stop sequence, and then it all starts to separate. We had 5 basically in one big train because the Marla car had just joined onto the back of the group over that first stint. You also had the Coanda SimSport 18 that was in there that is starting to bounce its way back up. SRC Movano Corsa Rosso, by the way, it was the Viola car that was actually the 6th place car, if I remember correctly, towards the earlier point of the race. That Rosso car has gone from 16th on the grid up to 5th, so it's climbed 11 positions in the opening hour of the race and is starting to contend for the podium. Looking very good for SRC Movano Corsa.
Fraser Williamson in the SRC Movano Corsa Rosso car, the number 1 machine. Not quite sure Fraser Williamson would even understand what Corsa Rosso is, but, you know, he's in the right car and he's turning laps right now. You've got Sasha Gall, the SRC Movano Corsa Viola car. Basically, one's red, one is violet. There we are, Connery, as we head ourselves over to GTD and Team Redline Red. Max Benecke, basically still being bumped by Team Redline Orange. And it seems to be that they feel more comfortable with the orange car pushing the red car.
This race couldn't have gone better right now for, at least so far, for Team Redline Orange, Team Redline Red as well. They've gotten away from the vast majority of the rest of their competitors. They're just having a look at the gap from Redline Orange back to Altus. That stands at just over 1.5 seconds at the moment. That is quite far outside the slipstream. These cars do have a bit of a toe up to around about 1 to 1.1 seconds back is the phrase that I've heard. So it's so they're definitely secure from the cars behind at the moment. They're just running in their 2-car tandem. Things are going to plan for Redline, and well, for other teams that might be a bit scary to hear.
Logitech GL to C-Sports number 43 car Luke McCowan in 3rd place. Then Fire SimSport Green, we're just talking about them, and the Danish sim racing community are in 4th place. BGZ Motorsports in P number 5. Let's have a look, shall we? On board with Govan Keeney in that number 114 car. Didn't have the best of luck yesterday, involved in an incident, Lewis, in what was really seen by many to be the warm-up to this 24-hour race. But Keeney right now is getting a push from behind by Luke Bennett in the Team Redline Blue car.
Yeah, Govan Keeney getting involved in the incident with Luke McKeown in the opening lap of the race, the opening corner of the race. Not great for him in that one, but you know, Govan Keeney in this race has done slightly better. Climbed from 37th overall to 30th, plus the extra few cars they've missed. It's up 7 or 8 positions from the start of the race. That's a pretty hard hit though on the rear end from Luke Bennett, who might be just stressing a little bit about everyone climbing away from him at the front of the grid. You want to speak of champions, by the way. Of course, we've got Formula 1 world champion, yes, blah, 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 69. Shane Van Gisbergen, V8 Supercars champion, is also going to be in that Team Redline Blue car that Luke Bennett is also driving. So we're getting champions of the real world all over the place.
Really looking forward to see SVG in this car a little bit later on, as we've got a replay. Oh, that's a hard hit for the number 5 car. A very hard hit for the number 5 car. That was Williams Esports Fanatec with Augustin Canapino. And Williams Esports were looking for a little bit more to their race than being on pit road and potentially out 1 hour, 8 minutes into this race. But the little bump that we saw, Lewis, it might have just been a little bit of a reminder to what happened less than 24 hours ago. When you hook onto the back of one of these cars, sometimes you're very gentle about it. Some of the other times it's a bit of a harder first hit. Then you get into the action. Maybe, just maybe, Luke Bennett was just trying to remind Govan Keeney, yeah, might be in a different race, but I've not forgotten.
This is the thing. You know how we've said about the top 2 being they're having the BMW with the Porsche behind. I wonder if it's because the BMW has quite a flat rear to the car. It's quite straight. I wonder if that's a bit easier to push than, say, for example, you had the Porsche there. The Porsche's slightly curved. By the way, speaking to saying what Connery was saying there about how this is going a lot more to plan for Redline. Last year, as we see the number 1 SRC Movano Corsa Rosso car onto pit lane, might explain how they they gained a little bit of track position as the pit lane sequence does start once again. The Porsche 24 driven by Redline car last year, so their Porsche car didn't even complete a single lap last year in this race, so it's going at least a little bit more to plan on that one. Max Verstappen was on the grid last year alongside Danny Juncadella. It was just those two in one of their cars. This was in the GTE category. They didn't last the first 6 hours of the race, a retirement from them. So at least at the moment, 1 hour in, 1 hour 10 minutes in, things are going a little bit better for them.
I'm going to get a message from either Atzi Kirchhoff or Dom Duhan in a minute. Stop talking nice things about us. But the thing about Redline in January, Connery, is traditionally they are very, very good at the start of the year. They always seem to come onto the grids, be it either in things like the Daytona 24 hours, or I remember there was one year when the Sebring 12 hours was the most stacked race I've ever seen. I think that's the one that you and I did together before I ate too much diabetes. And the Redline at the start of the year are absolutely great. What I really would love to see from Redline in 2022 is for them to really be able to push hard throughout all of the motorsports competitions that they are in throughout the course of the season. But we've got to be honest, in this year's Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup powered by iRacing, you could argue there's one or two Redline cars that are now the favourites for the season.
Yeah, you can certainly look at it like that. They have pushed up their level just that little bit more, and sometimes just that little bit of extra pace, a little bit of extra consistency is all that you need to win championships and to in particular win races like this one. So Redline, they're looking positive coming into this year. Of course, they've had good results in other events already, but before this, so to add this one to their trophy cabinet wouldn't be too shabby at all, and will set themselves up for a good World Championship season coming up. But still, we are 22 hours and 50 minutes away from the checkered flag here. A lot can change in that time.
A lot will change in that time, let's be honest. I want to give a couple of quick shout outs, first of all to our partners over at ATVO for live timing and scoring. You can view live timing and scoring all race long by going to RaceSpot.tv/timing, and you can keep up to date with all your favorite drivers and your teams. Live timing will show you who is currently in the car, as well as some vital useful information to help you determine where they are in the race. We also want to give a shout out to all of our fans watching us across YouTube. You can also join our Discord server by going to racebot.wtf/Discord. That's racebot.wtf/Discord, as the SRC Movano Corsa Viola car is on pit road. And on our Discord channel, you can chat with our ever-growing sim racing community, as well as those who work behind the scenes. I want to give a shout out to Justin Print, who is manning our social media over the course of this weekend, and also to our friends over at iRacing, Kevin Bobbitt in particular, for just keeping us up to date with things that are happening before the race got underway. Always great to see iRacing taking such an interest in these special events over the course of the years. There's a little bit more bump drafting once again into turns number 1 and 2. Of the 50 drivers that started, we're currently looking at 46 drivers circulating on the racetrack. All your retirements, interestingly enough here, Lewis, have come from your GTD field, and that's after me saying earlier that the LMP2 cars, you know, if they get a side run damage, it's a bit like trying to iron out some milk bottles.
Well, the thing with the prototype category, at least from the small experience that I have had driving the Dallara P217, is it is a bit fragile when it comes to how it picks up the damage, but almost all of the damage that you pick up is repairable, and in not too long time. You're not going to be sat there too often unless you have a big one. You're not going to be sat there for 20 minutes repairing the damage, at which point we've all had it. You've come into the pit lane, you've come to a stop, and it says required repairs 18 minutes, and you think, nope, I'm good, thank you, I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go and watch WRC or whatever. I'm done with it. Like in this, you can repair the car. It might only take a few minutes, might even take less than that. You can get back out onto the racetrack and it's basically back to normal. I think that's why we tend to see the P2s staying in the race a bit more. The GTs, though, when they get floor damage, etc., you're going to be down 10, 15, 20k for the rest of the entire race. There's no fast repair, there's none of that. You just have to suck it in and deal with it for a day. that's a solid no thanks from a lot of people, me included.
And it actually gets to a point where it can make your race even more dangerous, because if you're losing that much top speed on a track like this, you have got literally nowhere to hide. If you think about the fact we talked earlier on between the fact that the GTDs, when traffic's supposed to stay down to the left-hand side of the racetrack, your LMP2 cars go to the right-hand side. Well, what happens if you're coming up between the GTT car, who is, 15, 20 kilometers an hour down, with more GTC traffic trying to overtake them, with LMP2 traffic trying to overtake them? It becomes very messy very quickly. And I've been in races before myself, Lewis, when if you're that far off speed, you actually stop being able to focus on the forward, and you're just basically hoping that you're not going to trip up the leaders.
Yeah, and it's kind of where it's not a nice decision to have to make. You have to weigh up whether it's actually worth it, and yada yada, and that is hard, especially when a lot of these teams have put in a fair amount of preparation. Some probably not up to the thousands and thousands of laps which they might do for events where there's prize money, where there's championships up for grabs, etc., where obviously every lap really matters. In this, people still have put in a lot of work, and to be honest, probably even more than they think. Because one thing that I love about the iRacing special events is there tends to be the week is paired with a series where you can race these cars around this circuit in 40-minute race and just get in and just get racing, get traffic managing. You've done a load of those, you've had a bit of fun, sure, but all of that is preparation. And when you can have that, and you've got to make a decision whether it's safe for me to stay on the track for everyone else, or do I just throw all this preparation in the bin? Where do I go with this? That is a tough call.
It really is. Connery, also thinking about the fact that these drivers, having done all that preparation, there's a lot riding in terms of pride for these big teams. Yes, there's no prize money involved. There's no Rolexes, virtual or otherwise, going to these drivers, but it is all about pride, and also a lot about momentum as well. A good race result here can really set a team up, give them that kind of excitement that they're looking for. And it's one of those things that even in the other splits that we see, as many LMP2 cars coming down on towards pit road, it's one of those things that it can really make or break a team spirit for the entire season.
Yeah, you've absolutely hit the nail on the head there. These events, people say, oh, it should have a prize attached to it. It should have at least something, and maybe there's a slight point there. But however, it's exactly how you mentioned it there, Will. It's all about trying to compete in an endurance racing format with drivers and teams that are also on the top level of sim racing as well. At least that's the case for the top split. And if you come out on top of this particular group of drivers, then you definitely have a lot of bragging rights to try and say, okay, we're the best endurance racing team, not only in iRacing but in sim racing as well at the moment. And because we've got 7.7k strength of field at the moment. Of course, that's the basically, for those new to iRacing, that's the average iRating. iRating is basically your driver score, how good you are in a very, very rough manner. So the average in this event is 7.7k. So, and actually the GTD category is well more than that. It's almost 8,500 is strength of field for the GTDs. So it's crazy, crazy stuff, crazy high. If you don't know any perspective with regards to those numbers, just take it from me. That is incredibly, incredibly high for a special event.
We've got to be careful to the one person that might just start saying we're trying to mansplain things to everyone. But to everyone else, we hope you found that really useful. I was just thinking as well, Connery, seeing as there was last week, we saw, things about NFTs. Maybe we could have an NFT of a virtual Rolex watch or something as a prize to the drivers.
No, just no. Just no. I will cut that out here. That I will veto that.
Yeah, I think I would do as well.
Yeah.
The NFT of a watch, I think pushing things a little bit too far. As we're looking at VRS Squad Simsport and our main picture, Apex Racing Team on pit road in the other. That is our battle for the overall race lead. And it's going to be really interesting over the next couple of hours, as there's tyres for the Apex Racing Team. That's interesting to note. Tyres being taken by the number 5, so just a double stint for them, as just trying to have a look. Johan Half does stay in the car as well.
We'll just say watch out for the 18, by the way, for Dane Warren right now, who's running around in second position, because those two BRS Command cars should either pit this lap or next lap. But remember, if we're going to see the number 8 take tyres this time, then we're going to assume that everyone's double stinting, fair enough. But remember, Dane Warren in that number 18 took tyres on the end of the first stint. So if they double stint from now, it could actually cycle, there's the 2 in the pit lane, it could cycle the 18 to the front of the group.
Big puff of smoke as that number 2 came on towards pit road, actually very close to the yellow cone on pit entry. It looks so simple, pit entry here on paper, and to many people it actually kind of is. But you got to remember, you're slowing that car down from over 160 miles an hour down to 55. And yeah, these LMPs have got good brakes, but they're more tuned to going fast rather than doing lots of stopping. And that pit entry, it always comes up on you so quickly, especially as you do so often catch one of those brakes as you're trying to slow it down, Lewis.
It's not so much that it's the hardest pit lane, because it's definitely not, but it's where it's so wide, it funnels you into this one point. And like I say, it is very, very bumpy there as well. But where it's so wide, you don't have as many references. Think of like the Spa pit lane, where it's incredibly narrow, but you've got so much references to, I've gone past that bit, I now start braking so I can slow down. You know that's how it goes. It's kind of easier to maximise that pit lane run. Whereas around here, how do you maximise a pit lane entry where it's so wide into such a narrow point? How do you make the most of that when everything's basically guesswork? Apex, though, look at that. They're at the front now.
They are. And pit entry, pit exit can be crucial to this race. And with that whole situation of pit entry, you see a lot of teams wonder, do I actually need to bother about pit practice? Yes, you do. It's not as easy to spot as the other oval track in Florida that I love so much at Homestead Miami Speedway, where basically it is aim for turning left as you hit the third palm tree to the right-hand side. For example, it's a lot more difficult to find the reference point here, but Apex Racing Team, Connery, 8 tenths of a second up on Josh Rogers. Having a look at the lane time, Josh Rogers was half a second slower than Apex Racing Team, so that might actually be a little bit of the reason why.
Yeah, possibly. Of course, you know, it's a tricky thing down towards the pit lane here. We've got to be careful about the pit limiter, which is why we showed the onboard there with the Commander car coming off the pit lane. Some drivers, you know, some drivers even tend to forget about the pit limiter in series like this, because you can just tease yourself sort of right at, if not just over, the pit lane speed limit and still not get yourself a penalty. Meanwhile, the pit limiter gives you a couple kilometers below the actual speed limit. But you're playing with fire when you do that, because if you push it a little bit too far, then you're going to get that well, time penalty at least on towards if you do it onto pit lane. You're coming out of pit lane, you're going to have to come back down in again in a few laps.
Yeah, it's a little bit better to be more aggressive on pit entry, because, yeah, you'll take your 15 seconds, but you'll take it there and then, compared to on pit exit, when basically what you're going to lose is close to a minute on track. It's also worth noting, of course, that the pit exit has changed over the years, because it used to be that the top 2 or 3 drivers actually didn't need to use a pit limiter on exit, because they wouldn't get up to 55 miles an hour on time, whereas now you've got to go through that little infield section between turns number 1 and 2 before you get to green cones.
Yeah, and the issue for the Commander car in that instance wasn't an issue with the pit lane. It was more coming off of it. You know, they were struggling to try and disable it, so they weren't able to get up to speed as quickly coming off the pit lane as they would have been able to otherwise. It's just those little things that all add up over the course of the race. You know, what happens if there's a couple of tenths of a second gap between them and the competitor for the race win at the end of that? You know, you can track the time all the way back to that.
As we are having a look at this battle at the front of your field, it is Apex Racing Team leading the way, Commander Simsport in second place. Live timing and scoring, we keep on saying, is available at RaceSpotTV /timing for that one. If you need to, just hit the refresh button once in a while. You get back up to date. As we have SLC Ravano, Corsa Viola still on pit road after that incident. Look how close Lewis there. Commander Simsport was to the right rear of Apex. If they were just a couple of inches forward, we'd have been shouting, because that would have been a massive crash into one.
Yeah, that could have been huge indeed. But right now, Josh Rogers just sat there, just eyeing up the Apex racing team that he's seen more so in his mirrors, sometimes from the front, sometimes from behind, sometimes all over the place. They've been battling since the start of this race. I don't think Rogers is panicking right now. Probably that might have been a bit of a, I'll try and wake up a little bit more now, because it's so easy to just get into the rhythm and let things calm down, especially an hour and a half into this race, an hour and a half into these stints. Bearing in mind none of these drivers have switched out at this point. They're still going. It might have just been a little bit of a lapse in concentration more so than anything else, but I don't.
Well, don't forget that the biggest lapse of concentration of all time was in 1988 at the Monaco Grand Prix, because someone had the gall to talk to Ayrton Senna, and it was just kind of in this tunnel vision mode, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. And for these drivers, it's not a million miles away from that. You do end up, Lewis, with a little bit of tunnel vision, because you automatically, you kind of instinctively driving, and then all of a sudden you might get something in your ear, you might just try to do a settings change, maybe your brake beers or something crazy like that, heading towards turn number one, and all of a sudden that concentration spasm that you're in, snap out of that, and it does take sometimes 4 or 5 seconds to just go, wait a minute, where am I, what am I doing?
It's everything. Thankfully, in this, it kind of ebbs and flows. In this, your concentration's constantly being broken by traffic. You're having to go, right, there's a GTO, so your brain is constantly working. You're not just doing laps and laps of a circuit in like other series where for an hour and a half, if you're just doing laps of one circuit, it's just you and the track, you tend to have those moments slightly more. Traffic's waking you up, etc., etc. It's more things about, and this is something from personal, from what's happened to me more than once. You get into a rhythm yourself around this track. You're diving in and out of traffic. Everything's going great, and then suddenly the car grinds to a halt, and you think, I didn't pit for fuel. That has happened. And it's so easy to do, and that's where things like race engineers, they'll constantly be in your ear, just telling you those kind of bits. And the more they talk to you, the more it's a part of the rhythm, the less you have that shock of, whoa, what just happened? You don't tend to get those jolts.
Well, and just to think, our fourth, technically fifth special event of the year that we're thinking of is the iRacing Nürburgring 24, when you can spend, Connery, 2-3 hours literally driving all by yourself, just remembering your brake points, etc. Not really dealing with traffic, whereas here it is very different. This race and the iRacing Petit Le Mans are the ones that you're going to have the most traffic on. There's more bump draft in there between Coanda and A. Really not sure Dallara envisioned this when they developed the LMP2 car.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've been able to make it work. The real car's relatively flat, although I wouldn't trust it in the real world doing that down the straights. But either way, there's the Commander car diving down to the inside of the International Horseshoe. Joshua Rogers looking to retake the race lead, and he has done so. So the number 2 Commander car up to the pointy end of the field gives Johan Hart a bit of a chance to sit behind and fuel save. But returning back to the point, though, well, of course, with the Nürburgring race, you also have the added element of it having pretty much no lighting anywhere, so it's all in the pitch darkness of night, and you only have your headlights to rely on, so that contributes to the tunnel vision even more. Thankfully here at Daytona, the night lighting is pretty good, so you don't get that same sort of situation. But there are also some, you're talking about the drivers having their crew chiefs or their spotters talk to them constantly. Some drivers have different preferences when it comes to that. Some drivers want to know everything about what's going on with everyone out there on circuit, so they get a bigger, wider picture about what's happening over the course of the race as sort of a general trend. However, you do get a good couple of drivers that just say, okay, I just want to know crucial information, just keep quiet most of the time, just let me focus, like a Kimi Räikkönen sort of deal.
I was going to say, let me alone, I know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm going to miss Kimi Räikkönen from motorsports. He was the goal that kept on giving. At the same time, Lewis, the reason why I like the fact that Nürburgring 24 hours runs at night so much is because I don't have to remember all of the corner names all of the time. I can just say, oh, it's that corner. They're just going on that bit of the racetrack. And many people know that even now, this is actually 10 years of me doing commentary on this event. Actually, back when it wasn't a 24-hour race, it was a 2.4-hour race. It was my first broadcast for Glacier TV, and it was 10 years ago around this weekend. But one of the things over the years I have completely refused to do is try to learn all the corner names at the Nordschleife.
Really? I've given it a good go. I've tried. I can normally look, and I know because I had Sam Cobb, who does some photographs and stuff around sim racing and for BMW. He sent me photographs of bits of the Nordschleife and goes, "What part of the track was this?" And I go, "Ah, yes, that's Stradenkreuz." And he was like, "Where?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. Right, let me go to the 23rd corner of the track." He's like, "Right, okay." And it's kind of those kind of things. He's just like, that is a skill that only the Germans can really do, because if you try it as an Englishman, what will happen is they will be like, "No, you're saying it wrong. You're saying it so wrong." So, and then you just go, "Right, it's turn 14 then. Have some of that."
Yeah, we're at the 10-kilometre mark on track.
Yeah.
And that's about it. And of course, we do end up in these special events, Connery, where we have no idea of who half the drivers are. So here we are hurriedly behind the scenes trying to write them down and agree how we're going to do pronunciations. So we're used to doing pronunciations on the fly, but when you've got 100 and something corners to try and memorize, and then all of a sudden you're being fed information on how to actually properly say it, that's what makes the Nordschleife so fun. But actually, what makes this race so fun is the fact that you blink and all of a sudden there's a new battle happening. And we've got right now RAG Esports and BS Plus Turner, two of the best looking cars on track, separated by absolutely nothing.
Ooh, what's happened to the VRS Continental Sports number 18? VRS Continental Sports number 18, they've had a spin out of turn number 1. I just saw that flash up on my screen. Thankfully, my timing screen allows me to show where yellow flags are and such. And, well, it was Dane Warren that actually got tagged by Marla Racing Team heading their way through turn number 1. That caused them to spin not quite in the middle of traffic. They were able to get out into the grass. But either way, big drama for VRS and Kwanda number 18. Here's the contact through the middle of turn number 1.
Contacts.
Yeah, and the other car, was the Marla car.
Yeah, so the first one was in towards turn number 1. You notice on that replay that it just destabilized the back of the number 18 car, which then you got the option. Do you roll off the brake pedal? Do you try and turn the car and compensate? Here's another replay as they come in towards turn number 1. You see the bump drafting going on. They're looking down to the inside. There's the first contact. You see the wiggle of the number 18 car. Then the second contact, well, that really happened, Lewis, because after the wiggle, you lost about 10 kilometers an hour through the apex into the corner.
Yeah, I mean, like turn 1, it's so much trail braking. You're balancing the car around there normally. Now, what happens when you have someone tap the rear end of you? You're then, as you say, you're unstable. It means you've got to use a bit more of the brakes. What Dane Warren did there, he got a little bit more into the brakes, tried slowing it down just a little bit more, and the Marla car after the hoop behind didn't necessarily anticipate what was going on as well as, in my opinion, maybe he should have, and into the rear end. I'm going to throw too much under the bus, don't worry. But when you have contact through there, even if it's side to side, if it's front to rear, whatever it is, when you have that destabilization from the cars, it is always a problem. And the second hit, it looks kind of like, oh, he almost aimed for him. It's not what happened. It's just as you're trying to make the corner, it's so easy to trip up over that car ahead.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Kwanda Sim Sports car before that incident were about 8.5 seconds behind your race leader. I was about to, Connery, talk about that because the gamble, the mistake, whatever it was with the tyres in the first stint did not work. They were 8.5 seconds behind your leading duo of the number 2 car and the number 99 Apex Racing Team car, but now they are 21.5 seconds behind that lead battle, so it's unraveled for the number 18 car.
Yeah, the whole pit stop issue, yeah, I believe that was a mistake. There could be a certain element of them doing the whole sort of counting back from the end of the race sort of situation to get that sort of awkward stop out of the way first instead of having to do it later. But I think the likelihood of that is pretty low. I think it was a mistake. And now, well, it's not a mistake with the incident from them. It was just Marla running too deep into the corner and running into the back of them. But either way, it's been a pretty tough race for that number 18 VRS Kwanda Sim Sports car. Thankfully for Kwanda, though, their number 2, which, well, was branded as the number 8 before this, but RAG Esports stole their number coming into this race, so now they're the number 2 in session. They're still going along well. However, more importantly for them, they do not have a Kwanda car to work with at the front of the field anymore. It's just them versus Apex. They don't have any help.
Yeah, you're right. As out front, the Apex Racing team and Karana Sim Sports are being frenemies, shall we say, trying to get themselves a little bit of more of an advantage, yet at the same time, they're trying to remember the fact that they are rivals, and rivals in more than one way right now. Sorry, Connor, what's wrong?
We're having an issue with Team Redline Orange. So, yeah, it seems like they're having issues keeping themselves connected to the server, shall we say, and oh, that has gone a bit wrong, hasn't it, for Redline? I think I might have jinxed them, Will, when I said that Redline were doing so well. Yeah, Curse of the Commentator, I send in my apologies to Team Redline.
Yeah, and of course, that is the Team Redline Orange car that everyone was looking to hopefully see a little bit later on. Of course, it had Verstappen, the 2021 Formula One World Champion. But that car is... We can talk about this until the cows come home, about, you know, how disconnections and these sorts of things in sim racing, how it ruins things. But at the same time, it is always the cheapest part, Lewis. In the 24 Hours of Daytona, there will always be a race ruined by a 20-cent washer or a nut or something really stupid like that, which just failed in the race and caused things to happen. In this race, you know, it's probably the cheapest cable of the lot. It's the Cat 5, Cat 6 cable that goes from the PC over towards a router, and these things, you can get them so cheap these days on Jeff Bezos' website or somewhere else. But failure is a part of motorsport. Hardware failure is a part of motorsport.
And it happens. You can just see, by the way, there, or coming on pit lane exit, that is Gianni Vecchio, now behind the wheel of the Team Redline Orange car. One of the beautiful things of iRacing is that, you know, you can tow back to pit lane and then get back going again. So they've lost a lap in this race, but they are still in the race. That's the critical thing. There is Gianni Vecchio losing a little bit. This is more track position rather than actual position, but you know how fast Gianni Vecchio is, so I'm sure he'll be like, right, get out of my way, lads. I'm going to start making some progress here. It happens. You've got to accept, you know, your internet going, your computer catching fire. No, that's one that I'm sure some might know about. Anything like that. I mean, I've had it before where my monitor has just turned off mid-race, or Windows likes to step in by telling you that I need to update the computer at 4 o'clock in the morning. All these things, they're our versions. We say it time and time again. They're our versions of a car failure in real life. Sometimes, and thankfully in this case, it is not an occasion where it's ended the race for them. Think of it like a tyre's gone down and they've had to come back into pit lane, put a new wheel on, and off you go again. That's how it is.
Yeah, let's not forget, like, Max Verstappen's had an actual brake failure whilst leading in the 24 Hours of Spa that was broadcasted on RaceSpotTV at one point. We talk about settings updates. There's also, in Finland in particular, they do have the habit sometimes on a Sunday morning of just resetting the great internet of Finland at about 2 a.m, which there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it, which is hilarious. And of course, yes, a lot of teams now have fail saves. You think about what we have here at RaceSpot. We've got uninterrupted power supplies and stuff like that, and backup internet sometimes, just to make sure that everything's still working. But, you know, c'est la vie, it happens over the end. The point I was going to talk about, Connery, we talk about the battle between Coranda Sim Sports and Apex Racing Team. There's going to be a second battle going on in 2022, and it's going to be the battle of the sim racing house and studios, because Apex Racing Team made that announcement late last year. They are moving a lot of their drivers and stuff down to Corby. Before we go any further, the only two things I know about Corby is, number one, it's very close to where the Weetabix factory is, and number two, that's where Rockingham used to be, UK Rockingham, which is basically the fastest racetrack in the history of the UK, just because of the fact that they basically had an oval.
Yeah, that was the case there, but you are absolutely right with these two teams, and of course they're not the only two teams in sim racing that have team house. You have the Altus Esports complement as well. They have something going on down there in Australia. So yeah, this is becoming, well, not so much starting to become the norm, but we're sort of seeing more teams trend towards that sort of format, with having everyone on premises at the same on the same sites, and well, in some cases they all just live there as well. It's certainly not a foreign concept when it comes to esports. That's how things like StarCraft, League of Legends, Counter-Strike all worked for a long time. But yeah, we're seeing it in sim racing now, and hopefully they have a little bit more infrastructure to to help with things like connection issues, like backup internet and uninterruptible power supplies and things like that, so that they can keep themselves in races like this. I'm not sure what the exact sort of system that Apex and Commander have, but hopefully they have a couple of redundancies. They even probably have spare rigs as well.
They do. I can tell you that one for ground now at the very least. As we're looking at Alexei Nezov in battling right now. More bump drafting as I come past the start-finish line. You just see that quite often the car pushing moves to the right-hand side as they go across the oval. That's actually done deliberately just to make sure that you keep the angle as you go through the tri-leg. There's 18 degrees of banking there, so it is not flat as you go through the tri-oval here at Daytona. But now looking on the rear of the Pure Sim sponsored car through the International Horseshoe they go. And another look now from the front as we've got some amazing cameras. Here we are, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports into the dogleg. Traffic coming into play as well. Traffic, a little bit of a wiggle as they come into the West Horseshoe, the second of the 3 horseshoes that you have that make up the infield section. Number 116 car remains in front after the little bit of traffic maneuvering as they then come down into the in and out, or the out part of the in and out, and the Pure Sims Esports car being driven by Daniel Ferguson in that number 116 remains P13 on track, Murray.
Yeah, they do. So, yeah, it's mixed results for now. And, well, I do want to sort of bring the topic to sort of your biggest movers in the race so far, because we've had the grid shuffle pretty wildly as we see the number 33 just getting squeezed out a little bit there through turn number 1. Impacts with the Armco barrier as well. That's the SRC Movano Corsa Viola. That's now down on towards the pit lane to try and get that damage repaired. Quite a lot of damage to the right-hand side, yeah, so... that's a shame for the number 33, but returning back to the topic though, biggest movers in the race, at least in LMP2, Hova. They are residing in P10 at the moment. They started near enough the back of the grid for that LMP2 class. In GTDs, we're looking at R8G Esports, who again started basically last position in this race. They currently reside in P9 in class, so they've been able to pick their way through the field quite well.
Yeah, and just so, the reason why I said again for the SRC Movano Corsa Viola car is because that is the second time, if memory serves me right, Lewis, that they've had an extended period on pit road. So the good thing is it's not quite Audi LMP1 levels of efficiency in terms of just getting that car back up and running in 4.5 minutes, but you made the point earlier that pretty much anything on that car can be replaced. As long as the engine doesn't go kaput, you're pretty much fine in terms of getting things repaired. Oh. That's because these cars are bodywork. Go on.
Sorry, just seen the Yazzie car. Ross Woodford has just been absolutely smashed up the rear end, just going into the West Horseshoe. Not 100% sure who it was. I believe Oris. It might have been the Oris Racing MRW car, straight into the rear, and also that car is a couple of laps down on Ross Woodford. Yeah, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, that's what we often see in terms of sometimes drivers who are laps down, you know, they got their speed back, they want to try and work their way through the field. It's perfectly able and comfortable for them to do so, but you've just got to remember that whole idea of racecraft, you don't want to push it too much and become too aggressive, Connery.
Yeah, you don't. And well, with that incident, I think there was a slight influence from them having to pass the lap traffic, and plus the SSE Bavano Corsa Rosso that was in the front of that 3-car LMP2 train was a little slow coming through the right-hander as well, so it checked up the Yassi car a little bit. Oris Racing was not expecting it whatsoever. They run straight into the back of Yassi, and it just so happens that Oris was also the car that ran into the back of Coanda a little bit earlier on lap number 1 of the race as well. So it seems like they're not getting the best reputation out there.
They're not, as we just pay attention on track to Coanda Sim Sports. Number 2 car is a replay what we were just talking about a moment down into the West Horseshoe. That was... There's no polite way of saying that, Lewis. That was an outbreak and a dive bomb merged together, and I don't quite understand how you'd even think of getting away with that.
It was misjudged. It's about the nicest way you can put it. Like I say, especially when you're a couple of laps down. I get those things, they happen quite quickly, running over the cars ahead and stuff whilst they're all battling amongst themselves, slowing down, obviously through traffic and stuff, but you have to be ready, you have to accept that kind of stuff, you have to be aware of it. Now, if this was a league, that's a penalty. Obviously, that's not how this works. We run on instant limits and stuff, same as you would expect from a typical iRacing race. Just to throw it out there, by the way, the instant limit for this race is 100 incident points, and they can pick them up. 1 for an off-track, 2 for a spin, 4 for car contact, and then there's kind of question marks as to how they accrue those. That's basically how it works. That's where they'll find penalties and stuff. That was a little bit naughty, and I'm sure that the AS Heat might write that number down and think, right, I'll keep that noted for future reference, and that's essentially the penalty that they'll take, is whenever they come around the AS Heat car again, they'll be like, yes, we remember you from earlier on. What are you going to do now?
Yeah, and it is worth noting that the penalty points, iRacing works on a no-fault system, so even if you are the driver who is tagged, you still get your 4 incident points, and it's for that reason why you've got to be very careful with your incident points here, because yes, it's very easy to be really aggressive. In this track, it's always a bus stop chicane, Connie, which gives you the most incident points, but you don't want to be too aggressive too early on. Then you've got to remember you've got to tiptoe round the track for the rest of the race, otherwise you'd end up, with penalties, disqualifications and so on.
Yeah, you do have to be a little bit conservative in the early portions of this race, just to make sure you don't rack up those instant points just a little bit too much, so that it causes a bit of a problem towards the end of the event. So yeah, you got to be conscious of it. We have an instant, a soft limit of 100, so that's before you get your first drive-through penalty, and then every 20 instants after that 100 instants, you get yourself another drive-through penalty. There's no disqualification point where they would have to remove you from the server. So yeah, that's one of the things there, but we won't get disqualifications due to instant points, but we will be getting drive-through penalties potentially at the end of the race. Just to bring it on to another topic though, Will, Commander Simsport have tagged us on Twitter at RaceSpotTV saying, just FYI, there's something new in Gronau, which is where the Commander team house is based. They want to plug their esports hub, which is they're going to be doing broadcasts and racing from.
Yeah, so I was going to mention that, but you got to do it lightly, because of course it was revealed last week in another broadcast that happened, which is also endurance racing. It happened. You can find it out on Twitter. I was literally about to talk about Twitter as well, because I just refreshed my Twitter feed. Use the hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. However, you always get adverts, even on Twitter. I got one from Dell. Don't quite know why Dell think it'd be suitable to have a sponsored tweet on an iRacing broadcast, because let's be honest, their Alienware PCs aren't that good, and they'll probably try and sell you a warranty to go with it. But thank you very much, Commander. I would love to go and see that one again once we're able to travel again. Really looking forward to hopefully going back to Gronau to see Philip, Josh, David Williams and the gang. I was at the airport. Oh, car on track. Number 67, Nick Schultz-Weiserman has had an incident down at the West Horseshoe. So let's talk about that one a little bit first, as Weiserman recovering that car back on track, and that was a pretty hard hit down at the West Horseshoe there, Lewis.
Yeah, German Sim Racing, they were doing all right a bit earlier on the race, but they've got a lot of damage on their car. It was contact coming around the outside. Was that the full set? No, it was BS competition. And straight back in front of the BS competition as well. Oh, no.
BMW Bank, I think that was.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Sorry.
So they took the escape road, didn't slow down, and then that was a bigger T-bone than you'd get in the Cracker Barrel down on the infield, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, like, those things, they happen quickly. We'll speak about them a lot, and this is not the last time we do. As you go around the outside of the kink, you've always got to expect the GT, they're going to understeer. That was not pretty, and then just constantly trying to turn. I will just say that, it looks a lot worse than Onboard once you've gone over, like once you've gone wide at that kink. He's on the grass. Honestly, at that point, no matter steering, no matter braking, nothing works, and you're just sat there being like, please don't come in front of someone else, please don't do it, please don't do it, please don't do it. And then suddenly you rejoin the racetrack and bang, there you go. It happens quickly. That's the kind of mistake which some of the prototype drivers, especially those that are watching this broadcast now, regardless of the split that you are racing in, keep your eye open for the GT drivers to understeer, to oversteer. You've got to be aware as to what they're doing, because They're just doing what they're doing. They're just driving. They're racing.
Yeah.
It's your responsibility to get around them cleanly.
Here's another replay then. On board the GTD driver, and now, boom, that's the incident. And thankfully, it was at the front of the car. And also, it's going to be worth noting that if there are repairs to be had, Connery, it's not going to be the end of the world, because we're about into pit stop phase in the next lap or so for these GTD drivers. So what you can do is just nurse the car for the next couple of laps, bring it on towards pit road, then get that front spoiler repaired whilst you're doing your normal service.
There are only certain things in these cars that can get various levels of repairs, though. You're not going to get, in a lot of cases, you're not going to get a completely clean car out, even after you do all of the optional repairs. And I remember the damage, the sort of damage repair system in iRacing being compared to just a couple of guys with hammers and some duct tape. You know, that's about as repaired as some of these cars can get sometimes. Of course, you know, in more recent times, you do have like replaceable front clips and things for the LMP2, so it's not as bad as it once was, but. Yeah, so even if you do get all of that repaired, there might be a kilometre an hour or so that you're going to be losing down the straights due to the bodywork damage.
And even a kilometre an hour here could be interesting, because you'd often think at a racetrack, a kilometre an hour in a straight, you're not going to feel it. Actually, Lewis, at this type of racetrack, a kilometre to 2 kilometres an hour, you really do feel, because of the pull of the drivers coming behind you as they're coming to lap you, overtake you, etc. But it means you get to that point where you think as though you're in the draft. You're supposed to be half a second back. You're supposed to be closing up, but you don't, because you haven't got that final little bit of grunt.
Well, think of it this way, right? If you were to take these two cars right now, so the 99s of Johan Harth sat behind Josh Rogers, if at any point going through lap traffic, let's say Johan Harth's been a little bit over-eager and has got a little bit of damage on the car, obviously doesn't, this is a hypothetical scenario here, just follow me. If he's got damage on the car, he drops even 5 kilometres an hour, which is a lot, by the way, that's a big chunk, but say it's 5 kilometres an hour, honestly, probably won't notice immediately, and that is actually a problem, because sat behind the car ahead, whilst he's not trying to race them, he's just sat there saving fuel, he's trying to meet the number. He's going, oh, this is a bit harder to meet the number, but the car's fine, the car's not a problem. Suddenly then, you start trying to race that car ahead, and there's nothing, it just doesn't have the grunt, it doesn't have the pull, and then you're sat there thinking, why doesn't it have the pull? And you've got to remember that was an incident that you had, hey, maybe even an hour ago, and it was the optional repairs you've not taken that are now starting to cost you. It's why it's so critical to keep out of that, because sometimes you genuinely won't know immediately, and that can be half the battle.
Yeah. We saw Govan Keeney on pit road in the PG7 Motorsports car. As we said, the pit window is open now for GTD. Govan Keeney staying in the car. Jonas Wallmeyer, Team Redline Purple, on the lane as well in the treble-free car, making a service, as is IRS, which is an interesting name to have when you're in Florida. But they also stand for Infinite Racing Services. I think it would be more fun to call them the IRS on an American racetrack, though, Connery.
Yeah, it could potentially, but we're laughing at that. But however, Redline aren't laughing at the moment, because it seems to be that Team Redline are having yet more issues with their orange Porsche. It seems to have had another connection issue, not this time with Gianni Vecchio, because he got himself behind that wheel recently, didn't he, as well? So it seems like the technical gremlins continuing to show up for Team Redline Orange. It looks like they can still try and continue with this race, but for a car that's had a lot of hype behind it, it seems like it's fallen a bit flat.
Yeah, and it's Lillian behind the wheel of that car right now, but technical issues, back out onto track, not what Team Redline would have wanted, because quite often they celebrate the fact that they don't just win the race, Lewis, they kind of dominate races. That's what they really want to do, to put their stamp on the mark. However, here's the red car on pit road, doing a little bit better. Max Benecke still behind the wheel of that number 71 car, and it is worth noting that Redline, of course, don't have a car in the LMP2 field, so they're not going head-to-head necessarily with Coanda and with Apex, Lewis, but what they're wanting to do is they want to dominate the GTD field, because realistically, that's what Redline are racing in the most in 2022.
Yeah, biggest disappointment for me. I love seeing myself a bit of Redline versus Coanda. You know, I love the story, the battle continuing and stuff. We don't get it in this race. There's no Coanda GTs, there's no Redline prototypes. It's fine, it is what it is, dominating your respective category, lads. And look at this, 3 wide departing the boxes as we've got the Logitech Altus eSports car. Is that Team Redline Blue on strategy with these guys and battling for position? It certainly is, as Luke Bennett, I'm pretty sure then, is going for a triple stint because he's gained an awful lot on what is now Max Benecke and Luke McEwen.
Having a look then, the lane time for Luke Bennett is 108.9. Just going to wait for it to cycle through actually a minute. Then we'll get you some actual numbers. But Team Redline Blue there in a kind of a sandwich with Logitech G Altus Esports. Luke Owen behind the wheel of the number 43 car. Team Redline Red with Max Benecke at the front of that field. But it was 109.1 for Luke Bennett, 112.2 for Luke McCarran, and 112.0 for Max Benecke. So that's not long enough to be a tyre difference. That's maybe just a short field. It's getting back in the game, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure. Again, I will go back to how it was back in 2021 when it was the GTE category. Now I'm actually probably remember the stats. It was the GTE category where some of the teams did genuinely go 3-4 stints. You know, that's 4 hours into the race on just one set of tyres. I think that's what we're kind of seeing here is from Team Redline Blue is they're just trying to extend the tyre mileage, just getting back into it. If there's still enough life in this tyres, which, you know, it's not a high tyre wear circuit, is Daytona. If there's still enough life in them, as long as they can keep on the back of the Logitech Altus eSports car, this honestly is a dynamite strategy from Team Redline Blue.
And it's a bit of rolling of the dice, I think, down at Team Redline HQ, Connery. They got a little bit worried about all the issues happening to the orange car. They wanted to try and roll the dice a little bit with the blue car who goes down to the inside, forcing the Altus eSports car out of the way as we see the number 2 Coanda car going through a little bit of traffic. I want to get confirmation though. Luke Bennett is ahead now of Altus eSports, and that is a double win now for Team Redline Blue, Connery.
Yeah, great strategy call from Team Redline to get that car up into a more advanced position. Of course, you know, there's nothing that they can do to help the orange car at the moment. That's just an unfortunate situation. Apparently, power cut for Lulham and regular internet issues for Vecchio. It just all, you know, you can have something not happen for months and then it all happens at the most crucial time sometimes. And we know that better than anyone else will. With your PC deciding to catch fire about 10 minutes before the start of a Sebring race.
Yeah, I know, Lewis, you're mentioning it as a joke, but it literally did happen.
Yeah, no, I've seen. Yeah.
That was still the scariest moment I think I've had. A, because of the fact, oh my word, this is £2,500 worth of PC that's catching fire. And then, oh my word, we've got a 12-hour broadcast I'm producing the entire amount of. What do we do next? As we've got that battle going on, Apex Racing Team, Coanda Simsport, 1.2 tenths per second on track. Apex Racing Team looking down to the inside in the International Horseshoe. They're going to be side by side as they come through the kink in a moment, but no. Apex Racing Team deciding that going too wide through the kink with 22 hours worth of racing to go is just probably a little bit too aggressive right now. So they stay as they are. I'm wondering whether Coanda Simsport are going to let them pass if they come alongside him, like Connery, because again, fuel saving, hitting your number is going to be a thing for a long time. It's just on pit road.
Yeah, they've at least if the last couple of stints or anything to go by, they might just end up just sort of sharing the race lead roughly 50-50 over the course of this race. You know, I don't see any reason why not in this particular instance. Of course, you know, you don't want to be sitting up in the race lead for too long, and of course you can control the pace a little bit. Oh, all sorts of out of shape. My word. They got too close for comfort. They had a bit of a tap, and that was almost a race-ending incident between both of the race leaders.
And you're at that point now where I think if you're Coanda Simsport, having that just happen, Lewis, you're going to say, screw it, we're running by ourselves from now on, because that is the sort of thing. We'll get the replay in a moment, which can instantly ruin a race as Apex are on pit road.
Yeah, those are the moments, like genuine heart-in-mouth moments, because I say they go wrong so quickly. And right now for Johan Harth, who's going on the way of pit lane, it might have even been another call from them to be like, okay, this is getting a bit too dicey. Let's see as we ride on board with Johan Harth on the replay. Just tries to judge it. doesn't seem that major. It's that slight little bit front right to rear left, but it's where the overlap is so very small. All Johan Harth is trying to do is get back in behind that car, but that is one lap where we've seen 2 bits of feisty racing and a little bit of contact. They did make a bit of contact into the International Horseshoe, so yeah, they need to maybe calm things down between them, otherwise they're going to be in a fairly hefty crash.
And it's one of those things where that 1 kilometre an hour, 2 kilometres an hour can make a huge difference. They were overtaking some lap traffic there, Connery. And of course, with the lap traffic coming into play, X-Racing team pretty much in the draft. That was with 2 kilometers an hour, where all of a sudden your braking point has to be just a tiny bit earlier. And you got to remember that closing speed, if you go into a little bit of bump drafting, only works when you are realistically about the same speed. Any faster, you unstable the car in front.
Yeah, I just gotta say that's a great bit of driving there from Josh Rogers, though, to be able to hold on to that car. Of course, it was a slight wiggle. It wasn't the biggest moment, biggest slide that we've ever seen, but there are some situations where those moments can spiral out of control. You overcorrect just for one turn of the steering wheel, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a concrete wall. But Josh Rogers now down on towards the pit lane a lap after Apex Racing Team decided to come down and in. Don't think there's any damage to either of the 2 cars here, so it should be okay in terms of the stop times. But yeah, I think Rogers, he's pretty cool and calm and collected at the best of times, and I think even someone as cold as he is will have his heart rate raised a little bit from that situation.
One thing that just came to my attention, Lewis, is the number 81 VOS car in the SimSport is on pit road and down the field. So they've actually just come back out onto track as Bobby Zelensky. But this is one of those things about pit road. We talked about all the things that can happen and can change. That as the race goes on, more and more cars get damaged. It's one of my, I wouldn't call it pet hate, but it's one of these things that I always have to remind my old teammates to be more wearful of, because pit road becomes a little bit more blocked. It's a little bit harder to see your entry point into your own pit box. And sometimes those cars getting 45 minutes worth of repairs, it can actually start annoying those who are still on track.
Yeah, it's all well and good, no contact on the pit lane, at least not in the fast lane. That's fair enough. But like you say, where you've got so many different cars in the pit lane, your vision of just where your box is blocked. That's why qualifying on pole position, first, second, third, is more important than most circuits, because at least in the prototype category, less so in GTD, because then yours is the 26th box, and where's that in the pit lane? You know what I mean? If you're first, second or third in prototypes, you know that your box is all the way at the end of pit lane. You know where it is, and it's why whenever you've qualified your 9th place, start looking around and being like, how do I see that? Even if the entire pit lane is full, how do I know where my box is? And yes, you've got the numbers over the top, but still, it's those kind of things that add up. Obviously, just remember with the 88 as well, going back to that, or the 81. Very confusing. The VRS Commander SimSport car that had Moritz Lerner in at the start of the race. That was the car that was involved in the incident down into the horseshoe on the very first lap of the race, and then had to come into the pit lane, so there was a fair amount of damage from them. That's why they're all the way down. And also, I just received a message from Dom Dern which says it was a double power cut. Lulham and Vecchio within 18 minutes in 2 different countries, and genuinely my heart goes out to that car, because in all my years of sim racing I have never seen something like that. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, you can put the redundancies in. You have different drivers in different time zones for this reason as well. It's one of the reasons, Connery, why I always wince a little bit where we see, for example, we've got German sim racing in this race here today, and we see other teams who have got all their drivers in a very small geographical region. We take the United Kingdom as an example. You've only really got 2 different ways of getting internet, and the vast majority of the country use the same kind of like infrastructure, so if it affects one driver, it will affect all the drivers in a small geographical area. But then other things like that, you can plan out your roster. I've never seen multiple power cuts like that. That's really bad luck.
That is the universe telling Redline off for something in that situation. That's a pretty crazy, because I was hearing it was just power for Lulham and internet for Vecchio, but apparently, from what Dom Duan has said there, it was power cut for both of them, and that is just the unluckiest situation ever. That is I don't know what you can do in that situation. You can't really do anything short of, you know, making sure there's redundancies or something in place for next time. But even then, you know, it's never a guarantee you'll still be able to keep connected up to the server, even in that situation with uninterruptible power supplies or anything like that, because you never know what the power situation is further down the line with the infrastructure. So it's, yeah, I don't know. It's there are things that can go wrong in races, and I think Red Line Orange are having everything happen to them at the moment.
The conspiracy theorists already are probably going to be saying Sir Lewis Hamilton's there just flicking switches across multiple countries and cities right now. We honestly don't think it's that. It's just something, of course, which is really bad luck. And the stories afterwards, because the frustration right now in Team Red Line's camp for the orange car, you know, red raw, it will be really intense. However, they'll look back at this 6 months down the line, and it'll be one of those jokes you remember the time when, just as they start planning for another event, it'll be a little thing in the back of their head that they just want to make sure they don't ever end up having that 1 in a million chance happen again.
This is why you don't have one bullet in the gun, so to speak. They've got still 3 more well and truly in the race. Of course, Team Redline Purple's a little bit further down in the GTD contingent, but it shows the fight that Redline have. That yes, that's been a problem, but they are still leading 1 and 2 because they brought Team Redline Blue back into it, and it kind of wouldn't surprise me if they did the same thing to Team Redline Purple down the line. They are leading 1 and 2, and the top 5, you can see it there on your on the tower on the left hand side. Look at the top 5 in GTD. BMW Team Redline Red, Team Redline Blue, Fire Sim Sport Green, Logitech Giautis Esports number 43, and BMW Team BS Competition are all basically separated by under 2 seconds, and we are over 2 hours into this race.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane just how close they are. And it seems to be the traffic does absolutely nothing to separate that out as well. That shows the true racecraft ability of these top GTD drivers, because even though they've got drivers overtaking left and right in your LMP2 class, and there's a perfect example as well, Connery, of what we meant about choosing your lane and staying in your lane. These GTD drivers seem to be perfect in terms of their raceability right now.
Yeah, everyone's been super sensible, at least in the GT category. We've seen a bit more wild moves from the prototypes over the course of this race sometimes. That tends to be the trend that we see, with the faster cars being a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more difficult to deal with than the slower class. I'm pretty sure every GT competitor is just nodding their head in approval, and every prototype runner is saying, what the hell are you talking about? But yeah, that's the situation here. By the way, we did have a tweet from Steve Myers, our Executive Vice President at iRacing, saying that they are hearing that they have over 18,000 people online currently and growing. Of course, a massive proportion of that is going to be people competing in these sorts of races, the Daytona 24 hours, and we will say all kinds of participation records over the next 24 hours. And he says that the iRacing Daytona 24 is the greatest sim race in the world, period. Good luck.
Yeah, and it's always had one of the highest participations because of the fact it's at the start of the year. There's not World Championships. It's one of those things also, you know, people who might have got an iRacing subscription the holiday season, who's actually just getting into endurance racing for the first time. There's so many different factors that come in. I actually think, Connery, that we are definitely going to smash that 10,000 participating in this time slot. I say this time slot. There is a second time slot that went on that started last night, but this time slot traditionally has been the home of this race, and as I say, I'm absolutely certain we're going to be hitting 10,000 different drivers participating. The one question I have is Ian Plash doing his solo thing again, like he's done for the last 2 years.
I'll have to try and find that information for you, because it would be a bit of a shame if he's not doing it. Although I would understand, given doing a 24-hour race all on your own is a massive undertaking. It's a superhuman feat as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, we will have to check that one. If anyone in the chat knows, then feel free to let us know if Ian Blash is doing his thing. He usually does although I would forgive him for taking a break for this one.
And also, don't forget, it's not only a 24-hour race, but because of the rules stating that you have to share your car with at least one other person, it's doing a 24-hour race to be disqualified, which I know there's some quirks and people say this, that, and the other, but that 24-hour solo endurance really has become, in many opinion, one of these kind of like top 5 highlights of the year. So even if he's not doing it this year, Ian, he's in trouble over the last 2 years. I've watched a number of your streams, and I think the dedication is always one that we have got to applaud, Connery.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these drivers would be absolutely exhausted after a triple stint, you know, and they need that break to try and recoup and make sure they're ready to get back in the car a few hours later. But with Ian doing like the entire thing, doing stretches in between with the pit stops and things like that to make sure he's not going to get a blood clot or anything, that is absolutely crazy. I don't race all that much at the moment, but I know you're doing one stint in these cars, for an hour is tiring on the arms, and I don't even have a direct drive wheel or anything, so it's pretty crazy.
Most I ever drove around this racetrack, I think, was about 5.5 hours one time when I was getting to learn this car and the track. But again, a little bit more bumping between Team Red Lines, red and blue. Worth noting, though, importantly, Lewis, that iRacing Racing Green and Logitech GLTC Sports and BMW Team BS Competition, they just seem to be there in the background. And of course, what they are most likely doing is saving a little bit of fuel. So strategic-wise, this might not be helping out Team Redline the most. It's helping out the 3 drivers behind, because they're all still pulling away from PGZ Motorsports and Govan Keeney in 6th.
This is one thing, we know what Redline are like, with their knowledge and stuff, is that I've doubted Redline too many times to really commit to being like, are they sure about leading 1 and 2 right now? BMW Sim GT Cup around here not too long ago was a great example of that, because they led all the way through the race and then won, because it's what they do. They are sat in front, and you'd say that sometimes it's maybe not the favourable scenario, because you're absolutely right. Surely everyone behind is just sat there lifting, coasting, saving fuel, saving tyres, saving themselves. But the thing is that I would always say in a scenario like this is that Redline are probably running around about 98 to 99% of the actual pace they can do, maybe even lower than that, to be perfectly honest. And what that tells me is that when they want to go, all right, see you lads, they'll start to extend the gap. It's never that easy. It's never, because that's a disservice to the rest of the GTD field. We know how good everyone is on this grid, but it's just Redline are so good at controlling races that right now they're looking at the clock thinking there's nearly 22 hours left to go in this race. We don't need to try and break the field now. We've already taken it from a train of 25 cars down to just the 5. Let's just keep doing what we're doing and see if we can basically get them out of the group one at a time by just doing what we're doing right now. That's how they play the long game.
And to be honest, no one really in endurance racing can run 100% of the time. If there's anyone who could claim they can do that, then you're either lying, or there's a good chance, if you look through the statistics, their lap times vary quite a bit. But that kind of where you want to run, the sweet spot normally is between 90 and 95%, depending on where you are and where your competition is, because you want that 5-6%, as we see a replay of the number 78 car being turned around down at the International Horseshoe. That number 78 car is the T3 Motorsports by Maninti, with Sven Komna behind the wheel. Yeah.
Through the bus stop this time.
Yeah. That could be overheated tyres. It could be a little bit of damage that was picked up to that car, not adjusting to anything that might have happened. But to go back, the thing, Lewis, about that kind of running at 90 to 95% is you want to have a level of competitiveness that you can dial in when you need to without having to completely stretch your limits. And that's a beautiful slow-mo replay.
Yeah, more issues for Maniti Racing with their new T3 sponsorship. That is not ideal. Like you say, might have just been miffed. Might have had different levels of grip to what they were expecting, going through the chicane and then boom. Yes, to return to your point about pushing at 100%. Pushing 100% is all well and good, but you cannot maintain it. And every driver on this grid, every driver that has a decent iRating level will know that even in a sprint race, even if it's only 40 minutes on the clock, that you really can't push at 100% even in that. You need to play your cards right. You need to run around at 95% through most of the race so that you have that extra level to be like, okay, I now need to stick in a 43.1 around Daytona. And you can go bang, right, I can do that now. I can start setting those lap times. I can start getting to that extra level. And that's how you pace yourself, because at 95%, you can just tick off the same lap time over and over again, calmly, resolute in what you're doing. But you've still got that little bit you can turn it up to on the in-lap and out-lap.
There are a couple of drivers. Max Venig is one. David Williams is another. As we see the number 27 car going very, very slowly. Have they run out of fuel or done something silly, Connery?
It was a fuel issue for Delta Sport in the number 27 car. Fuel problems. It might have come down to what we were discussing a little bit earlier, with just being too tunnel visioned and then forgetting to come down on towards the pit lane, and then they realise, oh no, we have to go out one more lap, but we don't have the fuel for one more lap, and well, they weren't even able to clutch and coast it all the way into the pit lane either, so they had to take the tow back to pit lane, which is unfortunate. I don't think they're going to be the last person to have fuel issues over the course of this race. It's just a little bit weird to see it this early. By the way, we are seeing everyone in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for watching, and well, happy belated birthday to Brett Alt there.
Yes, happy birthday, happy belated birthday. The thing about the fuel in these LMP cars, you'll try to make sure you can save about 1.1, 1.2 laps worth of fuel to be safe. Sometimes you'll take the risk if you're at 0.8, 0.9 of laps, because you can coast it back down on towards pit road, Connery. But the issue is, these LMP2 cars, as soon as you go into clutch mode, they do speed a lot quicker than these GTD machines.
Yeah, they do. It's just that little bit slight difference in behaviour, which doesn't help the situation. Let's just say that. So yeah, a tragic moment for Delta Sport. It's not going to take too long to get that tow back to the pit lane. They were able to get around the majority of the lap, I believe. So they were. So it's not going to be too long of a tow. But either way, they will end up losing a ton of time as a result of that. And I hope they keep themselves in the race, because that's part of endurance racing. It's just about getting to the checkered flag a lot of the time, rather than exactly what position you finish in. So I hope they keep with it and keep their car in this event. We're seeing the grouping for P4 with Yasheet, Mahler and SRZ Mvano Corsa Rosso at the moment. That 3-car train for P4 in class. These cars have gained a significant amount of positions from where they started. Yasheet up 3 positions, Mahler up 5, and Mvano Rosso actually up 10 positions from where they started. So from 16 to 6.
And it was great at the start of the lap to see them coming 2 by 2. All of the LMP2 cars on one hand side of the racetrack and all the GTDs on the opposite side of the racetrack. I felt like singing a song there about an arc, but it doesn't really work on a racetrack, unfortunately. But this is a great little battle. The one team I've just realised, Connery, that we haven't got on track with us today, who I always used to love commentating on, was a team that basically was just called Wham! But not here today.
Yeah, I remember that team. We've always had, we tended to have some pretty fun team names in special events previous to this, but I think as the professionalization of sim racing has continued to develop over the years, the jokey team names in the top split are becoming less and less of a thing. There's still a thing down in the splits lower than this, but everyone just wants the professional esports team names with their sponsors and everything like that, which I don't know, it kind of gets rid of some of the fun magic of it, but then again, can't really complain that people are getting this invested into esports racing anyway. So. I'm
actually just glad that I can actually read all the team names, because sometimes we have ridiculously long team names. One of the longest that we have ever seen is in an IndyCar series, which even I can't remember all the Broken Arrow by my Raptor, by something else, by this, that, and the other, by something at something. But we've had it in the years. I know there's been an I Heart Will Vincent car many, many, many moons ago. But one of the key things as well, Lewis, we talk about the professionalism of sim racing. Not a bit of time to talk right now. Is more and more teams with legitimate sponsors, but not only sponsors, but we're seeing more and more kind of like blue chip companies, national companies, international companies who are really getting involved into sim racing. The only thing that we complained about before we went on air is, quite frankly, we need a delivery service to give us some early morning breakfast takeout from the company that has a very yellow M at the start of its name.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take any sort of delivery-based food product right now. So if anyone does have a sponsorship that we can align with, then let's go for it. But it is beautiful to see all the sponsorships and stuff that sim racing teams become on. The only ones where I start to have issues are where it sort of gets a bit complicated as to which team it's a part of. And I am labelling this directly at one sponsor in general, one team in general, which is Marla. Great shot as we look over the bus stop here. Is Marla, because Marla is sort of a 50-50 whether it's a BS competition car or a Williams car. I thought it was BS competition coming into today. It's a Williams. I'm right, fantastic. And also, to go back to your point on long team names, and this one is because of Arjuna, and I know he's listening in right now, Arjuna Kankapati, who we had a team in the Zolder 23-hour for mental health. We had the Aurora Artifact Calamity Flag to Flag by RaceSpot, which is quite a long name, and it was only that long to break the overlay.
Yes, and we know how to break the overlay, and of course it always hurts our executive producer Hugo Louise, because it gets so small you can barely see it. Kova, we do like Kova. They're in P7, nice and simple. Yassi, exactly the same in P number 4. We like that. There is Kova. Antiola I've seen on racetracks. He's been on iRacing for more than 10 years now in that number 707 car. Very nice kind of camouflage-ish kind of livery to that car as well. We will talk about livery so much, but you know, sometimes simple is better, and that Kova car looks beautiful.
Yeah, definitely recognizable. It's just a black void, it seems, a lot of their cars, and you know, there's not that many teams that go for the fully black theme anymore. It, of course, used to be a thing maybe a good couple of years ago. You know, paints and liveries go through trends, just like fashion does in the real world. But Kova sticking to their guns with the basically completely blacked out theme on their car. And of course, you know, I have a lot of respect for Kova. Of course, they are basically the premier team as far as Finnish sim racing is concerned now. And we've always talked about Finnish sim racing being basically one of, if not the strongest country, especially at times, in the whole scene. Of course, you know, other countries have come to the forefront now. You've got, you know, so many German sim racers that are continuing to do good things at the top of these races, and you've also got Australians involved now. But for a long time on iRacing, Will, it was the Finns that were the people to beat. And, you know, they found some amazing success in the early days of iRacing with Gregor Hutu and such. But, you know, they continue to remain up there. You know, they've had bad times sometimes where they just weren't able to put the results together just sort of as a country. But it's great to see Kova continuing to support their local scene.
Yeah, Team Redline at one point had Alexei Usiakola, Olli Pakala, and also Gregor Hutu, 3 Finnish drivers in the team. It's worth noting that it was around late 2011, start of 2012, that the kind of national Finnish team started getting together. First one, of course, was Glacier Racing. That one came about due to a couple of reasons. One of the issues they had at one point was trying to get collaboration working in a larger team with Americans, Australasian drivers, British drivers, etc. all together. The language barrier was one, but actually the Finnish team seemed to be very insular, like looking in and supporting each other. And I can tell you one of the reasons why Glacier Racing started with this, because I was right in the middle of this history lesson, was the fact that sometimes they just didn't trust the people they were with. They felt, because they have a very high work ethic, they thought that they were putting a lot of time into driving and setting up these cars and weren't getting much in return. But there's also another thing. Finnish setups are very different to most other nation drivers' setups. I know this. I was in a team with a couple of Finnish drivers, and their setups were completely different to how we could ever drive the car. Kind of goes to how they drive cars in Finland themselves.
Yeah, I think it comes down to what they get used to. You know, the oversteer, the way they catch it, you know, the way the steering lock is, etc. The way they're going to drive it is completely different. But to go back to your trust, you know, the trusting of the teammates stuff, that is actually such an interesting point. And this actually goes back to even BS competition with, as you brought up, BS competition signing Niels Nyox right at the start of this year. And it wasn't just him that they signed. They signed Arta Camera and Gregor Schill. Now, those 3 have worked together when they were part of the G2 Esports, BMW Team G2 Esports can. So my point there is that you don't just sign one driver, you essentially sign a group to be like, I want you to work together because they all trust each other and stuff. And that's where the trusting of teammates is critical. You look at when Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong team up, what do they win? Pretty much everything. Because there is trust between them. They know exactly what they need. They know how the other guy likes to drive the car. Oh, he actually likes it a bit more understeery, a bit more on the nose. So I'm going to make the car a little bit like that because I'm used to driving with it.
Yeah, you're right. And over the years, as I said, I talked about Alexei Ziako and Ole Pakala coming together as a package from Glacier Racing over to Team Redline. You see that we saw it with TTRs about 3-4 years ago now. Apex Racing Team, they have a slightly different strategy, Connery. Actually, what they do is most of their drivers get to work in teams through their academy program and then progress up to actual Apex Racing Team. And it's one of those things that they teach so well in the academy. It's not just about being fast, it's about being a contributory team player.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. You can be you could be the second coming of Fiat and Senna, but if you can't work together with people, that's not really worth all that much, and it might sour your relationships with the teams, for example, and then all of a sudden no one will want to touch you, no matter how quick you are. But yeah, that's what those academy programs are pretty good at. I know, of course, Apex probably has one of the more well-known ones. Of course, Coanda have their young driver program as well, which they're going to promote their young drivers, at least a few of them, up into the main team. I think that's already happened with Oscar Biskrud, I think, after he qualified for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. So yeah, it's this is a great concept for those teams to try and develop those drivers to also establish some form of loyalty, remember, as well, because if you feel that, okay, these guys have helped me develop as a driver, I'm going to be more likely to stick with them in their main team, then that's an absolutely huge benefit. But yeah, we have some drivers out there racing right now in top positions that we thought we were absolute newcomers, just a handful of years ago. It's absolutely crazy.
Don't forget, you can come and talk to us over the course of this 24-hour race in a number of different ways. You can start off by talking to us on Twitter. It's the hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. Let us know how your race is going, if you're in the top split or any of the 50-plus splits that are going on this afternoon into the evening time, depending on where you're living. And you can also contact us on our Discord page. It's RaceSpot.wtf/Discord. And finally, if you'd like to use your voice to talk to us, you can come along to our TeamSpeak server. It is ts.racespot.tv. Make sure to put your name and your team and car number if you're on the top split. We will talk to drivers from other splits as well over the course of the day, so feel free to come along. And of course, if you do talk to us, please make sure that you do not swear. Our first interview of the day, then, we're going to talk to Team RaceSpot Online, the number 97 car, running for 16 in your LMP2 field. And we've got Manuel Sodal here. Manuel, how's it going here? Car's running P16 on track.
Yes, hi Will, hi Connery, hi Lewis, Hugo. It's such a pleasure to be here. Honestly, the racing year just truly starts with the Daytona, and such a pleasure. So for our car, it's going so far quite nice. We didn't expect to be in top split, to be honest. Really not. Only signed in with like 6.6 or something. I have to analyze later after the race like how close it was, but I really guess we just made it. And so we started quite from behind, moved our way up to P16. Now Mats is in the car from the beginning, so we quadruple stinting from the start, and next is Luca, and yeah, we're just like very relaxed and settled. Yeah, see what's going to happen and just enjoy racing with the best of the best. It's just amazing to be with so much talent on the same track.
Have you got more cars participating in other splits here today, or is it just this one car?
Now we have 2 more GT3 cars. To be honest, I don't know where the second GT3 car ended up in terms of splits. I guess they might be in split 3. The other one is in split 2, but the split 2 car already stopped. They were quite unfortunate, had a crash where they got involved, couldn't avoid it, and they're currently discussing if they're gonna do the next and final slot, and yeah, maybe still enjoy 24 hours.
And you talk about racing here in the top split and just making it in. Is there a sense of pride running in the top split? You know, would you prefer to be, dare I say it, running a little bit lower in the field in this top split compared to, for example, being at the very front of split number 2? Is there any pride or differences or way that you approach the race dependent on this?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think we're racers, so of course we of course want to race as high as possible. At the same time, it would be best to win a top split race, of course. But at the same time, we can be very realistic, and we're just not there. Yeah, we know that, we respect that a lot. So we are in this sport, yeah, quite intense and quite for a long time. So we can really, yeah, judge on what is needed to be on a level like Honda or Redline or the likes. And yeah, so it's an honor to be there as a team that is having a kind of a different approach. I mean, we're not professionals in that sense, so no one of us is earning his money with sim racing only through prize money and so on. But at the same time, we're just there. I mean, we're a regular top split team since whatever, always. So being there and being with the best is quite an achievement for a team like us. Where, yeah, all the real lives are the priority, and at the same time we're always also, yeah, building on the team. Now this race is quite special for us because we have 2 new team members that are going to give their debut in that 97 car in top split. They're doing the first top split races, so for them it's like something they would only dream of before, and now they can just enjoy it. And at the same time, we can, as a team, give them the environment to experience these races, but at the same time also learn from that and benefit from that in the long term, develop as a driver, and then we grow as a team. So that's kind of the approach we do. And yeah, meanwhile, we really enjoy it, the whole preparation. That's already a team effort, which was going on for like 6 weeks now. And yeah, lots of exchange, discussions, and just having a cool time. And if I may mention that as a last point, which is also special, and that's something for us as a team, that's something we just like so much, testing new stuff. We are working with a mental coach since like 9 months, and this guy called Micha Furich, he's now with this race, yeah, supervising us for 24 hours. So he's with us the whole race, and before each stint, he's going to have individual discussions with the respective driver who's supposed to go into the car next. And then we kind of prepared with the breathing techniques and discuss what is going to happen in the stint, and really try to benefit from that. And yeah, to work with my teammates and my friends with such, yeah, inspiring things. That's really something where I can say, even as a yeah, like, yeah, hobby pro team, it's just great to be able to be in a position where we can experiment with such things and learn from that. And that's what the sport is about. We're really enjoying it a lot, and it's just like a cool event. Yeah.
And actually, that's really interesting, because we were talking about this about half an hour ago, about the role of teams and the supporting of each other. I've got one final question for you. You spend so much time running in endurance races, or we see so often across RaceSpotTV's broadcast. How important is this Daytona race in terms of getting your team and getting all your kind of structures in place for the rest of the year and all the other series that you participate in?
Well, Daytona, I mean, just because of the date, it's the first race of the new year, and before that, in terms of the special events calendar from iRacing, there's like this decent break. So it's kind of, you know, like, the last 24-hour race was Spa, I think, so half a year ago for most of us. And so this is kind of representative for, okay, the new year is here. And then last year was an up and down year, so we had some really great results and cool races, but we also suffered here and there. Behind the scenes, we're restructuring a lot and working on different aspects in terms of the workflow and developing our car, or things like the mental coach I was just mentioning, stuff like that. So for this year, we really hope to settle more down and have some more consistent races and be more mature with how we do it. And so this is also what we try to do with Daytona. Just like, yeah, like directly take the first step on that path with a mature race. So like chilled, relaxed, try to have control and kind of trust more into our own talent and abilities. And in that term, Daytona is kind of the kickoff for the new season and kind of a reset. So you can kind of free your mind from what happened last year because it's easy. And then, you just see what's coming and prepare for the rest of the year, and then see what can be added in terms of series to the special events calendar, because still the special events are kind of the highlights throughout the year. It's just the big races, the big names, the big competition, and the cool races, like tracks and car-wise.
Well, Manuel Sadel from Team RaceSpot Online, thank you very much. Number 97 car is currently scored in 16th place in LMP2. We might talk to him a little bit later on. Talking about special events, we have got an absolutely incredible special events calendar for 2022. Our next special event is going to be in just a handful of weeks as we take on the mountain known as Mount Panorama in Bathurst 12 hours. But the thing is, actually, we're back here in 4 weeks' time as well, Lewis, because we are going to be doing the iRacing Daytona 500. And we earlier on just saw a wonderful look at the start-finish line, that lovely Daytona International Speedway logo. 4 weeks' time, someone is going to be doing some pretty crazy donuts through that.
Yeah, so the thing with the special events that we have, it's your chance to jump into taking part in what you view them in the real life as the biggest events of motorsport, whatever they are, whether you think it's Daytona or Bathurst, or whether you think it's that one in Germany where it's around that slightly average track that's quite long. It's your chance to jump in. It's fantastic. I've done the Daytona 500 for the last 3 years, and I always really enjoy it because it's something so different, so detached from what you can do elsewhere. A race of that distance, everyone's always like, "Oh, it takes a couple of hours," and it doesn't. Exactly. Let's start, throw some cautions in there and start aiming for the 4 hour mark, because it takes a long time to get through. It's things like that. It's things like the Indy 500. My number one is Bathurst. I love the Bathurst 12 hour. There is nothing that gets better than racing across the mountain for 12 hours, but it's you can just jump in and do these things. It's amazing.
iRacing Coke 600 is going to be our longest oval race of the year. I mean, that is going to be a 5-hour race. I remember actually doing double duty one year. Hugo, remember this, doing the iRacing Indy 500 and iRacing Coke 600 on the same weekend. Thankfully, they're separated out by a couple of days. We've got a week between them this year. One race that I'm personally really looking forward to, Connery, is going to be the 10 hours of Suzuka. Suzuka will always be one of my favorite tracks, and 10 hours is one of those races. The length is just absolutely perfect. It's not quite 12 hours, so the strategy becomes slightly more complex, but at the same time, we're going to have so much fun. GT3 only at that Suzuka race as well.
Yeah, so kind of a similar system in that respect to the Spa 24, but which is the other big event that I'm certainly looking forward to as well. But it's great to see another special event at Suzuka. It's a fantastic circuit. It's certainly one of my favourite circuits, not only in iRacing but sort of in motorsports in general. Just to give you an update though with regards to the participation in this time slot, at least, I think I counted 43 splits. So assuming full splits, which they're pretty much, it is 50 drivers. So 43 times 50, 2,150 teams. And of course, assuming 4 drivers for each team, which is probably a reasonable estimation of the amount of drivers that each team would have for a 24-hour race, is 8,600. So that's sort of the ballpark figure of how many competitors there are in this time slot of the iRacing Daytona 24. That's not even included in the other time slots.
Yeah, and in the top splits like this, Lewis, you'll have 3, maybe 4 drivers. The reason for that is because they fine-tune their setup so much. You want to bunch together 3 or 4 drivers. We've got people on pit road, by the way, Yassi, Mahal Racing Team in particular. You want to fine-tune the setups to the drivers as much as possible. You go down into some lower splits when the setup might not be as important, but having people hands on wheel who can drive is. We've seen some teams of 8, 9, 10 drivers, and actually it doesn't really matter because the driver change is still exactly the same. It's just at this top level, you want to kind of get that setup working for the smallest number of people possible, who can then be committed to working together for the entire 24 hours without as much outside interference.
Yeah, it goes back to the whole trust and driving with the same group of people over and over again, is that it's a bit easier to drive with 3 people on a setup on edge. When you get a setup on edge, you need to find people that can drive it, and there might only be 2 or 3 people that can actually make it stick. Whereas if you're just doing it with your mates, you then tend to make a slightly safer setup, something more open, more easy to drive. I mean, I didn't end up racing, but in the prototype last year, we were in something like split 7 in the team. We had 6 or 7 drivers, various sim drivers in the car. We had Seb Prio, we had Al Buncombe, Enzo Fittipaldi, and they were all just sort of in the same car. And at that point, they're not going to sit down and do 3.5 billion laps of practice. You need a car that's easy to drive, that's not necessarily on the limit, because you're taking part in the race. To take part in the race, you're not necessarily racing everyone else. You're racing the checkered flag. You're getting that far into the race, and that's where these have that slightly different mentality, and that's why you see 8-10 drivers even in some cars. What is the limit? Is it 20?
I think there is a really high limit. It's either 18 or 20, yeah. My old sim
drivers, drivers in the team?
Yeah.
16.
16, there we are. But I mean, I remember I say my old team, I'm still technically part of them, Banshee Autosport. They'll literally post something, guys, we're racing this weekend, and there'd almost be a case of a little game of hands up, who wants to drive next, not too far away from. I remember when we used to have, computer games for the first time when I was a kid, it was hands up, who wants to play next. Kind of the same thing. Of course, there is the professionalism still in there. There is the trust that we talk about in there, because these are guys who run together, work together on such a regular basis. We've got more cars on pit road, by the way. Number 2, Commander Simsport, Apex Racing Team. Number 99, P number 1, P number 2 in your race, both coming down onto pit road together. And this will be interesting to see whether or not there's going to be any driver changes or tyre changes this time. And they're going to be 1 for each of them. So Joshua Rogers gets out of the number 2 car, and Johan Half gets out of the number 99. Going into their cars, we'll find out in just 1 second. But of course, it's also going to be a tyre change as well as a fuel change. Fuel top up. And there we have a look at the Apex Racing Team. Currently first place. Driver getting ready to go, and let's get ourselves confirmation then, shall we, as the cars on the track getting themselves the tyres. For Apex Racing Team, we have got ourselves Peter Berryman, and for the number 2 car, Mitchell de Jong. We kind of expected the one that's the second time they've done that, Connery. Second time that kind of car's done that today.
They need to get on top of that, because that's just so much unnecessary lost time for them, as we see one of the Commander cars pull away. Now we're seeing Peter Berryman from the Apex Racing Team, number 99. I like this stabilized camera they have over his shoulder there. That's pretty cool. Of course, the drivers, and teams, of course, you know who you are. You probably already have the Zoom details from other competitions, so you know how to connect to it. But yeah, it's nice to see the live look in, and I guess that's inside of the Apex team house now down in Corby. I think Peter Berryman is one of those drivers that has the luxury of competing from there.
Yeah, I did make a mistake early on. There's 3 things to know about Corby. The third one is that there's an archery shop just nearby, because I used to do archery all the time, and that was basically one of the few places in the south of England where you can actually go and pick up stuff. Peter Berryman is the driver who leads out of pit road then in the Apex Racing number 99 car. Mitchell de Jong, we did completely expect to be the driver who takes over from Josh Rogers. It's just a bit like after you put peanut butter on your sandwich, what do you put on next, Lewis? It's jelly, or in this case, it's Mitchell de Jong.
I mean, Mitch de Jong leading here at Daytona is something he is used to doing. I've got a little bit of a fun fact about Mitchell de Jong and this racetrack, and this race in particular, because of course has done every race from 2015 up to 2021 with the exception of the 2018 race. And from that we can actually, and I did this last year and I just added the numbers in, so don't think as if I've got like some new spreadsheet. It's all the stuff from last year. From all of the laps of competition he's completed, he has only failed to lead 51 laps around here, and he has done 1,637 laps. He is 25 laps away from leading 1,600 laps around this track in this race. That is an insane percentage.
That is getting close to 2 races worth of a Daytona 24 Hours in the lead. The computer, to quote a very famous motorsports commentator, every time he's worked with us on iRacing, he always talks about the magical computer, but the computer is saying 924 laps right now. So the laps number is going to be a little bit lower this year, potentially, compared to what we had. So we're not likely to hit the 1,000 lap mark, but of course the lap times will get much faster as we go through into the night. I absolutely love sunset at Daytona. I mean, we always talk, Connery, about the most romantic places in the world. You've got Paris at the Eiffel Tower, you've got the beaches or the sun coming down. I'm very sorry. For me, it's Daytona. Despite the fact also, you've got the planes in the background. Have we ever worked out, is that a Boeing 757?
That would line up from about the first version of Daytona, because there's not many 757s left in service. Maybe primarily with cargo airlines, I think. Sorry, I'm getting my aviation buff brain engaged right now, but yeah, I haven't actually ever gotten myself a good look at it. So if we get a good look at it, then maybe potentially I might be able to tell. But yeah, aviation geekness aside. Yeah, it's a fantastic atmosphere here at Daytona when the sun starts to go down, and you get the more oranges, more orange colours come through, the reflections off of the racing surface as well. That does affect the drivers somewhat as well, because sometimes they like to race in not ideal lighting conditions, at least we would have first thought. Some of them like to race in the dark, so as soon as your eyes start to see oranges and whatever, it starts to think, oh, it's time for sleep, and that's where you get the fatigue start to set in. So yeah, it can be a bit of a danger, and of course if you have bloom on as well in the graphical settings, sometimes that can reduce your visibility somewhat if you're pointing towards that setting sun.
Yeah, we have 2 silly hours a day. One of them is just as the sun's going down, Lewis. The other one is about an hour before the sun comes up, because it's that point. It's one of those statistical facts that 4 o'clock in the morning for most people is when they're the most tired, most likely to make a mistake. Ironically, in a race like this, it'll be just before the sun starts to think about coming up on the racetrack as well. But for the Daytona racetrack as well itself, I've got many a friend that's been to see the Rolex 24 at Daytona. It is certainly on my bucket list. In fact, I'll probably put it highest of the 3 big endurance races of the year. But you've got this wonderful shot that Hugo Louise on cameras is showing right now. The entertainment on the infield, I really do want to ride the Ferris wheel, and the other thing that just flings you around, probably not after having a hot dog or something else on the infield, but there's such community here in Florida, and for many people, it is that first time of the year. They get the RVs out, they get the barbecue out, have some fun on the infield, and it's one of these things that, quite frankly, I miss in British motorsports, because as you know, Lewis, you go to an event at Silverstone or Brands Hatch, you're not allowed to take your RV and your barbecue, your big barbecue and your conductor in. You've got to try and cook a sausage on that 2-pound little tray that you get that takes half an hour to heat up and has all of 3 little bits of coal in there.
Yeah, it's again, to return to the point before, it's not ideal. It's not great, but like you say, the endurance spirit, shall we say, where you go and you sit there as a fan and like you spend all night making your food and having a good time. Yeah, you don't really do that too much in this country. And that's one thing that we need to change. I want British touring cars. I want to be able to take. I want my barbecue. I want everything. Unfortunately, not quite as much. I have heard from drivers that is a little bit distracting. Not so much that it's more the smell. As much as you kind of think you don't really get the smell in there too much. But have you ever driven around or been in your house and someone does something and you can just smell a little bit of it and you're kind of thinking, does that smell? What is that? Maybe I think it's a sausage. Maybe is that like doubt, and that is honestly distracting. And when you're trying to apply all of the focus, that's not fun. I'll say that.
Yeah, Spa, for example, they have the issue where you've got the wonderful waft of French fries, which of course in Spa you just douse with mayonnaise because that's what they do up there. Actually, the French don't have the best French fries. The Belgians have the best French fries in the world, even better than chip shop fries from the UK, I have to say, even though I might have just lost my British citizenship. I would say, though, the German Nürburgring 24 is very, very precise. The sun goes down, most people go back to their RVs, plug in their conductor, all of a sudden you've got the music, you've got the food, you've got the beer, it's great. Le Mans, of course, I've always had that question because I've never been to Le Mans, Lewis. Would you spend the entire time watching the race, or do you try and get down to the infield KFC at some point? Because I know of any of the racetracks, I think Le Mans, what I always hear people say, gets very cold at night.
See, I've still not done Le Mans. I'm trying to do it in 23 as it's the Centurial event, but I've not done Le Mans. I have done the Nürburgring 24 hour, and in the similar events, and you know, from what I've heard and stuff, yeah, I know Le Mans gets damn cold in the middle. Like, you think it's the middle of summer, but where it's quite flat, the wind comes in, it does genuinely get quite chilly. For me, I'm not opposed to the idea of, you know, if you're there at a race, if you've got a couple of hours, you know, it's the middle of the race, middle of the night, it's a little bit flat, it's a little bit dull, you know, not too much is going on. Step away from the race, go and do something else, go and grab yourself a bit of food, return to the race and enjoy it. I know some people are like, no, that's not the motorsport purist thing, you've got to stay at the track for all 24 hours, whereas I'm kind of like, go and do as you wish.
We've got two red line cars on pit road. That is red, that is blue coming in. And then you see the two different angles being taken there, Connery. The reason why they do that is because they both want to come on towards pit road and they don't want to hit each other. When you've got teammates doing that, working together in very close proximity, they'll be talking to each other through their kind of like inter-team radios, using Discord, using TeamSpeak, probably not using Skype. But the thing about that is that they will say, okay, I'm going high, you go low.
Yeah, it's all about the coordination there. The last thing you want is to have that second car in line accidentally misjudge their braking point and run into the back of their teammate trying to get down on towards the pit lane. That's the nightmare scenario when you have two teams coming down in like that. But Red Line seem to have gotten themselves a system where they say, okay, car ahead goes low, car behind goes a little bit more towards the right, coming down towards the pit lane. And look at that, just perfectly executed. The Team Red Line red car coming out ahead of the Team Red Line blue car. They had pretty much the identical stop times, and they're going to be re-establishing this two-car tandem at the front of GTDs. So this is looking pretty good.
Here come the red line 2 by 2. There we are. That's about as matching as you're getting. But the red leads the blue car out of pit road. And let's have a look to see where the other cars around them are. They've got a little bit of clear track ahead of them. You see the sun is starting to come down now here at Daytona. I would say, though, Lewis, the craziest atmosphere you'd get in terms of a race. I know they've had, is it Le Mans when they have like a kind of massive dance stage at the night time? Know that, of course, Indianapolis, they just have a massive party on Indy 500 race day that starts at exactly 6 a.m. and goes on until whoever knows where. But the issue about Indianapolis, it takes about 2.5, 3 hours sometimes to get into the track. So the party actually starts at about 3:30 in the morning on 16th Street, leading in towards the venue.
I think it's typical for like most circuits, well, at least on larger events and stuff. They tend to have like concerts or something in the middle of them. I mean, so like, Indianapolis, you can see it from just up above. There's just stuff going on in the middle, even throughout the middle of the race. It's just how it goes. Is the same at Le Mans. You've got your events and stuff. Is the same even at the Nordschleife. There's just going around it. There's just things happening, concerts. Obviously you've got the classic rides and stuff that all just go. I've always kind of been fascinated by those. To think, hang on, shouldn't you be watching the race? But again, I'm not really, in that sense, the most motorsport purist. So it's just like, do whatever's enjoyable to you. There's been a switch, by the way, a light one. A bit further down the order in the GTD category is Luke Bennett has got ahead of the BMW Team Redline red car before obviously all the other GTDs come into the pit lane and start serving their stops and potentially dropping back behind the two Redline cars. There is a switch between these two. it's not even the bit that surprised me the most. We are nearly 3 hours into this race, Will, and these two have not switched out yet. I think they're doing a double stint on tyres at the start of the race and a double stint on tyres now. This is the second stint on this. But that means that by the time they get out of the car, they're going to have been in the car for, as near as makes no difference, 4 hours. That is a long, long time to maintain a high level of concentration.
Yeah, I estimate it at 3 hours and about 47 minutes. Yeah. And the only reason why I say that, not to undermine you, is because I was just looking at how long their stints are. They're working at 56, 57 minutes right now. So these two cars are looking to just go shy of 4 hours. But we do need to take those minutes into account as we go through the race, because they could well be the difference maker. If a team needs to do another pit stop at the end, or dare we say it, the infinite splash and dash. I've got something on our internal chat about me having to try and make an Aussie happy, because there's footage we're trying to get of a certain RaceSpot commentator, David Haynes, Bear, wearing iRacing branded clothes. And are we going to get this up on the screen? Oh. There we are. Look at that. And, well, let's be honest here, Connery. We love David. David has always got a sense of style and a sense of attitude. And we've got RaceSpot Cat, we've got RaceSpot Dog, now we have RaceSpot Bear.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do appreciate the IKEA blage, the plush shark that's to the left there with the iRacing hat on. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I need more iRacing merch. I do have bits and pieces that I've collected from sim racing expos and things like that, when the iRacing crew have turned up with a couple of the staff members and they're giving out shirts and things like that. But yeah, I do need more stuff.
What we actually need to do is get ourselves some new merch for RaceSpot as well, because let's be honest, our stuff's about 6 years old now. The last time we actually came up with something was when we did Sim Racing Expo together. Thank you very much to Hugo for that one. We'll get an order made before Hugo comes in May. We won't give away too much, but if you are living in the United Kingdom on the second weekend of May, keep a bit of it free, because we are preparing to announce a very fun event which will feature the one and only Hugo Louise making his way to England for the first time to come and see us all, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Hugo, he's been to Germany before, but he hasn't been to more the home of RaceSpot, I would say, here in the UK, so that's going to be very exciting. And of course, like you said, we have something very special planned for some point in the next couple of months. So that's an announcement of an announcement of an announcement, I suppose.
Yes, which is perfect for us in sim racing. One thing that's worth noting as well is we did ask Hugo if he's going to go to Germany whilst he's over in the UK to go and see his teammates, and his exact answer was nah. So if you are listening, Commander, that's how much Hugo values his team membership right now. And I knew I was going to get it in at some point. This is what happens when you do 12 hours of commentary. Talking about Commander SimSport, they have actually pulled out here, Lewis. 1.6 over Apex Racing Team, the number 99 car. But we have got possibly the coolest looking car of the field on our screen right now. This is the BS Turner car. What basically BAR should have done.
Yeah, I mean, I know Arjun is going to be watching this, because I know he loves the BS Turner car. Unfortunately, it's not been the greatest day for BS Turner. It's not been particularly terrible. It's just not been maybe what they would have wanted. Yes, of course, at one point they were at the top of the leaderboard, and that's through pit stops and stuff. They've been running. See, look, there you go. So 0-1 on the side. Quick, take a screenshot and run away. It's been running more so outside of the top 10, typically running down there, not really doing too much on speed, but keeping out of trouble. And we all know with a race like this, that is the single most important thing. Keep out of trouble. Keep your car clean, because even if you're not the fastest team on the planet, it doesn't matter. If you can just get through the entire race without a bump and scrape, I'd almost guarantee that is a top 5.
Yeah, cannot argue with that one. And again, just surviving, making sure you don't get damaged, that is one of the first things that all the teams have to hope for. I'd say over the years, we have seen some very, very close misses. The one that comes to mind, I mean, we saw one McLaren today, Connie, I think it was about 2-3 years ago, when we all had our heart in the mouth, as I think it was Martin Kroenke who had just managed to work his way through an incident when he was leading by about a lap here.
Yeah, I think I do remember that situation. It's just one of those things where somehow you have a situation happen ahead of you, and you have to pick your way through it. You know, you're just thrown at you, and especially if you're in this condition where you're tunnel visioned and you're not really paying attention. Speaking of not really paying attention, that's a Lambo in the wall, and I believe that's the RAG Esports Lamborghini that's gotten itself involved in an incident due to prototypes behind trying to put a lap on it.
Yeah, and little incidents like that, they can start off small, but they can escalate very, very quickly. That's that whole tunnel vision we were talking about earlier on, Lewis, because if you are just racing in the moment and you're just focusing on, you know, your breathing, your acceleration, your braking, and then something like that happens, the mark of a good driver is how quickly can you react to that without going into panic mode, because the panic mode is what often actually causes a secondary incident. It's how can you just focus on what is happening in front of you without letting it consume you.
Yeah, it's those kind of things where you, like I say, how you bounce back from it. I think that was the race clutch car that was just into the barrier there. That was assisted. I'm also pretty sure, again, wild guesses here, I'm pretty sure that might have been the Govan Keeney driven PJZ Motorsport Lamborghini, just little lightly into the rear end, sending Marcus Deck off the car. And it wasn't the race clutch car, so at least that guess paid off. I mean, take for example a little bit earlier on the race with the Maniti car, actually the T3 Motorsports Maniti car. We saw an issue with it down here at the hairpin, and then within the same lap, Connery caught the issue going through the bus stop. Your point being is, the mark of the good driver is, if there has been an issue, if there has been something go wrong, slightly right, a GT in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you've been caught up in it, how quickly can you react to that? How quickly can you just get on with it and get back into the rhythm when this is all rhythm? If it's like a switch, I'm in the rhythm, I'm out of the rhythm, I'm in the rhythm, out of the rhythm. If you could just go, right, bam, I've been knocked out of it, but I'm back in it again. I've been out of the car for 3 hours, I'm back in the rhythm again. Oh my. Wave Italy Racing Team Red being sent off there.
And it's turn number one. And to further your point, it's turn one where the most unpredictable stuff normally happens.
It comes down to the 18 different lines that people take through it.
Yeah. At some point, I think we need to have a comparison. Which one has more entry points? Is it Sunset Bend at Sebring, turn one at Daytona?
Oh, that is a great question. I'd actually say I think T1 here. I think T1 here's got so many different lines because of the banking and stuff and how you arc into the corner and how the apex is so late. I think Sebring, you know, Sunset, whilst it's a bit more open, you tend to avoid the same bump, so your line is more narrowed as to which ones you actually take. And so it's like, this is me being a bit, you know, dancing around it, but there's 3 or 4 lines, 2 or 3 lines at Sebring, whereas here it's just like, all right.
I think with Sebring, it's more of a fact that you've got those kind of 3 or 4 lines that sometimes you can kind of switch between them. But once you've actually committed, Connery, to that line at Sebring Sunset Bend, it's a lot more difficult to adjust as you go through the corner. Whereas here, we've seen that it's actually before you even enter to the corner, you kind of committed. Because if you take that high line, then dance down, and all of a sudden there's a car kind of like doing 2 miles an hour, then to actually stop your momentum becomes even more difficult here, because you're kind of then committed to either being low side or high side, unless you're going to go all the way out into the grey and just roll off the brake pedal a little bit.
Yeah, and the trickier thing here about Daytona is that, of course, you're still kind of turning and you're still going down going across the transition between the banking and the flat piece of racetrack, while you're also trying to brake in a lot of cases, especially in the GT cars. So there's a lot of different forces acting on the car coming through there, and one of them out of whack can just completely unsettle the entire thing. So yeah, Daytona Turn 1, I would say, is probably the trickier corner of the two, but Sunset Bend isn't too bad either. Well, I guess we'll talk more about that when we get to Sebring 12 Hour, but it is a fantastic piece of racetrack.
Yeah. On board is Scott Michaels, SRC Movano, Corso Rosso. Scott Michaels is, again, one of these drivers that's been on iRacing for more than 10 years. It's always great to see him on track. And a wonderful look from my helmet cam here today. On the exit of the International Horseshoe, you can just see the traffic around him. You also notice, Connery, just how early he got out of the gas on the run into turn number 1. He literally lifted and coasted about 200 meters back, knowing just how many cars there were and the fact that there was some traffic ahead. So some very good heads-up driving there by Michaels as he's just gone through the West Horseshoe, now to the out of the in and out.
When it comes to traffic, you can actually influence it somewhat. You can sort of make your own luck by some good positioning and some good timing. You know, some drivers just run up onto the back of a bit of traffic and they just they get really frustrated that they're being held up. But the better drivers will sort of see that sort of 10 car lengths down the road and say, okay, there's a bit of traffic coming up, maybe 3-4 cars. What am I going to do to try and catch these guys in the right place? Because I lose more time if I get up behind them and then sit behind them through a slow speed section, for example, than I do just slowing down a little bit now so that then I can get them off of the exit of a corner onto a straight. That is the better situation, loses you less time.
Yeah. Also, just reflecting here, Lewis, on the fact that they've got a corner here called In and Out, when there is no In and Out burger anywhere near Florida. This is true Five Guys and other burger joints country. Just a little thing that humoured me, thinking about turn 1 and what's essentially turn 6 here, because even though there are names for each of these horseshoes, I just realised we don't actually use them that often.
No, we don't. And, well, at least for Daytona, we sort of just use corner numbers, don't we?
Yeah.
That's just the situation. It's only the International Horseshoe and the bus stop that tend to actually have themselves any actual names. But, you know, of course, they're, you know, it's... You know, I like how one of the track maps I just found literally just says front stretch and back stretch in quote marks, and the only other two named corners are the International Horseshoe and the bus stop. So I think those are kind of the only two situations. Of course, you know, you have the names like West Horseshoe for turn 5. That's another thing. Apparently, turn 6 as you exit the infield into the banking is called the in and out. So yeah, there we go. They do have names.
That's a perfect loop around.
Yeah, exactly. There's, you know, these corners do have names, just that not really too well known, I suppose.
I tell you what, we're just over 3 hours into our webcast here of the 2022 Daytona 24 Hours, an iRacing special event. And let's have a quick run through of our field, shall we? Brought to you by ATVO. And we're going to start off in our LMP2 field, where it is still the battle going on between Apex Racing Team and Co-Anderson Simsport in that battle for the race lead. And you notice the fact they are each up 1 position in this race so far. And they've pulled out now, Lewis, a 15.1 second gap over Obsidian Racing and Pablo Lazar, who runs in 3rd, and then it's a 10-second gap between Obsidian Racing and the highest placed Williams Esports car.
Yeah, it's slightly separated in this group. Obviously, earlier on in the race, the VRS Co-Anderson Simsport 18 car that was driven by Dane Warren was taken over a couple of stints ago by Lauren Heinrich. They were a part of this battle as well, but as the race is going on, as the stints are getting on and on, it really is becoming the battle between these two. Post-driver swaps, of course, Josh Rogers started the VRS Co-Anderson Simsport 8, and Johan Hart started the Apex Racing team. It's now Mitchell de Jong, what we classify as Mr. Daytona, who might potentially lose the lead here to Peter Berryman in the coming laps. Did lose it for a couple of corners and then regained it back as Mitchell de Jong continues to lead. Obsidian, Williams Esports Benke have dropped a load because they were involved in that incident down at the International Horseshoe earlier on in the race. They've risen back up to P4. Marla Racing Team, Yazhi up there as well, all involved in a fairly tight battle with the VRS Co-Anderson Simsport 18 car.
You have a little bit further back, you've got Mahal Racing Team running in P5. Yas Heat, they've been in the top 5, 6, 7 cars all the way through today. VRS Co-Anderson Simsport, Lauren Heinrich, as we say, they are running right now in 7. Kova and Lassie Urinen is the second driver in that Conan car, and Kova car even. They run in number 8. 9th place is Pure Sims Esports in Chris Garth, and it's all changing a little bit because we've got ourselves Inertia X Wenderville Sim Racing. They are battling it out with Simink, and this is for the last position inside your top 10, Connery, as the battle for P4, 5, 6, and 7 is what we're showing on screen.
Yeah, so lots of close battles still happening up and down the field with a couple of hours under our belt already. It's fantastic to see. Hopefully these battles do continue on through the night so we can have potentially some fantastic finishes at the drop of the checkered flag tomorrow, shall we say. So yeah, this is great to see everyone still very competitive at this stage. Of course, the actual on-track battles, they don't have too much sting in them because we are in these very early stages. Drivers simply do not want to be taking all too many risks to then, you know, potentially put themselves out of the event. As we see on the left-hand side, there's the GT order with Fire SimSport Green leading the way for the moment. But of course, there's a slight difference in terms of exact strategies going on here, with some drivers taking tyres on that last stint and some deciding to keep the older tyres on.
I would say here, Lewis, the fact that the Team Redline Blue car is up 9 spots is one that we've kind of overlooked a little bit. And, you know, Team Redline sometimes get a little bit of the, oh, they qualify up front and they just run up front. But it's been really good to see that number 72 car up so high. Luke Bennett is currently behind the wheel of that one. And yes, the strategy's been a little bit different. They have underfueled a little bit to try and get themselves some track position, but they are up 9 places, and there's only a couple of teams that has done more than that. BS Turner, who currently run in 8th place, as well as, I think it's a Pure Sims car, who's also up a number of positions. So a lot of movement going on in GTD, but the thing about it is the consistency of the drivers is really shining through already.
Well, let's just talk about the GTD in the sense that it was a seven car train from the lead down to 7th place, obviously, in the previous stint. However, whatever they've done this time, I think they've just not taken tyres this stint, which again shows more impressive as to what Luke Bennett's been doing to keep these tyres still alive. They've gapped the rest of the grouping behind, and now it really is 3 cars and then a 21-second gap back to the battle from 4th to 7th, which weirdly enough were the cars that were a part of that battle. What I'm saying from there is I reckon the next time they come into the pit lane in around about 45 minutes time, maybe 40 minutes, I reckon you might see those 7 once again close up to this grouping, dependent on how they're taking tyres. All we can say for a certainty is Fire are properly battling with Redline here, and this is interesting.
And it's the level of battling here, it's very, very close between them, Lewis, to the point where you might be thinking, okay, do we need to be this aggressive 3 hours and 10 minutes into the race? But also for Fire, they're probably going to be burning quite a bit of fuel. The fact that they're not able to lift and coast, for example, into turn 1, because that Team Redline Blue car is hounding them all the way through NASCAR 3 and 4 and the Tri-Oval.
And Beneke is kind of weaving a little bit behind Luke Bennett. I wonder if he's almost trying to communicate to the 72 car. Well, I'm sure there's easy ways to communicate. Well, you just ask them whether they're on the in the same channel or whatever at this point. Bit of weaving. There was lights flashing as well at T1. I think Beneke is sat there thinking, come on, mate, hop out of my way. I actually want to get into that spot right now. So I wonder if we'll see a switch between the blue and the red Team Redline cars. We'll have to wait and see on that one and see if they do switch their way around. But it is also interesting to note that the BMWs here battling with the Porsche. Obviously, Redline will have practiced the bump drafting and such with a Porsche, being the Redline Porsche, the Redline orange car. So they kind of know how to push a Porsche, what the limits are already of the Porsche, regardless of what setup they're running. They already know what that car can do and how to fight it.
You're completely right, and it is worth noting that we would love to give you some onboard audio for some of these drivers, but Connery, you and I both know very well that we would have to have the bleep machine working quite heavily with a number of these drivers. Max Beneke is one of them, is here coming past the start-finish line right about now. Team Redline Blue once again right on the rear of the Fire cars. They head in towards turn number 1, but again, Fire's gone wide.
They've gone very wide and they have to surrender at least one of those positions. I don't know whether they'll fight with Redline Red so hard for P2 for the second position in that train. But yeah, that's just unfortunate. I think they kind of got bullied out of the way a little bit. They saw the threatening posture from those Team Redline BMWs behind, and they've cracked a little bit here. Although saying that, Lasseback, I was talking about him earlier on, you know, certainly a very potent competitor, but it seems like with the difference in cycle with the pit stops for Fyra, not really working out in their favor with regards to the tire life to be able to hold on to that. So they do get out of the way, but the benefit for them is that they do not drop off the back of the pair of the red line cars. They can sit behind and get the slipstream going, which will negate somewhat the effect of having the tire situation.
Well, there's a couple of points there. The first one is, I'd love to know whether there's a little bit of a bump just before they came down in towards turn number 1. That last time by Lewis, but also it was very good heads-up driving by Fyra, because yes, they went wide. We saw them go wide, but they did exactly what we talked about earlier. You roll off the throttle for maybe half a second, get the car turned, rather than just locking everything up and losing yourself maybe a second and a half. And also, if I was in Fyra's position, I actually would prefer to run third in line rather than be the kind of like filling, because it is veganuary. I'm not allowed to say meat entirely, but the filling inside this Team Redline sandwich, because I always feel less comfortable when you're in the middle, especially in a situation like this when it makes no real difference if I'm second or third.
Yeah, I agree. So to go to the first point of that, as to whether there was contact at turn 1, don't know if old Hugo Luis, our broadcast producer, is trying to find a replay of it. I've seen it on my end. I actually don't think there was contact. Obviously there was bump drafting, but as far as I could see, Luke Bennett had got off the rear end of Lasseback before the all-important turning point of turn 1. I think, at least from what I saw, I think Lasseback might have just overdone it themselves, and then, you know, jump back in line. Whether it was intentional, I'm going to overdo this corner, and oh no, I've fallen out of position, I'm going to sit conveniently behind the pair of you. Because I agree with you, at this point, is there an advantage to being at the front of this group? Not really. You might be able to hold the red lines back from suddenly detonating and making a large gap. But right now, if the slipstream's keeping you up, regardless of whether you're saving fuel or not, third spot might just be good enough that you're just hanging on to what's going on right now.
Race clutch number 15, Sim Inc. Satellite Racing are on pit road, as are a couple of other drivers right now. And this track as well, Lewis, it's not one where you can just put the foot down and before you know it, you're 2-3 seconds ahead. Sebring, oh, there's a look then down in towards turn number 1. So you can see there was definitely bump drafting as they work through NASCAR 3 and 4. Still bump drafting as they work into the tri-oval. The separation occurs just before turn number 1, but by that point, there's a couple of extra kilometers an hour that maybe the bump drafting was done deliberately, not to push the driver out of the way into the corner, because that can create a much bigger incident, but actually just increase the top speed of that Fyra SimSport green car to the point where they either had to brake a little bit early or just roll off the gas into the corner, Lewis.
Yeah, that's like touring car style driving, and in my opinion, in a good way of touring car style driving. I've had it before where rather than, say, going for a dive bomb, rather than going for this, rather than going for that, sometimes you're sat behind someone and you think, actually, all I'm going to do is I'm going to almost push you into you making a mistake. I'm going to change things up for you. I'm going to try and get you offline. I'm going to try and make you go faster, or, to be honest, sometimes push you into a battle that you obviously don't want to be a part of. Those kind of ones, like that's where it's just heads-up racecraft and knowledge as to what makes people uncomfortable. I actually think is incredibly interesting with touring car racing, and as we can see it right there, I think it was more just a mistake from Fyra. They had been bump drafting a little bit on a couple of laps before, but you're absolutely right. The speed differential, even if it's 2 or 3k, is enough to make you think, oh, hang on, I've missed my braking point here.
And we do know, Connery, that one of the things that Team Redline are great at, especially Max Maneke, is he is incredibly good at getting into a driver's head. Now, in this case, of course, we weren't talking about Max Maneke, we were talking about Luke Bennett, but, so a team can impart that type of knowledge. And you go back to the 80s when it was Senna versus Prost. Prost was a driver who would think his way through the race more. He would be the driver who could be far more methodical in the way that he kind of wore a driver down. Senna historically was the driver who would automatically go for the move, but Prost was the one who is better at playing mind games. And I think that what Beneke's learned over the years, he's translating into skills that he's teaching to Bennett and some of the other people at Redline camp.
Yeah, well, over the years, Beneke, he's been a victim to some mind games over the course of World Championship seasons as well, in his fights with Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, and such. So certainly no stranger to the sort of shenanigans that goes on out there on circuit. And well, that's a bit of shenanigans right there as the Mahler Racing Team prototype decides that they just want to take all these positions right now on the lapped cars and get themselves through without too much delay. Those are always the little situations that always sort of make you tense up a little bit, because that prototype did come quite hot into that one. But returning to your point, well, yeah, Maximilian Beneke, he's been around the block quite a bit now, so he's gonna, and that's not a negative whatsoever, still as fast as ever, but he's able to relay that sort of experience all to the other members of Team Redline and develop the rest of the team just that little bit more.
Flashing lights, which of course we all know means get out of my way immediately. Even if you are about a kilometre behind, you see those lights, and it is the universal code for get out of my way. Just having a look at my timing screen, by the way. That battle between Simlink Satellite Racing and Race Clutch that came on towards pit road at the same time, only separated by about 0.2 of a second right now. You still got lots of very close battles going on in LMP2, even though we are keeping it for the time being with your class leaders in GTD, GT Daytona. For those of you wondering what the D stands for, it's a little bit obvious, of course, because we are at the World Centre of Racing here today, and it is Team Redline Blue leading by 0.2 of a second over Team Redline Red, who are leading by 0.2 of a second over Fire at SimSport Green. Now, here's an interesting point, Connery. This phase of the race, it is often better to be reactive compared to being proactive in terms of your strategy. For example, do you double stint? Do you treble stint? Do you quad stint? There's always someone else you'd like to see do the data and the work for you, and then you can react, because at this stage you have more wiggle room because those tyres are not going to be under as much pressure compared to later on. But when we come back on air at about 6:30 in the morning tomorrow morning, it's going to be the case that you've got to be proactive, and you're going to have to be the driver taking the risk. Do you think that the two Team Redline cars will try to work together to kind of measure what that risk is between the double, the treble, the quad stints, etc., and maybe now that we've only got two real cars in the game out front, maybe try and work that one out and, you know, sacrifice the 1-2 potentially just to see if they can guarantee themselves a race victory?
I think they would have done a lot of this preparation even before this event started. It reminds me from when I used to run in oval racing quite seriously, where we would sort of in our practice leading up to a certain week's events, we would just try and work in all weather conditions pretty much. Okay, if it's cold, you know, what are the tires doing? What is the setup doing? You know, what strategy options does that open up if the weather's cold? And it goes the same if the weather's particularly warm and the tires aren't lasting quite as long as you would have thought. So then that makes like the quad and triple quad stints a little bit more of a struggle. So I think a team as big as Team Redline would have put in that prior preparation to be able to sort of figure out where they need to be on the strategy depending on the track conditions. But like you said, when it comes towards the end of the race, it becomes less about the pre-prepared material and more about actually reacting to what's happening on circuit and trying to get the jump that way.
As you've got two Coanda cars and an Apex car on pit road at the same time. For once, Lewis, the Coanda car that's number 18 is able to get into its pit stall without having to return itself, but you still got at the front of your field Peter Berryman in the Apex Racing car and Mitchell de Jong in second place. The pit stop times between them, well, it was actually a second longer almost on the stop time for Mitchell de Jong there, and that translated to 9 tenths. Oh my word!
Straight away, and that is Peter Berryman getting into the Team Redline orange car at the International Horseshoe, and he had the lead for 2 corners.
Yeah. This is one of those times when I really shouldn't be looking at my pit screen there. We'll get ourselves a replay in a moment, but what it's done is it's hurt Apex in 2 divisions. Number 1, the VRS Commander SimSport number 2 car is now 2 seconds ahead, and number 2, we don't know what damage there is to that number 99 Apex Racing Team car. Here's a replay then, and coming into the International Horseshoe, I would have to say that's a little bit more connectivity than anything else there. So I'm not going to put any blame on that red line car. It looked to be connectivity issues, and that was about it, Connery. And a very congested racetrack.
I mean, this is sim racing, this is online racing. You still have to be considerate of that, you know, especially so there is still some blame to ascribe to Apex there. It's not saying that they're completely blame free, but they got to be aware that that it might not work in the way they expect, and they went a little bit deep. It wasn't helped by the fact that that they had a prototype on the inside that they were trying to deal with as well, that they perhaps weren't expecting at the time, which sort of put them off their game coming out of the, or rather coming into the International Horseshoe. So there's certainly some mitigating factors there for them, but that is a little bit of an embarrassment. But however, maybe not as much as Team Red Line Orange, because it's another situation that they've gotten themselves into where they've come off as the worst party. They've had the 2 disconnections already, and now they've had a bit of contact, which wasn't their fault. It just seemingly can't go right in any way for that Team Red Line Orange machine.
Yeah, and you know what? There used to be a little bit of a running joke when I was commentating these special events. There'd always be one driver who would all be primed to see. Back then it was Ben Cornett. I hadn't commentated on Ben Cornett in something like 5-6 years, and it would never happen. I'm almost starting to wonder, are we going to have the same issue with that Team Red Line Orange car, that they're just going to throw in the towel before too long because of the fact that they've had these now 3 big incidents in this race? The Apex team in the number 99 car, if you're going to have an incident, the worst time to have it, Lewis, is just basically after you came out of pit road. The lap times don't seem to be dropping off that badly, but now Apex Racing Team, they're going to have to do maybe 5-10 blistering laps to even get the draft back. And the good thing I saw there from Peter Berriman when we had that webcam showing is that he was really in next corner up mode. He wasn't panicking, he wasn't frustrated as much. It was next corner up as got the car turned around.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a big one. BMW banker off as well. That was just ahead of the 10th place battle in GTD. So we're starting to get, as we're approaching the night time, we're approaching 3.5 hours into this race, we're starting to get a few mistakes creeping into this race, and there is yet another one. To go back to the Apex Racing thing, Peter Berriman, depending on how much fuel saving, as Yassi come into the pit lane, depending on how much fuel saving the VRS Commander SimSport is going to do here, they're sat on the rear end of Team RSO, who are the car that was the prototype that was on the inside when Berriman was getting a little bit confused with what was going on. It's certainly not done yet. Well, keep an eye. The gap's 1.6. It was 2.4 seconds a while ago. It's now down to 1.6, 1.7 seconds. It's not too bad, but you're trying to go up against Mr. Daytona himself, as we've all said. Mitchell de Jong can confirm now he has ticked off his 1,600th lap led in the iRacing Daytona to 24 since it started in 2015, and that is pretty impressive.
That's beyond impressive. I was about to ask how close he was to that. Realistically, there's a replay down into the bus stop chicane. We are getting really into maybe this being the silly hour, as we are just about 3.5 hours, or touching towards 3.5 hours in this race. But for Mitchell de Jong, I mean, his next target, Lewis, is basically to try and get up to about 1,850 laps, which will be pretty much 2 entire Daytona 24-hour races that he spent in the lead. And we're going to start talking about really silly numbers. And you talk about the accomplishments in sim racing. Yes, we've had world champions. We've had, for example, Brandon Traino, the first driver to win multiple iRacing Indianapolis 500s. This for de Jong is one of those accomplishments that, you know, may never be broken.
It's such an impressive thing that it's hard to see things like this being broken. I mean, last year, again, I can list you off the stats of each race if you really want me to get into it. The most he's ever led in one race was back in 2015 at 381 laps. only didn't lead 5 of the laps that he raced in. And it's kind of similar here, is that if he can get kind of back into that ballpark, you're absolutely right. Getting this above the 1800 mark is absolutely on. But he does need to keep I don't think he's counting laps himself. I don't think he's that bothered about it, to be honest. He knows that he likes leading around here. The thing that he's focused on right now is that gap to Apex. He knows that they've won a decent advantage here. It's 2 seconds. Let's make it more than that. Let's try and grow. Let's try and build a gap here. Now that you've broken that gap, you've broken the slipstream, now is the time to go from, as we were saying earlier, to go from 95% to try and get into the 100% and try and make that gap a little bit bigger. Try and build on it now whilst they don't have the advantage and whilst they can't just sit on your ear end as you start firing in the good lap times.
There's also another point that's worth noting here, Connery, that because there's now a 2-point-something separation between Commander SimSports and Apex Racing Team, it becomes harder when the Apex Racing Team car tries to navigate through traffic. And I'm seeing some evidence of this right now because, again, you always give a little bit more room to the leader as they come past you, because you don't want to be that person to be the person that takes them out of the race or causes a major incident. But once the second, third place come behind, if they're 2-3 seconds back, all of a sudden, you're not going to necessarily either A, give the same adjustment, or B, be in the same type of area on the racetrack where you can minimize your own time loss. So Apex Racing Team will have another incentive of getting close up because, well, there's a lot of traffic coming up and it's all going to be at the bus stop in a moment.
Yeah, just about get up there towards the top of the circuit and able to, continue their grounds. I was watching another car get themselves through on the GTD leaders. This is the traffic that Apex are coming up on at the moment. So they're going to line it up coming out of the bus stop chicane. The prototype ahead does a good job of that as well. That's the Drive Dead Racing LMP2, and then the done thing is to go to the top of the circuit as the LMP2 and get those passes done. So therefore, pretty clear track now in terms of GTD traffic. But now this is part of the race where the same class traffic factors in. A bit of miscommunication between the two there. You saw Peter Berryman's reaction to that with the hand in the air saying, "What are you doing?" But they both survive.
As we are about now 3.5 hours into this race, and the key things that we have had over the last half hour is this moment. Apex Racing Team falling back after an incident with Team Redline Orange down at the International Horseshoe, and it has created a really different sense of flow to the front of this field as the lights are going down here at Daytona International Raceway, the world center of racing, and it is that LMP2 battle for the race lead that we are keeping our attention on. This is a true mark of a driver. We talked about this earlier on, Lewis, that running at 90, 95, 98, 99%. For Peter Berryman, it looks so he has really kicked Wick up, but if you're his team mechanic or whatever, you're going to have to be in the ear reminding him that he's still got to run to a fuel number, because otherwise you're actually creating more and more issues for yourself, because if you start racing too hard, you then fall off in the pit strategy. That actually costs you more time running a little bit slower and sticking to the fuel number.
But then it's kind of the question of, okay, if we say we were going for 25 laps, if we turn that down one, if we go for 24 laps here, which, yes, costs us an extra little lap of pit lane, that's fine. Let's just kick it up a gear and let's try and burn that extra fuel, just trying to catch up with the number 2 car. Because once you've caught up, once you've got to the VRS Commander car, then you can get in their slipstream, lift off. Yes, you've cost yourself an extra lap in that pit lane, but you're back with them. Things can calm down a little bit. You can bring it back into control, and then you can start once again thinking about the longer haul. It's kind of sacrificing that. If you just let them go, if you just let them run away at the front, then that's a gap that might balloon massively right now. You can see whilst Mitchell de Jong hasn't had the slipstream, whilst he was pulling away to 2.5 seconds, he had the slipstream of the RSO car that was just dragging him along. Whilst Mitchell de Jong is getting into the slipstream of the 2 cars ahead, he hasn't had that for a couple of laps, and that's what's really allowed Peter Berryman to close that gap once again. He's nearly at the point where it, again, can start getting into that slipstream and start lifting out of it and start controlling himself a bit more and going back down to the 95%. But that was genuine panic stations for Apex, and it's still not over just yet.
No. It will take maybe 2-3 laps of hard driving and traffic going their way for this really to close back up again. We have got battles going on in GTD, by the way. Of course, the top 3 still separated by less than 1 second, but there's also another battle going on. This is between the R8G Esports car, Julian Sonnen behind the wheel, Govan Keeney, and the PGZ Motorsports car. Then you've also got Logitech G Altus Esports and BMW Team BS Competition. They are all on the same piece of real estate right now. So 4th through 7th, Connery, still close on track, but it's being led by Julian Sonnen in the R8G Esports car, who's worked their way up through the field pretty nicely here today.
Yeah, they have done particularly well here today. They're +6 on the day. Is that number 88 car? They're getting pushed by Govan Keeney at the moment in the PGZ Motorsports car. And, well, those two trying to work together to try and get these laps under their belts and to make sure the strategy is in the right place. We're on board with the helmet cam of Govan Keeney in the Lamborghini. In terms of the balance performance here, seems like well, GTDs are just kind of split between BMWs and Lambos at the moment. We do have the fire-up Porsche currently residing in 3rd place, and of course we have a McLaren of Altus Esports. So those wondering where Mercedes are, well, the highest place Mercedes at the moment is P15 in class, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. Of course, Urano joining up actually with the manufacturer, with Mercedes, to put a works car into this competition. And, well, not doing too well, still in this race, of course, but the balance performance just really didn't favour the Mercedes here for this one, which is why you see the 3 of them down the order a little bit.
One thing that I've just noted, Lewis, is as we've been looking on board of Govan Keeney, the track light is right now, the sun, is it's really impacting these drivers actually into one of the underrated corners, the West Horseshoe, because you just come through the kink, your eyes are blinded, and you've got to find your braking point, remembering the fact the track is getting more and more dust and grime offline right now. So this is that point where the West Horseshoe might be a place we start seeing some small incidents, but also on the out part of the in and out, basically turn 6, you're also getting it coming back across your eyes as well. So for those people dealing with that traffic, it's one of those points now where you might just want to think about, is the driver ahead even going to see me as I come past them?
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is why bump drafting is so tricky, because look at how little of the track. So you can see a Lamborghini, and you just can't see much of the track. It's really, really difficult. And like you say, it is getting harder and harder. You saw how much, to your point, how much Govan Keeney was blinded by the sun there, and that builds and builds and builds with the dirt coming onto the track, to that run in to the West Horseshoe. Think of cars running wide here constantly, and the way it works in iRacing is that if you're running wide, if you're putting 2 wheels onto the grass and stuff, which is not great at the best of times, and then as you come back onto the track, you drag all of that dirt and rubbish with you back onto the track, and all you're doing is you're making that part of the race line, which yes is cleared up nicely, you're making that part of the track dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. As the 81, well, it's been having a bad day, the 81 VRS Coanda SimSport car, and it is not getting any better, unfortunately. Bobby Zelensky behind the wheel, and that one, not ideal.
And sometimes, Lewis, when you've got 3 or 4 cars in the field, it sounds absolutely horrible. You're just thinking at this stage, okay, let's keep all the bad luck attributed to this car. For Coanda, it's a number 81. For Team Redline, it's kind of the orange car right now. And when you've got multiple cars, it's not a case of you sacrificing one to the lambs or whatever. It's more of a case you're just hoping when you see a car spun around on our broadcast from your team radio, you're just hoping at this stage, let's hope it's not one of the other cars that's just had a big incident, or one of the other things that's had a big incident, because we all know by now the 81 car isn't running as well as it wants to because of the damage it's been involved in so far.
Oh no! Oh no! BMW, that's Luke Bennett. That's just been sent off, I think, by the, was that Pure Sims?
No, that was a Fire SimSport green car.
No, it was the prototype coming through. It was 100% that prototype coming through that the contact was made
Pure Sims.
Yeah, Pure Sims dove their way down the inside without any regard for those GT3s, mind you. Both those prototypes actually pushed wide, so I think it might have been that Michael Romanidis in the Williams Esports BenQ prototype had missed his braking point already, and then Chris McGrath in the Pure Sims car behind was sort of basing his braking points off of the car ahead, which is what you should never do, but it's an easy habit to get into. Gets completely cleared out, does that red line blue car. My word.
This might actually be what we were talking about a moment ago, Lewis, because that part of the track, turn number 1, sun is coming down over there as well. So I talked about the in and out. If it's already becoming a bit more difficult, the in and out, it was coming into the in part as well, and into turn number 1. So yeah, it wasn't the Fire SimSport green car that was involved in the contact, but they have been the beneficiary, now 1.3 seconds ahead of the Team Redline red car. But for the Team Redline blue car, that looks to me as if it wouldn't have much damage. It's just a frustration now of Luke Bennett, as we've got another replay coming up then. On board of the Pure Sims car, past the start finish line, down in towards turn number 1, and I'm very sorry, the weather cannot be the reason there. The sun was not in his eyes at all.
No, that's just, a misjudgment. In my opinion, obviously, as we always know, it's the prototype's responsibility to lap cleanly. I think they maybe got a little bit too greedy and just misjudged what the GTs were doing. They were all very close and battling themselves, and you've obviously got to remember as a prototype driver that the GTEs, they'll be trail braking through turn 1 a lot more than you will, meaning they're on the brakes quite a lot earlier and basically just balancing it all the way through the corner, when the prototypes can come in and just go, right, there's my braking done and I'm gone. It's not as easy as that in a GTD, and so that's kind of probably the misjudgment. I think just looking there at the rear left, there is a fair amount of damage, but thankfully hasn't lost too much time, didn't spin, etc., etc., and has been able to get back into the slipstream of the 71. Yes, the Fire SimSport car is disappearing away at the moment, but I doubt Commander are panicking right now.
I'd love to have a look at the lap times. In fact, I'm going to do so right now. Last time was a 143.1 for Team Redline Red, a 143.3 for Team Redline Blue, 142.9 for Fire Sim Racing Green. I almost wonder, Connery, whether the Team Redline Red car might have just lifted off a little bit to allow the blue car to get back in the slipstream. But the key point is now that with that damage, you don't want the blue car leading the train. It's gonna have to be the red car because of the fact that it might have that 1-2 kilometers an hour additional speed on it.
I'm just trying to have a look at the damage comparison, and well, yeah, it's not looking too great for Team Redline Blue. Of course, the right, or rather the left rear quarter of the car is dented in. There is a slight bit of rear diffuser damage as well, which certainly doesn't help, especially coming through the infield section. So yeah, not looking great for Redline Blue. If they can keep pace with their teammates here, that would be beneficial, but I just worry if at any point they don't get the slipstream, what their pace is going to be like. Yeah,
you're right. As we will keep an eye out on this developing story then, as well, hour number 3 really has become our kind of silly hour here. We kind of predicted there will be one, Lewis, and it has become that, because we've had about 4 or 5 now medium-sized incidents that has really impacted the type of this race, as Apex Racing Team just going to the top of the field. So they are going to lead a lap here, and Mitchell de Jong has fallen down into second in the number 2 car.
That's it, career's over, done. See you, mate, have fun. No, it's like I say, the last hour or so we've had quite a large amount of incidents. You know, we tend to see this through the night, as we'll see once again this movement. So I don't know if it would count as leading a lap. No, it wouldn't. Mitchell de Jong still would count as the lap leader there. But you can see here, very, very wide into the corner. De Jong was not fighting that at all. He's like, right, Peter Berryman, I've got my 1,600 laps led. You can have a couple. That's absolutely fine. Have some on me. It's been a bit impact, you know, on the instance and stuff. we tend to see periods of this. I don't know how it happens, but in endurance racing we tend to see periods of like, well, there's 20 minutes of just absolute carnage, and now we're calm for 3 hours, and then bam, same thing happens again. I think people's mentality, they get irritated, and everyone's like, let's all just calm down at the same time. I would suspect the amount of incidents that we've just seen, commentators curse yes and knock on wood and all that lot, I'm going to take a wild suggestion that we're actually going to start seeing a lower amount of incidents over the next couple of hours, just as people calm themselves down.
And also, we are going to be getting more driver changes, so fresh drivers getting in the car. I want to take a couple of minutes to at least understand the balance of their race car. Most important update of the day, by the way, RaceSpot dog Cora is digging a hole by the fence in the garden. So those of you wondering about the RaceSpot pet, that is your update. Cora is literally digging a hole in the garden. And now looking at me, because I've just said her name and she can hear me outside in the garden. But meanwhile, you're right, Lewis, let's be honest. As it goes towards night time, you've got your drivers who are there for the long haul. And I always have to say this in a polite way, as we just had the inertial ex-Vendeville sim racing car have a loop around, and they were running in 9th place or 8th place at the time. They've lost the position by the looks of it. But you've got drivers who run the night stint who are what I call specialized night drivers. So they may not be as fast. As here's a replay. That's a look at just clipping the curb through, and it just misses the wall. That's a good one there for Vendeville. But to go back to the point, your nighttime drivers, they may not be as fast lap by lap, but they are normally the drivers who you put in the car for 5-6 hours because they're ultra consistent. Yeah. There are teams which have these drivers up and down the field where you can actually go and get a nap. You can pretty much know that unless they've been punted off by someone, hashtag no punterino, Lewis, they actually would have just done very consistent lap times, and they're going to hand the car back to you in pretty much the same fashion that they got it.
Yeah, like you say, it's important to have these drivers. It's important to know that for a team, let's say for let's call them your pro drivers, you know, your drivers like the Benekes and that lot. It's important for them to be able to step away from the car and know that when they come back to the car, it's still, again, with outside of major issues, it's still going to be going in the race, so that they can actually just switch off and relax and get away and then come back. You need your drivers which are just calm, that'll just do 3 hours without making a mistake. Maybe they might lose 30 seconds to a minute, but they will just keep on the track. They just won't rack up many instant points. They just do good lap times, look after the tyres. Hey, might even save and be able to do a constant. Who knows?
And we think about the car in second place, Mitchell de Jong, of course, all those laps led Connery. Yes, Mitchell de Jong has been a main beneficiary of that, but you've got to remember even that Mitchell de Jong's generally been the number 2 driver in that Coanda Simsports car since day one. Of course, originally it was with Martin Kroenke, who was the lead driver. The ultra consistent managed to do something like so many hours worth of driving at this track at Spa without a single incident point. But Mitchell de Jong has become basically the number 2 driver in this current car with also Joshua Rogers. But what makes Coanda work so well often is they've got 3 drivers, 4 drivers who may not always be the fastest, but the most consistent. I'm really looking forward to see who gets into the number 99 Apex Racing Team car after Peter Berriman, because Berriman is known to be one of these ultra consistent guys.
It's always important in 24-hour races just like this one to have not one but multiple safe pairs of hands that you can put the car into, and 99.999% of the time it will go without a problem. Mitchell de Jong, for example, is basically the personification of that sort of safety driver that the teams tend to deploy in these sorts of races. And you know, because in these races, it doesn't matter how quick you are as a driver. If you're inconsistent or if you're accident prone, that's not going to win you races like this one. It's the consistency that matters a whole bunch more. We talk about that over the course of an entire season in regular conditions, but it's basically a season's worth of racing out there in a 24-hour race, if we look at it like that. So, yeah. the drivers have different skill sets as part of these teams. You know, some you put in the car towards the very end saying, okay, we've got a position we want to chase down. Last couple of steps, we're putting X person in the car because they are very, very good at chasing. They're very good at actually executing the overtakes. They might not be the most reliable driver, however, they are the driver that can get it done when push comes to shove. But if you're not in that sort of situation at the end, you might as well just keep your pretty safe drivers in to get to the checkered flag.
It's a bit like what they used to do at Audi in the Le Mans times when it was, of course, we're British in this room, so we only know him as three-time winning Alan McNish, because for some reason back when he was a pundit before BBC F1's coverage, he was always referred to as three-time Le Mans winning Alan McNish. But we'll talk about that one in a moment and talk a little bit more about the strategies and how people get to this point and how sometimes you have to trust the driver on the track as well as just running to what your big spreadsheet and your play sheet is at the start of the race. But instead, what we're going to do now is we're going to talk to our second driver here on this part of our webcast, and it is Syandra for the Satellite Racing number 64 team. And the number 64 team are currently in 10th place. Of course, their car today is sponsored by Sim Inc. Alex Gal behind the wheel of the car. But Sy, let's talk to you because you were the driver who started the race in this number 64 car. How was the stint for you, and how has this Daytona 24 hours treated you so far?
Well, I think I've set the record for most number of laps on the front tires. I'm pretty sure they've over 100, so I'll take that to the bank. Whether that was a mistake or not, we'll see as the strategy unfolds, but I think it was a good start. Qualified 14th, we're up to 10th, and I think we're cycling between 8th and 12th, depending on where the pit cycle is.
Of course, you're another multinational team. And multinational teams you talked about in this race in terms of how you actually schedule this race out. Who else have you got in the car apart from yourself and Alex Gal here today? And how are you thinking about running these stints? You just talked a little bit about keeping those front tyres on. Are you doing it by tyres, or are you just going to do it by time?
Well, I'm going to keep the strategy a little bit close to my chest at the moment, but we also have, besides me and Dallas, me and Alex, it's going to be Dallas Pataska in the car, just us three. So a lot of driving for us over the night, but like you said, Dallas is on the West Coast, I'm on the eastern coast of the US, and Alex is in France. So nicely staggered out, and we have one or two spotters that rotate out to help us and let some of the other drivers get some rest. Strategy-wise, though, it's gonna be very interesting as the track cools off. The tires will last a little bit longer, stay fresh longer, so to speak. But,
you can always tell us about strategy. There's absolutely no one watching this webcast. Just tell us whatever you want.
Well, I will say that I think Coanda definitely have it figured out. I think everybody was talking about how Coanda was doing 6 stints on the front tires last year and 3 stints on the rears and sort of alternating like that. I think a few people have tried that out, and I think most people did 2 stints on the rear tires to start. We did 3, and I think it worked out for us, but going into the night, it'll really depend on how many laps, because the engine will burn more fuel at night. We won't be able to do as many laps, so one less lap of stint on the tires, and I think you'll be able to make them last an extra stint.
Got you. Now, let's quickly talk about traffic, shall we? Because it's always a big factor in endurance races, especially at Daytona. Has the traffic been kind to you so far? And have you done anything particular in the setup to allow the car to be more manageable in traffic compared to ultimate raw speed?
Well, the P2 is kind of known for locking the rear brakes if you kind of slam on the brakes unexpectedly, which is why a lot of drivers sort of opt for either going off the track or running wide rather than trying to lock the rear tires and loop the car. It's very easy to do. But I don't think we did anything specifically good in the setup. I think we did prioritize a little bit more downforce than other teams to make the tires last longer. But traffic-wise, I haven't done anything too drastic. You know, just don't be a kamikaze, and the GT3s will respect you a little bit more for it. They have moved over once or twice for me when they didn't have to, and I like to think that's because not because they're terrified of me, but because they're like, oh, it's Sy, we should just let him by.
Relationships sometimes go a very long way in sim racing. Thank you very much, Syandra, and the Simming Satellite Racing number 64 car. Hopefully we'll talk to you a little bit later on, as we've got the BMW Team BS competition on pit road. They're just dropping down the rankings right now. And in fact, we've got the Simming Satellite racing car on pit road as well. Ultimately time to get both of them inside the same shot. And that's an interesting point to note, Connery, because I've actually been the beneficiary of this once or twice in my sim racing career. When people know you, they know your name, they know what car you are, and they sometimes are more lenient to you than maybe some other cars, not because they're doing you a favor, but because they know how you race. They have a good history of racing with you in the past, and it's just sometimes one of those kind of like gentlemen's, you will do this for me, therefore I'm doing this to you right now.
Yeah, there's certainly an element of having a reputation, and that reputation can be good. It can also be very bad as well. So that will influence how drivers treat you. Not even necessarily you because of you as a driver, but also you as a team as well, because some pro drivers have certain stereotypes about certain teams as well and how they race in these sorts of situations. So all of that does factor into how you approach an overtake or a lapped traffic situation. You know, it's good. You might just think, okay, these guys in this car, in this team, they tend to not leave as much space, so I'm just going to be a little bit more careful, wait for a better opportunity. But if you know the car ahead of you tends to be pretty well behaved, not even just in this race, but in races years previous, then you can be a little bit more aggressive with it. So yeah, it's just all those sorts of meta elements that are coming into things that influence decisions out there on circuit, which is what makes these competitions so much more than what is on first look, because this is not just a race in isolation. This is a culmination of potentially years worth of effort to build up these teams into the situation where they can run in this sort of race.
Yeah. To give you a quick update on what actually my luck was, it was an IndyCar race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway, Lewis, and we all know how the draft, lock, and the understeer at that type of track can be absolutely horrific. Everyone was just literally moving out my way in this whole theory that I'd be fast. Now, I was, once I got past them, none of them actually realised it. They basically kept me at bay for more than 2 laps. My tyres would have been shot to bits, but sometimes, you know, it was that famous yellow helmet back in the 80s, or that famous red helmet in the 2000s, or whatever colour helmet Lewis Hamilton's is in 2022 if he wants to race, that people actually sometimes notice, and, you know, it just happens.
Oh, being friends with people that you race with is actually really useful. Because if people know who you are, if people kind of respect you, people genuinely race you differently. Not everyone, but a lot of people will race you differently if they recognise your name. You're friendly with everyone. I'll always remember back in a certain touring car series where there was 2 people battling in a championship. This was back in 2016. There were 2 people battling for a championship. We went into the final round of the season, and they were both basically equal on points. Now, one of them had been really nice to everyone, and everyone got along with quite well. And so, you know, everyone was like, oh, well, I won't race him too hard. I'll race him a little bit, but I won't race him too hard. And the other person had irritated basically everyone in the sim racing community on this other platform. And so when everyone got to racing him, it was like, right, anchors on, let's hold him back. And because of that, the nice guy, Adrian Holmes won the championship. And I'm not saying that sim racing is a popularity contest or anything like that, but it does pay to not irritate people and to get along with people, because especially in this kind of thing, you know, when you're going through lap traffic and stuff, it does honestly make so much difference when they go, oh, it's him, yeah, no, it's fine, yep, off you go, not going to worry about you anymore, I'm going to do my own race, you do yours.
To quote Green Day, nice guys don't always finish last, and that's a really good idea of that. We'll just have a look at the battle, by the way. P12 in GT Daytona. You've got the 450 Bela Racing Euronics team in 12th place. Team BMW Banco, of course. A couple of moments ago, we saw them having an incident. You've got Mercedes AMG Team Euronic Esports in 14th, and Pure Sims Esports rounding out your top 50. And I do love seeing the Bela Racing Euronics team car on track. I'll tell you what, though, they've got a bit of competition by that Team BMW Bank car, because that's also beautifully liveried, Lewis.
Yeah, I do love myself a bit of the BMW Bank car. Now, just remember, that was the car that ended up being victorious in the GTD category last year. So watch out for them. The 450's had its issues today. I think it was that being the car that was involved in the incident when Agustin Canapino went off going through the Fast King. They also got wrapped up in that, not too badly, but did indeed. That Team BMW bank when it won last season. Niels Koch, who is behind the wheel, I believe, even at the moment, certainly is. Niels Koch, who is behind the wheel, Kei Kashib, and one Lauren Heinrich, who is racing in this race, just in a slightly different car. I believe he's in the number 18 VRS Coanda Simsport. But either way, that is a car to watch out when it comes to the length of this race, and them coming stronger as the day goes on and as the strategy comes towards them. As just realising now that Govind Keeney and Julian Sonnen are battling for the race lead in GTD, and the RHG sports car is the one that's going to take over in the Lamborghini.
They are. So a Lambo leads this race, I think, for the first time, really. But Lambos are leading 1 and 2 on track right now. RHG Esports, I mean, I just want to get the numbers up here to see how many positions they have gained here today. But the number 88 RHG Esports car has been absolutely phenomenal, and they seem to still have a bit of speed left under their belt as well. So they are one of those teams we'd certainly need to circle and work out where they're going to be a little bit later on. Of course, Team Redline Blue have made themselves their 4th pit stop, as have Team Redline Red. So we are also starting to see more and more separation out here, Connery, in terms of the strategies. Because if we go back to what we said earlier, 31 laps to 33 laps, depending on what car you're in, those laps will start to get to the point where you might be looking at half a pit stop to a full pit stop by the time we get to halfway in this race.
Yeah, it's the exact point I was going to raise there, Will. We've got, for example, RHG Esports and PGC Motorsports that are on, lap 7, lap number 8 of their stint, respectively. And then you look back through the field and you go back to Fyro and their Porsche. They are just 1.5 laps through their stint at the moment. So, yeah, that's just sort of how these endurance races work with the ebb and flow of the strategies. It's that 1 lap difference on the first stop is going to become a 2-lap difference, 3-lap difference if all things remain the same. So there will become a point in this race where it's basically pit stop phase the entire time for GTDs in particular, because they've become so off cycle compared to everyone that everyone's sort of they're on their own cycle rather than having an overarching time to come down towards pit lane for the GT machines. So that's going to be one to look forward to a little bit later on in this race. But of course, everything then comes back in together when we get towards the final hour of the race. And that's going to be the point where we start talking about, okay, who's going to have to take how much fuel and how much time they're going to lose on towards pit lane compared to other cars. So that's a lot of excitement on the horizon, I suppose.
It's always that thing in endurance racing. You go round and round for 23 hours and 50 minutes, and all of a sudden, Lewis, the last 10 minutes is almost as if they're back where they started. Of course, the difference is it will be manic. It will be for these victories in classes and so on. It's just to let you know, Kova and the 707 car have just come down pit road.
Yeah, and Apex, our race leaders, again, they might have burnt a little bit of fuel trying to catch number 8. They are into pit lane a lap earlier than expected. They came in onto 1:49. The VRS Coanda Simsport number 8, number 2, it says 8 in game, sorry, it is 2. They will be into pit lane at the end of this lap. It is lap 150. They're pitting every 25 laps. That's actually nice and easy on strategy. Now everyone else is sort of going a bit off kilter. It does confirm, though, that Peter Berryman and Apex did burn a little bit more fuel to try and get that gap back down to. Going to switch tyres on this one as they've already completed a double stint, but now temperatures are dropping. We might well see some doubles, some triples, some quadruples, probably more so triples. I will say, it was interesting to hear from Sion was saying about how taking the front tyres further, changing the rear tyres, burn them all out. And I do forget, of course, you don't have to change all 4 tyres. You can change just the fronts, just the rears, however you see fit. You can't just change one, though.
Well, you used to. Back in one of the first ever iRacing Endurance World Championships, Coanda Simsport famously at a race at Silverstone took 1 tyre, and they were able to get away with that. That completely shocked the world, and it was really that time when people are like, okay, Coanda really do have too much time on their hands to test out the really crazy strategies. But, I mean, the strategies are always fun here, and you're right. Cyandra talks a number of good things about how strategy will develop overnight, and 1 lap, you know, that you might have lost now, you will be able to regain that. But as soon as it becomes a habit, all of a sudden you're going to have to really think about, or do you adjust your pit sequences, or do you just try and work a new strategy? Because I say this every year in the iRacing Indy 500, Lewis, once you are on a strategy, or once you're leaning towards a strategy, the worst thing you can do is try to deviate from it, because you actually can end up ruining the race completely.
100%. You absolutely must. If you go into a race, especially in endurance races, if you go into a race like this where there's no safety cars, no cautions, no nothing, it is you, the track, and whatever you get to with the checkered flag, you've got your spreadsheet. You've seen what the furthest you can go, what the fastest you can go, what the most you can do on tyres, and theoretically speaking, without mistakes and stuff, that is fairly unchanging. So you have your strategy then. Follow your strategy. Just do your strategy. And if you maximise whatever strategy you've picked, then that's the fastest that you can reach the checkered flag. Now, if you're seeing that, hang on, how have they jumped us? How have they done that? They're better in traffic. They're going faster than us. If you're trying to juggle 8 other people's strategies as well and then trying to change yours on the fly, it just doesn't really work that much, and it is a recipe for disaster. For example, you're seeing the number 2 VRS Coanda SimSport car here that's running in second behind the Apex Racing team car that's on screen at the moment. I don't think that VRS Coanda would be particularly worried about that 6.3 second gap there. It'll be like that's maybe a bit bigger than we want right now. But when a team is as confident on pace and ability as teams like Coanda, as teams like Redline, and even Apex and DS Competition, a lot, they're looking at those gaps thinking, it'll come down. You've got long enough in the race. We've only completed 4 hours.
And sometimes these strategies here, Connery, in a 24-hour race, it seems absolutely absurd to talk about it, but these strategies sometimes have to be prepared 2, 3, 4 hours in advance in order to maximize the benefit of it. If you try to go off strategy to your off strategy 2 hours in, you actually don't quite know the success and the benefit of that for another 4 or 5 hours in the race. And if you keep on dancing your tail, like RaceSpotTV is doing right now, you're going to be in that situation where you completely become blind to everything that's happening around you.
If you're going to commit to something, you have to commit to it early. It is the important point that we're trying to say here. It's there's no point in being behind the whole situation and all of a sudden finding out towards the end of the race, oh, we should have been on that other strategy, and then they try and go onto that strategy and then they just end up losing more time than they would if they just stuck with their original strategy. So yeah, I mean, the teams all have crews in the background all working on this, sort of not only looking at the progress of their own car, but looking at the progress of others on other pit stop cycles and other strategies as well, seeing, okay, how are these guys doing? How are these guys dealing with triple stinted tires or quadruple stinted tires or whatever it may be? And how does that affect us in our race? And should we switch on over to do something different because the circumstances of the race have indeed changed?
So we're past the 4-hour mark of this race, which means for all the fans, you've got 2 hours of dealing with us. My name's Will Vincent, along with Connery Maddock and Lewis McGlade, and we're going to be handing over in 2 hours to Arjuna Kankapati, Zabonda and DJ, and Arjuna is going to be doing 6 hours worth of work. And then I'm just having a look down to the fact that poor Hugo Luis doing 10 hours of production here today. So he gets an Iron Man award from us. We've got David, Haynes, Evan and Andrew doing the kind of overnight shift, and we're back to our 6 hours of this race. Live timing and scoring continues to be available. Visit RaceSpot.tv /timing. We want to give a very big shout out to our friends over at ATVO, not just for live timing and scoring that you can have throughout the race, but also, Connery, Hugo reminded me earlier on that this is the 1-year anniversary of the incredible new graphics package that ATVO basically were working with us through the night, weeks in advance, to actually get to our web screens, our monitors, our mobile phones, etc., in time for this race last year.
Yeah, I remember that. our wonderful contact over at ATVO, Nick, was just sending us progress versions of the overlay even a couple of hours before the race started. It was a big effort to get it ready for that race, and it has developed ever since then. Of course, we've had new additions like the battle graphic and being able to do the dynamic data once again with the pictures and stuff, and we've got the side-by-side elements now that are debuting in this race as well. So yeah, it's always an evolving product, and hopefully there'll be more additions on the horizon just to give you that little bit more information while you're watching.
That was a moment for Govan Keeney and Lap Traffic when the two GTD drivers, Lewis, were basically saying, you're going to have to find the hard way around. We are in a rather tight battle on track. And having a look at ATVO live timing and scoring, we can see the fact that you've got a mighty close battle going on between them right now for the race lead, separated by 0.3 of a second. Julian Soren in the RHE Sports car, Govan Keeney in the 114 car, and these two are going at it hammer and tongs.
It's fantastic seeing the battle, but it's just how long it'll last. Just to remind everyone with the GTD category, because I can see a few people asking about where's the BMW Team Redline red car and all that kind of like, because of how they're running in the GTD strategy, and with where the sun's setting, the track temperatures cooling, the ability to do triple stints, etc. is coming in. Some teams are trying to do triple stints, some teams aren't. This will all balance itself out towards the end of the race, don't worry, and we'll start seeing our main protagonists. But right now, these teams that are currently on screen, they're taking their tyres a bit longer than the likes of the BMW Team Redline Blue Firer. They're going a little bit longer, a little bit for an alternative strategy. Same with BMW Team BS Competition, same with Logitech Gialtis Esports. The top 7 in the GTD category, they were the top 7 3 hours ago when they were all in one train, and then they went through the pit lane sequence and all started spreading apart, doing something different. Now we're seeing as to how that different strategy is working its way into it. So if you really want the answer, you know, when you see people going off strategy and you're looking, here's the person that's leading the race, but they're not really leading. If you want to ask who's actually leading the GTD category, I don't know, because it really is one of those things that we will only find out 12 hours into the race. Your real contenders are the two that are on screen right now, the RHG and PJZ Motorsport car. Realistically, the Fire SimSport Green, that is the one that's leading on the other strategy, the more natural strategy, and then whatever the two Redline cars do, which aren't really that far off the back of the Fire SimSport car. It's quite confusing in the GTD, and that is why I'm enjoying it, to be perfectly honest. I'm liking seeing the different cars as well.
So am I, and it's one of those little things about strategy I really love, Lewis, about an endurance race. I know there are some people, you're talking about BTCC earlier on, there are some people that love short, snappy races where everything is just determined on the racetrack. There's absolutely nothing else that comes into play, as we see then Govan Keeney looking a little bit high as they come through. Now he's got forward, start finish line, and is he going to poke his nose somewhere into one? No, he doesn't. Two Lamborghinis then of RHE Esports and PZ Motorsports 1 and 2. But to go back to the point, Lewis, this type of racing is massively strategy focused, but it's also massively driver focused. For me, it's a perfect balance because we don't have as many issues around car reliability like you'd often see if you're looking at things like World Endurance Championship or other forms of endurance racing like the 24HE series. Here, you've got the two main factors: strategy, car maintenance, and then of course then your driver skill. And because of that, we don't know how this book is going to be written. For example, we don't know how the fuel efficiency and the tyre management of these two Lamborghinis is going to put them in terms of, you know, this top 7 that we've been talking about in 6 hours' time.
It's honestly like this is great. I like the openness of this GT category. Like I say, we've got Lambos 1 and 2. We've got a BMW behind that, then a McLaren, then a Porsche, then a few more BMWs. It is kind of open. They're all doing slightly different things, and that's great. For me, when it comes to like the whole categories and stuff, you know, I'm more of a touring car driver. I like the touring car racing. I like the ability just to jump in and just do a like I say, 20-minute, half-hour race, just get into the action, get into the meat of it. But there is something about running the long strategy and understanding how things go, the long-term plays. it's where things get very, very interesting. The only teams that know what strategy they're running, pound for pound, are the teams that are running the strategy, weirdly enough. Everyone else is sort of a bit like, oh. And that's where I like this at the moment. I've commentated on Championship before, even when it's a 24-hour race. And you know what strategy everyone's running. They're pitting once an hour and they're double stinting tyres. Once an hour, double stinting. Once an hour, double stinting. That's, it's a bit boring. It's a bit flat. The idea that this is the joy of an endurance race, of the track temperature cooling, of strategy being opened, of what can you do, how can you save that extra lap of fuel? Can you take a bit of a risk and go full Coanda and only change one tyre? What are you going to bring to the table?
And that is in itself one of the joys about sim racing overall. Let's just having a look at this battle going on. Actually, you've got Kova currently 6 on track. That car currently is being piloted Lassie Urinen, but they've got Scott Michaels just behind them in the SRC Movano Corsa Rosso car, and then VOS Quad Sim Sports number 18 machine of Lion Heinrich is just up the road as well by about a second in turn. Don't forget, if you are new to iRacing, head over to iRacing.com now, where every day is race day and you can save yourself 40% off a new membership. So if you are yet to try out the world's most realistic racing simulator, head over to iRacing.com now and you can save yourself 40% off a new membership. And, well, Connery, having a look at that battle going on with Kova and VOS Quana Sim Sports, it is really close between them, although I do have a feeling that its strategy will be big there. We have got Yassi on pit road, by the way, number 32 car in your LMP2 division, but there is the battle 5, E6, E7 in LMP2 as the sun is, well, about 30 minutes, I'd say, behind us in the UK, Connor, because it's just gone pitch black outside, and we're only about 30 minutes from pitch black here at Daytona.
Yeah, it seems to be lining up like that. We're just about to hit 6 p.m. in sim time at the moment, which about lines up to what we're thinking. So, yeah, there we go. There's the Kova car, just getting past the BMW Team BMW bank machine. In terms of the strategy that you mentioned in and amongst these three, Will, it seems like the Quanta 18 and the Kova car are pretty similar, just 1 lap difference, or rather 2 lap difference on their strategies. They both took fuel only on that last stop. The SRZ Movano Corsa Rosso, however, they're on the 20th lap of their stints and they took tyres last time. So it's, yeah, a little bit of difference when it comes to that, but at least between the Quanta and Kova car, not all that much.
Yeah, don't forget you can also use the hashtag iRacingDaytona24 if you want to contact us on social media. Shout out to AJ Musselman. This is my I regret not participating in the @iRacingDaytona24 tweet. There's always that every single year. I've had that with teammates. I've had that with you know, some things all around the world. People, am I going to race? Am I not going to race? Am I going to race? Am I not going to race? And, you know, it's that kind of fear of missing out. It does exist in these races, Connery.
Yeah, and, well, hopefully we're not missing too much due to the amazing skill of our producer, Hugo Luis. But, of course, you know, we're only seeing the action from the top splits. We don't know what's happening in those other splits, except for keeping track of teams and drivers talking about it on Twitter and some such. But, you know, it does highlight the fact that, you know, there's not just this race going on. There are, well, I think including all of the other time slots, there's over 50 splits going on. So it's pretty crazy. You know, it's just one story of many over the course of today. And, well, I hope if anyone's watching, and if anyone's watching is a driver of a team in a different split, I hope that things have gone well for you and your team, and you're well on your way to getting to the checkered flag in about 19 hours and 45 minutes time.
Or chicken flag, as I typed book recently, because for some reason my latest version of insert word processor software here didn't understand the word checkered flag. Here's a look at your track conditions then. 21 degrees Celsius in the air, 23 degrees Celsius on track. So it really is now getting cool to the point where the track and the air temps are similar. Humidity, 41%, the wind speed of 11 kilometers an hour as we just ticked past 6 o'clock in the evening on the 29th of January, as this race, of course, is going to be running to the same date and time as the actual Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, which takes place World Center of Racing next week. So the track conditions, I would say right now, Lewis, are easily manageable. The last thing I always like to have in one of these races when your winds are very high, because it really impacts you into turn one. It also impacts you through the corners. We just saw the 2T red line cars come through when the bus stop chicane, because you get the gusts at the wrong point. You go from understeer to pretty much snap oversteer back to understeer.
Yeah, like you're absolutely right. Like the wind is something which you don't tend to think about, but any time where you've gone through a corner, you've gone, wait, I just dropped the car and I don't understand why. Probably because the winds come from the wrong angle, just at the right speed, and it's just lifted the rear end even slightly. It's just giving it a little bit of a push, a little bit of a touch. And it's all it takes sometimes when you're on the absolute limit of adhesion, particularly through the high-speed corners like the kink and stuff. When it just comes at the wrong angle, it can really ruin you. By the way, you can see in GTD there's a large gap between R8G and PJZ now, out to 2.2 seconds. I can explain with that is a slow down penalty to Govan Keeney. Took too much curb running through the exit of the bus stop and had to lift out. And I mean, we've all had it, haven't we, where we've all been driving around and it gives you the countdown. It's like, you need to give back this much time in this much time, and it's counting down the oh yeah, give it back in 20 seconds, 15, and you're lifting out, you're fully out of the throttle, and it's still going, you've got to give back 1.4 seconds. You're like, what do you want to do? Stop?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. I think Govan Keeney's close to doing it again as well. He's really pushing the limit going through the bus stop.
And that's that whole thing where sometimes you get that slowdown penalty, you get aggressive, and you get yourself another penalty now. Just to explain the penalty situation here, all automated by the iRacing software, and it is really the bus stop chicane where you are going to get one if you have more than 2 wheels of the racetrack. And the thing about doing the slowdown penalty here, Lewis, is there is the way of doing it will depend on how experienced you are on iRacing. And the fastest way, basically, go through the bus stop chicane, move to the ultra high line, and slow it down to about 50%. Because that way you give the penalty up, but get the penalty done by the time you get to the start-finish line, which really is the point you have to have done it by, but you also don't lose as much time. And here is a good look on the replay as to Govan Keeney, and we're going to see it right about here. And yeah, perfect shot there by Hugo Luis, just a little bit too much over the curb, and that is what's going to give him the penalty.
It's too far over. It looks like nothing, but basically the general rule of thumb through the bus stop is if you put 2 wheels onto the dirt, onto the grass on the left, you're going to get a slow down penalty. He was quite close to doing it once again. I'm not sure which teams have done driver swaps, by the way, but I will give PJZ and Govan Keeney at least one bit of plaudits, is that he has been in the car since the start of the race. That is 4 hours and 20 minutes ago that Govan Keeney got in the car. So I can kind of understand why sometimes the concentration might drop off just a little bit.
And we will talk about fair share, driver limit, so on in a moment. I must apologise for my unprofessionalism, because you would have heard in the background the Facebook Messenger ding. However, it comes with good news. So if we can get ourselves a little drum roll going, please. We have...
I was going to say, yeah, right.
I don't know.
Stats. We have official statistics from Kevin Bobbitt, who of course is the Director of Marketing at iRacing, and some interesting stats on the biggest sim racing event of the year. You ready, guys?
I'm ready.
3,911 teams and 15,780 drivers declared across all the sessions. I'm going to say that again. 3,911 teams and 15,780 drivers declared across all of the sessions. And if you're going to make the case for biggest sim racing event of the year, I mean, that pretty much is the slam dunk that you need, Connery.
Yeah, definitely. It's the metric that counts, at least for me. It's a community event. You know, it's everyone getting themselves stuck in. It's not one that's reserved for only the exclusive few, shall we say. It's everyone. If you have an iRacing account, if you have the appropriate licenses and you have the cars, you can team up with a couple of your friends. You can get out there on track and run in a 24-hour event. You know, it's not sectioned off to a select few teams, which is always the better way of doing things, at least for me. So there we go. At least that's my opinion on things. Maybe you guys ones are a little different, but that's my opinion.
I was going to say, first of all, there's that whole thing of if you do not succeed, try and try again. Teams have actually registered for all 4 of the sessions, so a real case of that, Lewis. And also, I mean, I'll be honest, that means there's up to 3,911 victories, because the first victory of any endurance race is seeing the checkered flag, to the point that we have to remember at certain endurance race that takes place in the northwest of France, if you don't see the checkered flag, you're a bit like Toyota and that heartbreak they had a few years ago. You are not classified. Basically, it's like Charlie and Truck Battery. You lose, you get nothing. Good day.
Yeah, I remember that 2016. That was very painful. Still in the heart. But I mean, to the point of some people doing like multiple splits, we had that. That was actually part of our plan when we did the 12 hours of Bathurst. Is that I think there was a 12 o'clock split and then there was the 4 o'clock split, and it was in our plan where it was kind of like, if we did the 4 o'clock one, that means we'd end at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's okay. We could do that. So we had planned that if we had an incident in the first like 2-3 hours that was big enough, we would just bail from that and then just do the 4 o'clock one, which is basically cheating, but that's fine. And plenty of teams have tried it. Sometimes, like you say, you just need to do it again and again, and sometimes you just get into the rhythm. Going to Connery's point on the position of community-driven events, etc., is obviously I come from seeing sim racing in certain senses. We're all seen in different forms of light. I'm sort of 50-50. I'm torn between. I like seeing both. I think both have their place. Seeing the biggest teams battling with the very best, blah, 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 that's all well and good. That has its place. But then I do always love having the community stuff where, yes, this is top split, where you've got all your big names, but you've got the chance to do the race yourself against people of your ability as well. I think there's a place in sim racing for both of these to coexist. And I think, to be honest, how we have it at the moment in sim racing with those two coexisting is fine. I think it works the way that we have it.
I think they have to coexist in some ways, because over the years we have seen new drivers. Let's talk about Joshua Rogers. He's one that we actually saw. The first time I saw him was in a Bathurst 12-hour race. Had that not been on there, maybe less people might have seen his talent coming up. And it's always good. I am a storyteller. We are all storytellers. The stories and the memories of some of these drivers and these teams going through history is what basically keeps us doing this. This is the fun part of it. If you just gave us 30 robot drivers and told us to commentate on this race, it would be a lot less interesting. It would be boring. You wouldn't enjoy it. We love storylines, but actually having these big community events means that we actually open the door a lot more, Lewis, in terms of that conversation. Who is the best sim racing driver? By answering, there is no one best sim racing driver. I made the comparison earlier on to Mitchell DeYoung, now leading over 1,600 laps of this race, but actually there is one driver who is a multi-time winner of the iRacing Indy 500, arguably the single biggest single race of the entire iRacing calendar. This is the biggest race certainly in terms of multi-racing, but the victor of the iRacing Indy 500 over the years has had 2 of that competition. To have someone win that race not twice but 3 times now, they enter that conversation that they would not ever have had the opportunity to do so had it have been quote-unquote a closed-off event.
Yeah, like I say, you do kind of need a bit of both in there. For to go back to how we were speaking about prizes and stuff, which is what entices some teams, some drivers to come and take part in events. Now, we said about having a prize and stuff for this, but if you do, some people would be like, well, the prize then should go to top split. It's like, well, why? No, the prize should be for everyone. It should be the same prize regardless of the split you win, because you've still won the race. And then you have to think about like cost on that. Let's say, for example, it was $100 for winning, which is a fair amount, but nothing major to a lot of these teams and drivers. If it was $100 for winning, that means you have to then give out $100 to every single winner of every class of every split, and suddenly the bill for this becomes enormous. And
100,000
exactly. And it's just like, okay, let's pump the brakes on that one, because $100 isn't enough to get them enticed into it. And to be honest, that's not what these races are about. It's about the community side of it. It's about doing the race with your friends, with your team, with trying to enjoy it. If you win or lose, this is the endurance spirit. And then you have your leagues and series where there is prize money up for grabs, and it is hard to get into, and it is this and it is that, and you just have both sides of it. For me, I know that I'll never be able to race in any of those. I couldn't race in any of these massive series. I'm not fast enough. But you can race in this.
Perfect case in point here before we move on, because we're looking at the battle for third place in LMP2 going on between the Hull Racing Team and Obsidian Racing. The perfect case in point to end this little discussion on, Connery, is I don't think there's a single member of the iRacing community, of the sim racing community, who watched Jimmy Broadbent's reaction when he won. I think it's the third split of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's those moments, in my opinion, that make this sport what it is. Yeah, it wasn't the top split, but you know what? That was as much of an earned victory as anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, you had the similar sort of situation with the Indy 500 as well. It was, you know, just because it's not the top split doesn't mean it's not a legitimate win. You know, because I know after this, you know, even on Sunday, even after discussing this on broadcast many times, which I know a lot of the teams and drivers listen to, that there will still be some people on Twitter tweeting at a team that's won in fourth split or whatever, saying, "Oh, you didn't really win it." That's just super disingenuous. Just let people celebrate a win, and a win's a win in the end. You know, you beat potentially 49 other teams in a 24-hour endurance race. That has, you know, that should be commended. It shouldn't be put down just because it wasn't a very high iRacing split or whatever.
Yeah, and indeed. And just to let you know, by the way, we're starting a new podcast soon called RaceSpot Talk, where we're going to discuss a number of these issues in far more detail. I think there's also a number of different tie-ins that you can think about, Lewis. Things like mental health, for example, and a number of these sim racing drivers do sim racing because it's really ridiculously expensive to get into motorsports on track, and the ability for some of these drivers to go from the sim world to the asphalt racing, I think has been incredible. But you know, it's one of those things as well. People do racing because it helps things like their physical and their mental health, their cognitive health, and to try and take that away from someone, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. But at the same time, we have got this lovely battle going on with Obsidian Racing and the Hull Racing Team, two teams in particular who, you know, getting into this top split is another victory.
Yeah, I mean, like, mental health and focus and stuff is all a big part of it. And if you're sound mentally, you tend to be faster and stuff, and that's why people. That's a tend to, by the way, not 100% anymore. I'm not saying that you have to be happy to be fast. Not the same thing. But there is, if you don't have that kind of stuff going through your mind, you're not thinking about all this stuff in life, then you tend to be more focused on the race. And that's why I found that the little interview we had with RSA interesting to hear about some teams having a coach as part of the team to help them mentally, to help them focus, to help them sort of, you have life and you have racing, and let's put one to one side and then focus on this for now and how to focus on this, because that stuff can be coached and it makes an enormous difference. This is becoming a bit of sim racing that we're seeing a lot now, where we are seeing coaching come into it. I remember seeing the thing from Red Bull Racing Esports with Sebastian Job and how he was being coached a couple of years ago, and basically how that was all going. Obviously, some of that is from like a physical health point of view, but a lot of it is on the mental side and how to stay in the race and how to stay focused for such a long period. I think that stuff is fascinating, and even when you speak to some of the larger sportsmen, even from the real world of motorsport, mentality is honestly 90% of the battle. It's not just about how fast you are or what talent you've got. 90% of it is just how focused you are and what is going through your head at that point.
In the NFL, it's always about next man up. In sim racing, I always say it's about next corner up. You actually took the idea of Sebastian Job right out of my mouth, because I was going to say something about that. I'm not ever going to mention anyone's physical stature in sim racing. I think that would be rather rude of me to do. We are looking at the battle for P number 5 in GTD Daytona Red time. BMW Team Redline Red in 5th place. They are 17.9 seconds behind your class leader, Team Redline Blue, right behind them, and iRacing Sport Green right behind them, Connery. So we have got this split strategy going on. You've got yourself RHE Esports and PTZ Motorsports at the front of your field. You got BS competition kind of there in the middle, Logitech G Autos Esports, and then you've got this battle which some might think eventually might be again for the race lead, but that whole point about strategies, knowing your numbers, knowing where to focus on, and actually just sticking to the battle in hand that you have, well, that's what's going on in P5.
It all comes back to that psychological element you were just describing just a couple moments ago there, Will. It's focusing on the now rather than the past, and of course you do have to think about the future a little bit in regards to strategy, but yeah, these guys, you know, they know what the deal is. They've been in this game for a very, very long time at this point, in particular both the red line drivers at the moment, Chris Madambis and Diogo Pinto. They know how these sorts of endurance races work. We've got Mikael Gard in the Myra Simsport green car at the moment. They're sort of tagging onto the back of this one, and I'm actually kind of a little surprised to see how well Myra Simsport green are doing. They wouldn't be the first name that comes to mind. Looking at, you know, all the teams in this server once we were qualifying, that I thought, oh, they were going to be one of the race win contenders, but they've put themselves in a very good spot. They basically got the strategy to a point where they're just sort of able to lock onto the back of the red line cars and let them pull them around the circuit, and I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a little bit more left in the tank as well to actually go chasing positions further down the line, but it's still too early to tell at this point.
And I thought that you're right, they've done an incredible job so far, but that's one of those things about events like this, a Daytona 24 Hours, when you do see newer teams or teams that have done some work over the winter period that come into a new year with a bunch of momentum. One that always sticks out to me, Connery, is how over the years we saw the rise of teams like SimRC.de. They have actually got a team in this race today. I didn't notice it until earlier. SimRC team has not had the absolute best of races. In fact, they are all the way down in 16th place in class with Jürgen Frank. But every year we'll see one or two new teams that make it up and go, oh, we didn't quite expect to see them here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I just like seeing that development over the course of the year. It's not the same teams in the same sort of positions every year. Of course, you always have the regulars like the Red Line, like Coanda, like VS Competition and Williams Esports and Clover and all those sorts of names. But you do get those sorts of teams that maybe are new or just about breaking themselves into the top split now that we hadn't quite seen before. And it's great for them to be able to get this platform to show what they're made of, and to maybe even attract potential sponsors if that's the situation that they want to go to. But yeah, it's great to see the quote-unquote little guy doing very well. Although we do know last day back in Mikael Gard in this Fyra Simsport green car, and of course they have potentially Rasmus Busk and Lasse Sorensen potentially getting themselves behind the wheel of that car. So very much Scandinavian, very much Danish Fyra Simsport green car, and it just goes to show how far Danish sim racing has come, because of course they had a big competition with the Porsche Esports Denmark, which was live from Copenhagen, during 2021 in April, which was then broadcasted on their main sports network TV2 in Denmark. So it's great to see the leaps and bounds that they've made.
Oh yeah, there's been some great iRacing broadcasts on TV. I think we go back to the start of the pandemic, Lewis, and all of a sudden we had the call from Porsche saying, hi, we'd like to do this stuff with our drivers, do a virtual version of the Super Cup and Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. And then all of a sudden there was a great series going on that was on Eurosport, that was on Ziggo Sports, that was on Sport 1 in Germany. And it's great because we've seen a lot of this hybrid moving over the last couple of years because of the COVID-19 pandemic, with stuff being on Fox Sports and NBC Sports in America, with NASCAR, IndyCar, so on. And it's a new audience, and you always end up with the 10% going, watching people playing a video game. But then you actually got, a good portion of the audience that doesn't realise this crazy world of sim racing exists, that is, for them, the same entertainment value as if they were to be watching, a race on TV, because it's the same drivers, very similar atmosphere, and it's, again, them just adapting to a new challenge in some cases.
well, like I say, once the checkered flag drops, a race is a race. I'm sorry, that's the thing that we've heard quite a lot from a lot of people, and it's true. This is still racing. It just might not be what some people would classify as racing, even because it's on a game rather than a real life. Like, yeah, whatever. It's still a race. It still holds to rules. It still holds to the same levels that we hold ourselves in real life. It is what it is. And obviously, speaking of the pandemic and stuff, it's kind of one of those things that we can't really avoid in sim racing, where we will see the Williams, oh goodness, one of the Williams cars going into the rear end of the Mercedes Urano there, and that's a bit of a shame. The 91's not had a good day. But yeah, it's kind of a hard thing to avoid in sim racing, and thankfully, in a sense, those higher ups of the sim racing and motorsport worlds have worked tirelessly over the last 24 months to use this time to let's expose sim racing, let's make sim racing explode. And look at it the last 2 years, how much sim racing has grown, and you can kind of use events like this to really chart that course. Back in 2020, the entries, we had 1,600 teams and a total of 6,000 slightly above drivers, right? Last year we had just about 10,000 drivers, and this year we're at 15,000 drivers. You can't tell me sim racing's not growing, and that is a metric you can track.
Yes, indeed. Just to let you know that number 91 Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, currently driven by Dylan Scrivens. They are unfortunately 6 laps back, so they are struggling, as you said there, Lewis, in that number 91 car. 19th place in class, 41st overall. We've got 9 retirees, Lewis, and the majority of them are from GTD. RHG Esports, the number 8 car, we saw them in the wars. MSI Esports, a big team actually, who had a great 2021. MSI Esports, really sad to see them out of the race early, because they could have done something special.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for MSI Sports, losing one of their absolute star drivers as well, with the form of Alejandro Sanchez, who went off to Apex Racing Team. They are, like I say, out of the race. Alejandro Sanchez, who was driver for Apex, is also out of the race, by the way. That was the incident, if anyone can remember back to the Apex Racing Team spinning at T1, that was the incident that teams like the number 91 Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports, they were involved in that incident as well, and that's why they lost a whole heap of time. Of those retirements, like you said, 6 GTDs, 3 prototypes, SSC Movado Corsa Viola, the GSR by Hetznikar, and the Aris Racing MRW, which has been involved in its fair share of issues with some that were coming around to lap them. At some point they've eventually pulled the plug. Bit of a shame for some of these teams to pull the plug, but you kind of have to say sometimes in a race like this, where it is community, where there's no real prize, etc., and it is just the endurance spirit, sometimes the teams look at it and go, look, we're not really enjoying this. This is about fun. This is about enjoyment. Let's take a step back. Let's use our time to go and race in something else. Hey, maybe another split of this. Maybe go and do some of the IMSA sprint races or whatever. Go and do something else. Just enjoy your time and get out of the way. It's sad, but that's the joy of iRacing, is that if you've been a part of this race and it's not gone well, just go and do some more racing straight away.
Yeah. One of the interesting points I see on the opposite side of this, Connery, is number 1, all data is good data. I say this ironically, as I'm about to start teaching a module on data and decision making. But at the same time, don't forget 2022 now, even more than previous years, these teams got sponsorship obligations, and sometimes sponsors will send a message. It's like, well, the car is drivable, we can see it's drivable, why did you just pull over? And they want to make sure that they get as many eyeballs to their sponsor, because at the end of the day, they pay good money to the teams these days.
Yeah, they really do. These sorts of deals have started to become a little crazy, especially for the top teams with huge brands getting themselves involved. Of course, we've still got the homegrown quote-unquote sim racing brands that are still with us. We've got Huisingveld, we've got VRS as well. Those have all come out of sim racing and have all become massively successful in their own rights, but we're also having that in addition to these, like you said earlier, blue chip companies coming in and wanting to put their names on these cars, like they put their names on the real life cars as well. And of course, we've got the real life motorsports teams also wanting their virtual equivalent as well. In addition to all of the esports from also all the esports teams from other games, other esports that also want to get themselves involved. So it's just a melting pot of everything, and it's really benefited the scene so much.
At some point down the line, I think it'd be useful for us to get a look at the balance of performance that is going on in terms of GT Daytona. The reason why we say that, we haven't really talked about it that much, Lewis. There is a couple of changes to the balance of performance compared to if we were, just taking out one of these cars for a test drive. And the teams, they were aware of it, but of course what the aim is to not have, let's say, 25 of all the same cars. I would say that we've got an interesting split of cars here today, but the balance of performance quite often determines which car you're likely to use. And at a track like this, the two key things that always come out: top speed and basically fuel capacity in terms of how many laps you can run.
Well, to use this, well, I'll go into the BOP numbers in just a second as we see the number 2 in the pit. And to go into this more specifically as to how this has affected things, is that always with this kind of races, there's the classic. There's one car that's the best car. Last year it was the Mercedes and the Lamborghini. The BMW rather, and the Lamborghini. Those are the two that focused on. They were two quite new cars, and so those are ones that everyone in Split 1 was running. The Split 1 races in the GT3 category, 2017, all three of the cars Mercedes. 2018, all three of the cars Mercedes. 2019, you guessed it, all three of the cars Mercedes. 2020, Mercedes first and Mercedes third. Basically, the BOP had favoured the Mercedes, and so everyone had taken it, and so everyone was winning, and it's kind of boring. Getting the BOP right for something like this is incredibly difficult, and the teams are aware of it, and they focus. Actually, kind of one of the things where I'm quite glad we're starting to see teams partnering up with manufacturers and stuff, because then they're, regardless of the scenario, they're forced to take a BMW. BMW could be the worst car on the grid. They're still forced to take it because that's the car they're a part of, more of a real-world contingent. The BOP for this event, trying to balance it out, bearing in mind how many GT3s we have, affects 4 of the GT3s. The Audi R8 loses 1% of power, 5 kilos and 2% in its fuel tanks, just to make sure that it can't go 3,500 kilometers per hour. Don't think we've got an R8 at all in Split 1. Do have a couple of Lamborghini Huracans that was leading. They've lost 1% of power, slightly down. A bit of kilos added, only 2, and then a bit of fuel down. But we've seen the Lamborghini still fighting at the front, so clearly it's been balanced, but without being affected too much. The Mercedes and the Porsche have both been added 15 kilos. We do have both in Split 1. The Mercedes also has 2% lacking on power, just to bring them down. The BMW, which we can see on screen, is untouched. But could you say it's been the dominant car? No, I don't think so. We've seen Lamborghinis up front, we've seen Porsches. It's not been the dominant car, so I think the BOP that we have here, I'm sure all the drivers will tell me otherwise, but fair enough. I think we're pretty much bob on about where it should be.
Yeah, it seems to be like using the IMSA rules, you get a much outcome compared to... I never understand it normally in June when your car goes okay and all of a sudden the ACO give you a massive penalty, which means that everyone goes very slowly, and the penalties mean that come the race, it's all upside down. We did have 2 Audi R8 LMSs, however, they are both out of the race, unfortunately. Same way that our only Ferrari in the field is out of the race. A 488 GT3 Evo 2020, well, that was piloted by MSI Esports. Mark Perez out of the race. Apex Racing Team number 98 and the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car are both out of the race, so we don't actually know what the true speed of this Audi was going to be, Lewis.
Yeah, which is a shame, to be perfectly honest. See, now when you say, if you were to say, like, what car was the MSI Esports, and I go, oh yeah, it was a Ferrari, wasn't it? It's kind of one of those things you just kind of don't put 2 and 2 together. We just haven't seen them up towards the front in quite a while. We haven't seen them on the broadcast at all in quite a while because they're out of the race. A big shame for Was Cooking, got to be said, because we know that they've got a large fan base. Let's be honest. Towards our discussion earlier on in the race about how everything's very professional, all BMW bank and running the Apex Racing team in Coanda, and everyone's taking it like suit and tie and everything's like very professional, and then you've got a team coming along called Was Cooking. Love that kind of stuff. I really want to see, I still want to see a little bit more of that, just for a bit of fun. But it is a shame to see them fall by the wayside. but that's how it kind of goes. They're clearly not the favoured vehicles in the sense of there was only 3 between those 2 manufacturers. Most of them come between the BMWs, between the Porsches, and also between the McLaren. Seeing it come through the back shot there does actually remind me, not really spoken too much about the McLaren, obviously driven fantastically at the moment by the Logitech G Altus eSports cars.
Yeah, and they're currently running 4th place on track. To run through your top 5, actually, in your GTD division, it is RHG Esports leading the way over PGZ Motorsports, and Julian Sarin in 1st place in number 88 car. But the important point to note here, Connor, is that 114 PGZ Motorsports car of Govan Keeney, after being almost 3 seconds back earlier on, Keeney has gotten now back up to the rear of the RHG Esports car. So once again, you're separated by basically a couple of car lengths in a battle for GTD race lead.
Yeah, great stuff, especially at this stage in the race where we've gotten a good handful of hours under our belt now, yet we can still talk about things like battles for the race lead and battles for podium positions as well. So hopefully that continues on into the nighttime hours. Of course, the nights is a bit of a different beast sometimes, especially when you get into what would usually be the early hours of the morning, so sort of past the halfway stage of the race and getting into those sort of towards dawn hours. That's when things start to get a little bit more sketchy and mistakes are made, and the fatigue really does start to hit these drivers pretty hard. But yeah, great to see that we have battles this close already. I do have some news. You asked the question about how the Audi R8s would have done in this split. Well, we can look down to split 2. I'm seeing people in the chat saying, William Chadwick saying the R8 is there's an R8 leading in split 2 at the moment. So yeah, I mean, it feels like any manufacturer really, apart from maybe the Mercedes, could be leading at this point in any split.
And you make a very good point there as well about the changes from day to night, night to day, as we're seeing the BS competition number 89 car coming on towards pit road from 3rd place to the Logitech G Altus Esports number 43 car right behind, who was in 4th place at the time. But Connery, we talk about the setup for these cars, for example, and you make the point how things are going to change, even though this race is running more in...
Sorry to interrupt you there. Redline Blue have had an issue. They've had an incident coming through the dogleg, I believe, and into the West Horseshoe. They were trying to deal with a little bit of prototype traffic coming through on them. They just turn in while Yassi were trying to head their way down their inside.
Yeah, and I was going to say, they just came onto road a lap ago. I just had it downloaded at 4 hours 45 minutes. They came on towards pit road. So we get ourselves a replay of the Team Redline number 70 car. See what happened down at the West Horseshoe in just a moment's time. But what that's actually done is it has dropped them quite a way back. So we'll get that replay up for you, as I say, in just 1 moment's time. We'll show you exactly what went down there. But I will say the Team Redline cars lost about 8 seconds to the rear, Lewis, of their red sister car. Of course, Redline were 2 BMWs running in close proximity. And here's the replay then. Down into the... Oh, that's actually through the kink. And then the Christopher Danbeat, look at that spin and that drift. And he's got to make sure, of course, he rejoins the track, kind of pointing in the right direction.
Had to be careful, because if you're going against the flow of traffic for too long, which you can do when you've been spun off like that, if you're going against the flow of traffic for too long, iRacing will very quickly step in and be like, that's DQ, off you go. It's vicious how it does it, and it wouldn't have been their fault. It's just how it does it. To obviously avoid you coming in front of everyone else and getting taken out.
That's the second incident of us for the number 72 car. Yeah. There already was damage to the rear of that machine, but right on impact seems to be now they've had to come onto pit roads for longer repairs, Connery. So the day that started off so well for Team Redline in GTD, it looks as though realistically they are down to 1 car in the fight, and that is the red car. The question will now be, can they get the blue and the orange car repaired to maybe help the red car later on in this race, maybe helping out in the draft, helping out through traffic or something else?
Yeah, it's... I mean, I guess this is the reason why teams submit multiple cars to these races, I suppose, but Yeah, orange having a terrible time for red line. Blue now having a multitude of issues. Now red having to deal with with the situations on track as well. We've got the AMG Urano car, who is also having to deal with the RAG Esports car at the moment, having to try and squeeze through down at the International Horseshoe. But yeah, it seems like the Team Redline Blue car has now decided to try and make its way off of pit lane, so it wasn't too long stationary down on towards the pit lane there. And in fact, that might have been more of a scheduled stop than anything else, I believe. Let's just see. But I think my data's being slightly dodgy here, so we'll have to wait and see with that one. But yeah, either way though, the story still remains the same. Will Team Redline, 2 of 3 cars having major issues. Yeah,
Team Redline have had a lot of time in the wars at Daytona. They've had one of the biggest controversies I remember as well in one of the first BMW 120 races here at Daytona. But the Team Redline Blue car is now down 16th place in class, and the orange car is currently 17th place in class. I was going to say you might have seen Max Verstappen get behind the wheel of the orange car the last time they came on towards pit road, but Gianni Vecchio stayed behind the wheel of that one, Connery, so it's more likely you are going to see Max. It will be in about 15 minutes time, just as we get ready to hand over.
I've heard they've decided to put them in the early hours of the morning, actually. At least that's the last report that I had heard as to when Max Verstappen's going to get behind the wheel of that car. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
And send him on his way.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the plan has changed with regards to that. Simon Feigl in our YouTube chat saying, I think they might have gotten a stop and hold penalty for the Red Line Blue car for cutting too much of the course as well. Because, yeah, there is like a point where you cut the course so much that it doesn't give you a slow down penalty. It gives you a full-blown stop and hold penalty. So, yeah, that could have been the situation there for Red Line as well.
Yeah, I've not tested it because I normally don't stay on the track that long to be able to do so, but that does make a lot of sense, Lewis, because where you basically are, if you to take the infield part of the track, which is what that Team Redline Blue car did, you are essentially skipping out the West Horseshoe, and the time gained there, even at slow speeds, could be equated to about 4.5 seconds, and at that point, it's too much for the normal iRacing slowdown penalty to apply. And I know it happens if you cut over the chicane completely, for example, there. Sebring, it happens at a couple of corners at Spa, so good spot there, I think, by Simon Feigl, who of course is team principal for Altus Esports.
Yeah, I think we might see. So it might have been some issue like that. I think as soon as they came to a stop in the pit lane, did see the damage repair getting instantly sorted, so they might be okay. Don't know for sure, but either way, damage needed to be sorted out quite a lot. The entire left-hand side of that car was damaged fairly significantly, and now departing NASCAR 4, not too far ahead of the RAG Esports and PJZ Motorsports car that are battling for the race. You can just see the 2 Lamborghinis at the back of shot there that are battling for the race lead. It would then put the Team Redline Blue car 2 laps down instead of just 1. It's a real shame. I'm sure we'll get a message from Dom Doon at some point being like, yeah, can you not talk about any of my cars ever again, please? Yeah, cool, thanks, hey, bye. Well, so I'll sign a contract on that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to note because, of course, as we talked about earlier, it is the responsibility of the passing car to execute a clean and safe pass. So they're not going to get any free movement on RAG Sports and PGZ Motorsports. And in fact, if that Team Redline Blue car can demonstrate that they still got decent top speed, then you could argue that they have perfect right to try and stay 1 lap down rather than going 2 laps down. Other point that's worth noting, for those of you who are new to iRacing, want to know what damage here, there are 2 different types of damage you can get. Of course, you get the standard damage, where your car gets hit, you deal with the damage, you carry on your stint, you get it repaired. Then you have what is called the meatball flag. It's a black flag with a big orange circle in the middle, affectionately known as a meatball flag. And if that happens, you have a total of 3 laps to come on towards pit road to get what are classified as essential repairs done in order to make your car roadworthy. Basically, in the same way that in most countries you've got to have a roadworthy car at all times, the same applies in the motorsport way. You can't have a car, for example, which is crabbing at 150 miles an hour, or it's got damage, for example, and if it was to have existed, the spouting out of oil, so on. You do sometimes see with LMP2 cars, for example, they will end up, if you missed a gear, the back end will start spewing out a load of smoke. If you get that meatball flag, Connery, it really is a case of you're unlikely to be able to recover from it, but as we talked about before, you really want to stay in the race and see if you can complete it.
Yeah, when it gets to that point, your days are numbered with regards to your participation in the race, pretty much, because even if you get the required repairs done, even if you get all the optional repairs done, the car is not going to be as good as new, like you've gotten yourself a fast repair. That is simply not the case. And, you know, you might still have some floor damage, you still might have some sideboard damage in a lot of cases, in particular with the LMP2s. And, you know, you still might be down 10 kilometers an hour in the straight, which is not going to work around here in particular. So, yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. You know, you've given a false sense of hope, pretty much, saying, okay, we can get all the required and optionals done and we should be good to go, but it doesn't usually work out that way.
No. And if you have required repairs, the car is never going to behave the same again. We were starting to talk about something before all this happened, Lewis, and it was about how you set your car up for a 24-hour race, a question that came in via social media. Even though this race is held more in the dark than it is in daytime, from what I understand, the teams would rather set their car up to work better in daytime and deal with the, you know, the actual wiggleness, shall we say, nighttime, because at the start of the race, running when the track condition is warmest, and then, of course, as you get through towards the end of the race, where you really are trying to solidify your position, the track is getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and you actually are losing the ability to really become aggressive or change your strategy. You've basically got to deal with the car that you have in front of you, damaged or not, to bring it to the end.
Yeah, I mean, the way the car balance changes through the race here is more aggressively than almost any other circuit that you go to, just because of how long the night is, how cold the night is. I mean, take it for example at the moment, in-game, because this is, you know, how, if you want to know about the time and stuff, obviously in-game it's the 29th of January, i.e. the weekend that's coming up where the real race will happen. It is coming up to 6:45 in-game, and we're already in the very thick of night. We're probably not going to see the morning until around 6, 7, 8 a.m. in-game, so not for a very, very long time indeed, which means a lot of these cars and teams will have built their setup to be a bit more neutral or a bit more aggressive, depending on how comfortable they are in these conditions, and then you kind of make do with however it is in the day and build through. Point is that balance and stuff obviously changes through, and there are certain things you can do, adjusting tyre pressures and stuff on the stops, which will kind of help to do that, but you need a team, you need a team and the know-how. I do not know how, and that was very evident when we did the Bathurst 12-hour last year, and obviously you start off that race at night time and we were like, well, what tyre pressures do we start with and what tyre pressures do we end with? And I was like, well, just whatever they are. I don't know. I'm not an engineer, unfortunately. It's those kind of things that make this stuff very interesting, is how much it changes and how the conditions tend to favour some teams, some cars set up, and you know, as the race evolves. And to be honest, even sometimes a little bit of damage, if you get it in the right way, might not slow you down that much.
We've seen the stories and we've heard the stories before in certain types of motorsports when somehow the car starts going faster after it's had damage. You can spend millions of pounds and hundreds of hours in a wind tunnel to do what you think is right, then all of a sudden you get yourself a gift, and unfortunately you can't use it for the rest of the next race because they wouldn't allow you to put the part to the car in the first place. Then there are a number of adjustments that you can make over the course of the race. The majority of them are focused on tyre pressures, but at the same time, you have got the option of changing things like traction control, gears, and these are very important when you're running a multi-class race, when you've got, multi-driver race, when you've got 2 or 3 drivers, and you've got to find a way of getting that ground which has the adaptability for the different drivers that take the wheel at different points of the day into the night, who have slightly different driving styles.
That's the main thing. It's not just building a setup that is meant to go fast for one driver. It's meant to go pretty fast for all of the drivers, and they all have different ways of driving the car. They have, you know, some might like to turn in a little bit later than others. Some like to brake deeper than others. Some brake drag a lot more in terms of trying to stabilize the car through the corner and get it turned. You know, those are all different things. They prefer different traction control settings and ABS settings, like you've already mentioned. And you know, it's all those things that you have to factor in. And there have been instances before where drivers come down on towards the pit lane to do a driver change. Drivers got in, forgot to change the brake bias because I think one of their other drivers had a load cell pedal and they didn't have a load cell pedal or something like that. And when the first braking zone they go into, they just completely lock up the brakes and just go straight on because they forgot to change the settings in the car. So it was, you know, you do have to be very, very conscious of those things. As with most things in endurance racing, it's all about compromise.
And it's not like, for example, I've seen it happen at Le Mans in Spa-Francorchamps. The issue here, Connor, is if you lock the brake cell, the first time you're going to be hitting the brakes is just as you come out towards pit road, and then all of a sudden you've got a bit of a tyre barrier and an Armco barrier ahead of you.
Yeah, it's never the ideal situation. So I mean, it's even more the case when we get to when we do live events as well. It's, of course, you know, the benefit of racing from home here is that you have your own setup, you have your own settings that work for you with your rig, with your wheel, with your pedals. But if you go to a live event, for example, like the Sim Racing Expo, it's all completely different, and everyone's having to try and deal with the equipment that they've been given. So being able to adapt in that way is pretty crucial for those events. But thankfully for these events, at least, everyone's, or rather most people are racing from home. Of course, team houses, you know, a little bit different with regards to that. But yeah, it's great that these drivers are able to feel comfortable behind the wheels for a very extended period of time.
5 hours are in the books then of the 2022 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours. It is Apex Racing Team leading by quite a way, I have to say right now, over VRS Commander SimSport. That car seems to be becoming alive as the track conditions have cooled substantially, and of course we have gone from daylight into darkness. Commander SimSport second, Obsidian Racing in third. In fact, it's gotten a little bit more spread out entirely in your LMP2 field. In terms of GT Daytona, RAG Esports are still leading by about half a second over PGZ Motorsports as they scrap it out. We haven't actually yet had the opportunity to show you a full lap on board track guide, so let's do that right now. And let's join RaceSpotTV commentator and VCO Simi Award winner Arjuna Kantapati as he takes us on a lap around this Daytona International Raceway road course.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Daytona International Speedway. We're ready to kick off the year of iRacing special events in earnest here. 2 weeks ago we had the BMW Sim GT Cup. Today, of course, the 24. A week ago, the Roar before the 24. It really is a celebration of speed here in Daytona Beach, Florida in the month of January. No longer the first major endurance event of the year, but it is definitely the one that everyone's got their eye on. Twice around the clocks, prototypes and GT3 cars. Today we're going to ride around in this BMW M4 GT3 car for a lap at the Daytona International Speedway. Relatively tricky track, to be honest. Even though it's flat and may seem simple, to be quick around here requires precision, which over 24 hours can be rather difficult. But let's ride around here and we'll talk about some other things through the lap. Across the start finish line, 280 kilometers an hour into the braking zone. White line on the ground marks your braking zone. Down into second gear, get it to the inside, almost to the tire wall. Try not to run out wide like I did there, but onto the power nice and early through the right left chicane. That leads you into the International Horseshoe. Brake at the 100-meter board on the right hand side. Somewhat difficult to see if you're not in virtual reality or have an ultra wide or triple screen setup, but you want to get to that curb and get onto the power to minimize the distance, maximize the exit. Into the kink you come. Need to be careful in a GT car here when the lap traffic comes to pass you, because prototypes can bully you into the grass. Second hairpin in the infield. It's interesting. You'll see a couple of different lines. Some drivers try and V it, some drivers try and minimize the distance, but it's all about this next hairpin, because this is where you maintain the momentum that you carry out of this corner all the way to the bus stop, all the way to turn number 1. On the banking, you use almost all of the 2.5 miles of banking here at Daytona. And you do know, in a GT car, you want to stay down low, Force the prototypes to go around you. Do not try and be unpredictable and make their life more interesting or your life more interesting. One more set of corners and it's the bus stop chicane. Fast, fearsome, but so rewarding if you get it right. A little bit loose on the entry there, down into third. Watch the anti-cut curve on the right-hand side because that will usher you into the tire wall. And now take a breath because you can relax to do the roller coaster all over again. One thing to note in these GT cars, we saw this in the BMW Sim GT Cup. It's difficult to do a full hour, so you need to save some fuel or you'll be doing a splash and dash at the end of the race. But 24 hours here, it is a race full of attrition. It's so unpredictable, and we can't wait to see how it goes. Enjoy the iRacing Daytona 24.
Thank you very much to Arjuna Kankapati, and if you liked his voice, well, good news. You get more of him in about 56 minutes time. We talked about the VCO Simi Awards. By the way, as we have a moment, we'd like to say thank you very much to everyone who voted for RaceSpotTV or the VCO Simi for best video content. We did a little bit of a kind of a patronage handover, myself and Connery the other day. Me knocking randomly at his door, which is not weird at all, Connery, but the VCO Simi Award is currently with you on your desk for a couple of months.
Yes, it is. Of course, until maybe Hugo turns up and I'll be able to give it to him or something like that. But yeah, it's that was great for us to be able to get into the bag, not only for us as a company, but also Arjuna getting himself the best commentator accolade as well, which is absolutely brilliant stuff. It just shows that. What we do here at RaceSpotTV is being recognised by the wider sim racing community. Just one thing, Will, try not to turn up to my house unannounced again.
Sorry. Yeah, just one of those things when you live only about an hour away from someone else. It's just that I'll just come and knock on your door. But thankfully, Lewis, Connie was wearing pants at the time.
At least there's that, thankfully. It's I feel like you're rubbing it in as if I didn't win that award. Oh, I'm painful. Nah, it's fine. Arjuna, fantastic commentator. Let's say it is great to be able to steal that award from Jimmy Broadbent. We took it, we won it fair and square. Right?
Yeah. Hashtag no punterino.
I mean, we're not taking part in this race, so at least there's that. We're taking part in a different way, i.e. what?
Yeah.
I think we should have next year the RaceSpot team where when we're not commentating we have to drive as well.
Yes, definitely. We've been talking about it for a while. In fact, there's a number of different things that we're going to be doing over the next couple of months. The one that we've always had is the partners of RaceSpotTV commentators. I did come up with a crazy one the other day where you have the pets of RaceSpotTV commentators doing the pedals and then you've got to do the steering, but that would just be absolute calamity. Dakota Fripp, we're running on board of him right now in the Inertia X Vanderbilt sim racing car, currently running in 10th place in LMP2. What I did like about that track guide, Lewis, is that it really wasn't a polished lap, and it does show you how these cars are an absolute handful to manage. And even with Dakota there, we're seeing that that back end isn't as stable as you want it to be, especially now the track conditions are very...
These cars are tricky. Yeah, that is a known factor. For me, particularly the prototypes, I really do struggle with getting this prototype sorted around a lap. But it shows more so the difficulty of Daytona. It's bumpy. It's not a surface that's been treated to perfection, and it's the smoothest surface known to mankind. It just works. It's just bump-free and nice and calm and easy. This is not an easy track. The bumps into almost every braking zone are basically inviting you to use a little bit too much brake, to locking up, to going straight on. It is inviting you to basically ask too much of the car in the circuit, and that's where this becomes, what makes Daytona interesting and different. Why we love places like Sebring, why we love it, why we like Long Beach, and all these circuits that have character in the form of bumps and stuff, is what makes them difficult. If they didn't have bumps, if they were just flat, genuinely, all of those circuits would actually be quite easy because they don't have large undulation, they don't have big, long, corners that go into like a carousel and all that. They don't have any of that. It's just fairly flat, but they work somehow.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen it the opposite way. I think it was 2008 at Indianapolis when they diamond ground the track, and it made the race much impossible for the tyres. It also happened, I think, of course, in 2005, that infamous Formula 1 race, and been on board at Dakota for it for a lap or so now. You can also see how that car is such a handful through turns 1 and 2, and kind of like dirty air does affect him. He's going to lose out quite dramatically there, having to take the left hand of the racetrack to then try and outbrake the Urano car. That doesn't work, so he's going to try and do the under-over on the exit of the International Horseshoe. This should give him the power he needs to take the line he wants into, through the kink there, back to single file, and no doubt there, Connor, the Urano car would have just feathered the throttle for maybe half a second, just because you don't want to go too wide through the kink unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation, and we've seen many times, even in this race so far, where we've seen the either prototypes and GTs, or 2 GTs or 2 prototypes go wheel to wheel through the dogleg, and it just simply does not work out in a lot of cases. There's a lot of trust that's required, a lot of space that needs to be given, and even then, sometimes you just run out of road, you clip the grass on the outside, and then you have a pretty big incident. So, yeah, it's being aware of where is an appropriate place on the track for you to go side by side and where isn't, and definitely the dogleg is one of those more sketchy ones to go side by side through.
Track conditions have cooled down by degrees Celsius, both in terms of the track and the air, since the last time we noted it about an hour ago. Race humidity remains at 42%. The winds are about stable at 11 to 12 kilometers an hour. It is still partially cloudy on track right now. So that's that kind of cloud cover will keep the track conditions cool throughout the night here. Of course, the sun's not going to play a major part, but that cloud cover will keep the track cool, but actually a little bit warmer, Lewis, compared to if it was completely cool, completely clear skies. It's that whole kind of year 10 geography lesson when, you know, in the winter, when it's sunny, it's warm in the daytime, but blooming freezing come nighttime.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those interesting things. I'm not a meteorologist, so forgive me, but I did just live with one, so at least I got some lessons in that sense. That obviously the cloud coverage, if you have heavy cloud and it's nighttime, it might actually be warmer in the sense of it's keeping that temperature in like a nice insulated blanket. It's keeping that whatever temperature was there in a nice sunny day, it just keeps it on the track, it keeps it around. That's why it's still around 21 degrees. If that cloud layer does start to disappear, obviously we won't see it visually because it's nighttime, it's quite hard to see clouds, but it's night. We might see that sort of open up a little bit and maybe even the temperature cool down, particularly if the wind speed picks up just a little bit. And if it cools down anymore, again, that's the track surface getting faster and faster. It can get faster. I think it's down to about 20 degrees, maybe a little bit above that. So we're around like basically peak track temperature. Did also see, by the way, when we were looking at Dakota, it did actually remind me of one thing. I think they're doing quite well, running in 8th spot, but that was the car that was. Remember back to the start of the race, there was one car backwards on the run down into turn 1. That was Matti Kaidasoa. It was that car that was completely backwards at turn 1. It avoided the crash going into the International Horseshoe because obviously it was far too far behind, although it did cop a whack from those rejoining. The fact that they're now running inside the top 10 shows that, again, qualifying doesn't really matter, and it's just about keeping on the racetrack.
You're completely right, and it is about, in these endurance races, it's often a case, Lewis, of it's not about, I'm going to have to see the clean version of this because I often teach another one. It's not about the mistakes that you make, it's about how you react to the mistakes that you make. Because in this type of racing, it's about limiting the mistakes as much as possible and learning from the mistakes when you do. Because actually, if you have a spin, there's data points there that you can remember. It might be you can't push too heavily on a full tank of fuel, or the car is just going to be a little bit tight when you're working yourself through a specific section of the racetrack, current track conditions. Or it might be a case of, as you're into the on a set of tyres, you're going to have to, for example, feather it more to go through the kink.
Yeah, it's learning the differences on the fly. This is what makes the very best of the very best. You know, those kind of people that can jump into track conditions they haven't seen before on a track, like, you know, i.e. limiting practice and still getting on the track and still being able to get to the maximum of the car because they just kind of know how to drive. These drivers are also almost always the fastest to react to mistakes and basically not have them cause issues for a longer time. It's why, again, when I was fairly new to sim racing, I was told for some series, practice less. Honestly, 110%, but some of the best advice I ever got was to practice less, because during the race you start driving the car, whereas if you do 300 laps of practice, you start doing all of your laps based on what you've got in practice, and that's always when you tend to drop the car and go, yeah, but that never happened in practice. Oh, well, you've done too much practice then. Lower amount of practice and just start driving the car, and then you get better at reacting to things in the car. When you've locked up one tyre, you've got a flat spot, and now you've got to react to how it is. You've got a bit of damage. Now the car's a little bit too much through the dog leg on the rear end, so now you can react to that stuff. Because you're driving the car, you're more attuned to learning this.
Of course, what we're not going to say is don't practice at all, just before we get flamed to death on the iRacing forums. But you are right. There is a limit to how practice can help you without actually taking part in things like simulated racing sort of thing. And the AI, for example, now, Connery, on iRacing can make that a lot more interesting because, you know, yes, there are official races that go off all the time. And yes, that might be the best in terms of improving your racecraft. But actually, sometimes just running in what I'd like to call a less fault environment, when your actions aren't going to impact on someone else's racing career as much, using things like the AI can be really useful as another training tool. And let's not forget, of course, iRacing was developed as a training tool for professional sim racing drivers and professional racing drivers.
There are also sim situations where teams might even decide to practice together.
Yes.
Just to size each other up, you know, that
Can I
is
get a pit party?
Yeah, but you know that, and again, that goes back to, you know, how things work in Counter-Strike, where teams would instead of just playing matchmaking together or whatever, they would just organize a semi-organized match between two teams. That's the sort of unofficial sort of thing. So yeah, there's certainly an element of that. There's, of course, with iRacing, with how the split system work, with how the iRacing systems work, you know, the vast majority of these guys are going to be in the top split of whatever race they're going to sign up to. So they're going to find some pretty healthy competition in there, but sometimes it's better to try and race and get used to competing with people who you would actually be competing with on the bigger stages, because they're not always going to sign up for the same races that you do. So it's better for the practice to happen in a bit more of a controlled environment.
Yeah, Apex Racing Team, number 99, out of pit road. Maxime Brint now behind the wheel of that number 99 car. And Apex Racing Team was a perfect example to what you were just talking about, Connery, because every month of May, they do a deal. They work with i5G and Broken Arrow. And even though they are technically rivals, they will work together as competitive rivals because they need to do things like that racecraft at a track like Indianapolis. So you do sometimes see teams working together professionally, even though they're not going to share setups, they'll share tracking with each other. And that's some of the ways that we've seen some of these larger teams develop over time. Apex Racing Team are currently about half a minute behind VOS Commander SimSports number 2 car. That VOS Commander SimSport number 18 car, Lion Heinrich's behind the wheel of that car. Of course, Lion Heinrich making a move recently to join the number 18 car from Williams Esports. Worth noting that those two cars both have not stopped, and of course, Lewis, the number 18 car, was in the wars a little bit earlier on, so they've got a lot of work to do overnight if they want to come back into contention.
Yeah, I mean, just remember those cars are going, both the VRS Commander cars, they're pitting every 25 laps, which is not at the end of this lap, it's the end of the next one. So they're already trying to work their way back into this at the moment by playing the strategy card. Meanwhile, Apex tend to be sort of firing on all cylinders and just trying to put in some good lap times. The 18, let's just be honest, it's not out of the race. Yes, it's had some trials. Yes, it's had some issues. Certainly not out of the race. Let's be honest, no one really is at the moment. I'd say once we've got 12 hours into the race, then we can start really scratching off some people as to who's properly in contention or not. At the moment, this is Coanda. They're just playing their strategy. The focus is on the 2 car, which Mitchell de Jong is behind. Lauren Heinrich, though, is a fast driver and is closing the gap. There's the 2 car into the pit lane, even a lap earlier than I was expecting. Down onto the lane is Mitchell de Jong. I wonder if Heinrich will follow him. He's 30-odd seconds back, so I won't panic too much. What is surprising me most of all about this race, though, is, even in this early stages, is how much of this race the Apex Racing Team is actually leading. Like, they are out and out outpacing VRS Coanda right now, and it's not just one car. It's not as if they've just got one guy behind the wheel that's just doing the legwork. Obviously the race started in the hands of Johan Half, passed it off to Peter Berryman. Now behind the wheel is Maxime Briant, and we'll see how fast Maxime Briant will go when he has to go toe-to-toe with Josh Rogers, who's just got back in behind the wheel of the number 2 car.
Yep. Just having a look through Twitter, use the hashtag iRacing Daytona 24 if you want to get in contact with us on social media. At DataRes, his name's Ryan, saying nighttime is the right time. The old BMW has seen some things, including a P2-induced punt and flip, but the horseshoe is still at it. About to get in his first stint, so he's part of the 24 Hours of Daytona. Shout out also to Inertia Sim Racing. They tweeted out, of course, they are watching online. However, Connery, as you will know, they've made one mistake, because you cannot tune in to a web broadcast.
No, you can't. That's a pet topic that you have there, Will. By the way, speaking of Twitter, did you only just follow me?
Don't forget, I set up a new account this time last year.
Oh my god, I'm in the middle of drama.
Bill, I'm disappointed he didn't do it immediately.
I like the fact that he's not angry, just disappointed. Lewis, I'll find you a little bit later on. Also, shout out to Elite_Harbinger, who's streaming their Daytona 24 Hours. I'm not going to lie to you. This gentleman is looking to get himself a new sim rig. He's after $300. I'm not quite Mr. Beast. I can't just do it for you. But if you want to check out his stream, you'll find it by using the hashtag iRacing Daytona 24. Really good to see so many people streaming this event as well across social media. We do love to see your streams. We do like to check in with them from here to time. As Alex Gal, look at that. That's a big boat draft in this Sim.Inc. Satellite Racing number 64 car. Of course, chat to Satellite Racing a little bit earlier on here today. If you do want to come and talk to us, you can do so. Head over to ts.RaceSpotTV and you can have a chat either to ourselves for the next 39 minutes or our next team, Arjuna Kankapati et al. They'll be on the air just after we finish. And of course, make sure you subscribe to YouTube. That way you know exactly where to go for the remaining part of this 2022 Daytona 24 Hours. Our coverage is brought to you here today by RaceSpotTV. Let's have a look at the timing screen, shall we, for a moment, Lewis? Let's see what's going on. We've got Lauren Heinrich on pit road in the number 18 car, and Coanda's number 2 car has just come out.
Yeah, so kind of the expectation there that Lauren Heinrich, or rather the 18 car, was going to where I was expecting it to. It was getting up to the 25 stint, which is, again, where they were supposed to go. Is why I was surprised the number 2 car didn't quite follow in that footsteps. But either way, got a little bit of traffic from the T3 Maniti Racing car. At the moment, still Apex Racing leading by 16 seconds. A fantastic lead of Maxime Briant behind the wheel. Keeping an eye on his lap times, because this is where things are important, is to his lap times in comparison to his teammates. Peter Berryman through his stints running roughly in the low 1 minute 33s. Maxime Briant, this is why these guys are the very best on the planet. Jumps in behind the wheel. His first time lap, it's a low 1 minute 33, 1 minute 33.3. That is straight into the rhythm from Maxime Briant, and absolutely fantastic. 16 seconds over VRS Coanda. Marla Racing Team, though, they're moving themselves into contention. The Williams Run outfit. Then we have the number 18 that we're focused on at the moment. Right now, running around in 4th position. Lauren Heinrich is still behind the wheel of that one. Obsidian Racing just flying under the radar a little bit with Williams Esports BenQ, who are involved in the incident, down into another one in that international horseshoe in the early stages of the day. Another one that was involved in that was the 81 that was on screen there. Crazy a moment in the race, but clearly enough teams have recovered from that.
Yeah, indeed. And just worth noting, by the way, that for Apex Racing Team, it is their 3rd driver into the car, Maxime Briant. For Coanda Simsport, it's Josh Rogers getting behind the wheel. Quick history lesson, in case you're wondering. Josh Rogers, isn't he Australian? Isn't it silly o'clock in the morning? No, because Josh Rogers is one of a number of drivers who race from Gronau for the VOS car and the Sim Sports team. And for Rogers, it is currently 7:25 in the evening. So I'm interested to note here whether or not Coanda are doing the kind of double drivers being ready to race at any one time strategy, Connery, and maybe they're working a kind of like 8 hours on, 8 hours off, 8 hours on window, which helps a lot more when you are in the same building, because you can basically just prod someone to wake them up at a time, but also they all know they've got sleeping accommodation and so on, literally about 20 paces away, because the sim room is actually its own self-contained unit away from the house, so you can get that privacy as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's many benefits of doing it on premises like that, but you know, like I mentioned, there might be some situations where the time zones get a bit weird. You know, if they're all racing from the same team house, they're all racing in the same time zone. That means the whole sort of graveyard shift of the early hours of the morning is not going to be as well. It's going to be even more sort of affecting them. So. Whereas you got other teams with other drivers in different time zones, you know, in America or Australia or, you know, all over the world, that's able to drop in at their prime time, so to speak. For some of these teams, it might be a bit more of a struggle. In particular, those teams that are single country, so to speak, so like Fira and Kova.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking who will get into that number 2 car next. I've got the big feeling that the kind of middle stint Lewis is going to be a mixture of David Williams and maybe Mac Backham. That's what's coming to my head. I don't have the data. Someone probably does already, but I've got the feeling that it's going to be David Williams and Mac Backham, because David Williams is pound for pound, in my opinion, one of the best nighttime racers there is up there.
Well, I can see, at least from what I've got ahead of me right now, is that David Williams is in the 81 car, will be driving later on. Hasn't done a lap yet. And Mac Backham's not actually behind any of these cars, as far as I can see. So
should have done my research, shouldn't I?
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, you can't see, you know, it's fine. The other driver in that car, as far as I can see, is just the 3 of them. Josh Rogers, Mitchell de Jong, and Tommy Usgaard, who's not done a lap yet.
I tell you what, you talk about David Williams being Mr. Consistent, Connery. Yeah. Tommy Usgaard is ultra consistent when you come down to the nighttime racing. So, Tommy Usgaard, I remember you did this race a couple of years ago, and it was incredible to see his consistency here. So, we're going to be set up over the night, so don't disappear when we go off there. You've got yourselves great racing in LMP2 and great racing in GTD, because Apex Racing Team versus Coanda, I literally think could be one of those races that will come down to the final pit stop. And then we've got that dual strategy going on at RHG Esports, PGC Motorsports, battling for the race lead in GTD. But you got to remember that BMW Team Redline Red are right there in the picture as well, Connery.
It's great that we're talking about this coming up to about 6 minutes into the race, and we've still got gaps as close as they are. Because remember, we don't have the luxury, well, some might call it a luxury, some might call it not, but we don't have the situations where we have full course yellows, safety cars, code 60s, whatever, here in iRacing. Of course, they are available for hosted sessions, but however, in these special events, you know, there's no admin around that can call a safety car unless one of the staff members wants to play a cruel joke, as they have admin access in all official sessions. But yeah, apart from that, you know, it's going to be green flag racing all the way to the end. So therefore, you don't get the chance for these battles to be bunched up again. So to have, you know, a 14-second gap for the race lead at this stage in the race with green flag running all the way so far is pretty good. I mean, things are even closer in GTs as well. It just goes to show how the standard of the racing here is so high, and the consistency is at a level where, you know, you'd be struggling to find any better talent on other platforms, other sims than this. So it's you know, this is what endurance racing on iRacing can be like sometimes. It's a long one, yes, and there's no breaks because there's no safety cars, but however, we will be rewarded with a potential Grand Slam finish at the end of this one if all goes well.
Yeah, And I was actually joking before we came on air, Lewis. We have special accounts. I won't go too much into detail because people will try and find them. But we have got special accounts that we use here for broadcasting for RaceSpot, which basically makes sure we can bring pictures to you. And I was joking before we went on air. Wouldn't it be hilarious if we hadn't noticed this for all of these years? But actually, our broadcast accounts, we could have accidentally hit an exclamation mark Y at some point and ended up with a full course caution, and we just didn't know.
Is anyone right? You go.
I would rather not, seeing as we've got Kevin and Steve watching right now. I really don't want to get into trouble with them, but it would be hilarious if we had actually found out by mistake. Of course, it wouldn't be the silliest thing that we've done on the endurance race, Lewis, because there was one time famously at Le Mans where the clock had expired, but for some reason, just because of the way the timing beams were, they gave us an entire extra lap at Le Mans. It took me 2 minutes to realise they were still racing. So, we all make mistakes.
That's a pretty big one,
Yeah, I mean, that happened a few times actually at Le Mans, didn't it? I don't know how much iRacing want to mention it, but yeah, that's sometimes those curveballs can be thrown in.
I just realised I said the word Le Mans. I need to put a pound on the jar. That place in northwest France, which has very good wine and a KFC and a McDonald's on the infield. On board of Alex Gowl in the Sim.Inc. satellite racing car, still running in P11, and they've got themselves Inertia X Rendezvous Sim Racing. Dakota Fripp just ahead of them on track, and that's been a battle that's been going on for quite a while. One team that we haven't paid as much attention to recently, but I'm just keeping a look on the lap times because they're actually doing rather well and closing up the number 18 VOS Commander Sim Sports car. This is Obsidian Racing, who's currently got Fernando Attoli behind the wheel. But that number 50, oh, that was close. That was very close. I diverted my eyes away to the timing screen for a moment. And that is very close there, and that battle that we've been having a look at for P number 10 and 11. But to get back on track here, Connery, Obsidian Racing, Fernando Antoni Busquets is doing faster lap times right now than Koala Simsport ahead of them, and also Mahal Racing Team ahead of them.
Yeah, Obsidian are doing particularly well at this stage in the race. And Fernando Busquets, he was only put in that last stop as a driver change. So he's fresh behind the wheel, fresh set of arms, fresh set of legs, fresh brain, most importantly as well. So he's really setting the timing screens alight right now. He's actually set the best lap of the session so far. Here has Fernando Busquets in that Obsidian Racing car. So that's fantastic stuff for Obsidian Racing, and they're really trying to eat into that gap now up to BRS Commander Sim Sports number 18. Stands at about 9.5 seconds at the moment, up to P4, and of course we've got a slight strategy difference to be concerned about as well. Remember, Busquets also on fresher tyres, which is certainly helping too.
Of course, yes. As just scrolling through that list, Obsidian Racing are in P5 right now. They are about 6.2 ahead of Williams Esports BenQ and Alexander Spett. We haven't really even talked about Williams Esports that much, but they're lurking. They're in the mix here. As we get down into nighttime, Lewis, that's where you want to be. You want to be in the picture. So we currently have 11 of your LMP2s on the lead lap. And right now, 44 seconds behind is Alexander Spett in that number 15 car. But that is something that is less than a pit stop. And that means you're still completely in play.
You want to be, like I say, you always want to kind of run under the radar in a race. So that someone, like I say, 6-10 hours into the race, someone looks and goes, oh, hang on, they're doing quite well, aren't they? They're still in the lead lap. Good. Because now you've not been paying attention to this. You don't know what strategy they're on. You know what they're doing. And that's kind of, honestly, flying under the radar and just staying on the lead lap, staying in contention is critical. Now, typically in a race, this goes back to the whole cautions or no cautions type thing. I think there's a room, same as we were saying before about community races and then proper league sort of elite series racing and stuff. There's a room for both of them. There's a room for endurance racing with both those that have cautions and those without. I like myself a good safety car every now and then to spice things up, but I do like a race like this where you run the strategy from start to finish, right or wrong. You have to run it from the green flag to the checkered, no questions asked. I really, really like that. And it allows some teams to sort of pounce last minute and do something different is fantastic. And right now, you can't say it's much of a problem. We've got 8 cars, at least in the prototype category, separated by under 50 seconds, which is what I would classify as quite close after 5.5 hours of racing.
Yeah, I don't want to get into too much trouble by mentioning the second fastest growing esports in the world of chess, but it is, Lewis, a little bit like chess because, you know, we've all seen the Queen's Gambit, we've all seen, you know, the World Championships when it is one move that could be the difference between someone winning and losing a game, but it really is. It is a chess match. Everyone's got their little play sheet around them, but it's all about making sure each of the phases, each of the moves goes to plans, and again, if you make a mistake, minimize the number of mistakes in this race, because any team that will say they've run a perfect race without any mistakes is lying to you.
I've not watched the Queen's Gambit, just saying.
That's okay.
There's also an element of the butterfly effect coming in there as well. So because, you know, decisions that you make early on in the race, you know, they have the, even, no matter how small, have the potential to pile on and become more significant things a little bit later on. You know, picking 1 or 2 laps earlier or later than planned, you know, can really have a knock-on effect as to, you know, whether or not in the final stint that you'll have that extra lap of fuel to be able to get yourself to the end without an extra stop.
So we are just about 26 minutes away from handing over to our second broadcast team of the day. That'll be Arjuna Kankapati, Lorenzo Bonda, and DJ. They will be on the call for hours 6 and through 12. It's actually 7 until 12. We'll be having a chat with them just before we hand over. We'll do that at about 20 minutes time from now. PGZ Motorsports are in the lead of GT Daytona right now. That is because we are in the middle of some form of strategy here. RHE Esports Connery are on pit lane, and it's Julian Turen behind the wheel of that car as they are taking at least fuel. We'll find out about tyres in a minute.
Yep, we will. We'll keep a close eye on things here as Team Redline Purple down towards pit lane. They are the only car down on towards the pit lane here for the moment that has not retired from this event. But we'll see how the situation goes for them. Usually for the GT cars, are around about 40 seconds is the sort of time that we expect just for fuel. And there we go. It's Team Redline Purple off and away, at least on my particular screen. So just the feel for them. But yeah, it's you know, what sort of strategy are we looking at in GTs at the moment? Because remember, the triple stints and potential quadruple stints are going to become a lot more possible here in the night hours. You'll probably hear a lot more about that from Arjuna and co in just a few moments' time. Drivers are coming towards the end of their stints now, so this might be one of the first signs that we'll start to see some drivers decide to push those tyres just that little bit more.
Govan is on the lane in PGZ Motorsports. We're going to work out, is it PGZ or PGZ, seeing as we're handing over to a couple of Americans to our next part of coverage. But we'll work that one out down the line. Govan Keeney is on the lane in the 114 car, so we'll keep an eye on him. He is staying behind the wheel, though, is Govan Keeney. So what you talked about, Mr. Ironman, earlier on, Lewis, remains true. Yeah,
he's staying, and there we go. He sets off from the pit lane. I mean, I'm going to say, again, I'm British, so I'm going to say PGZ, sorry. I know Arjuna will as well, so it's all right. We're at least set on that one. We've already had the discussion on ZLC. That said, you know, there's a cycling team called AG2 Le Mondial, and they'll call it AG2 Le Mondial, and I always get really confused. Yeah, fair enough. It's in the same vein as, like, because of where it depends on where the country's from, or where the team's from, as to what you'd say. Same as if you treat it like a name. So who knows? That's a question only they can answer. All we do know is Govan Keeney is still behind the wheel, and I've got the question: is there anyone else signed up in this car? The answer is yes. Pablo Arruo, who is obviously not done a single lap behind the wheel. 190 laps for Govan Keeney, 5 hours, 40 minutes, and looking set for another 50-odd minute behind the wheel.
Is it just two of them in that car?
Just two.
We've never had a two-car team win this race. So that would be a first. If they can make it all the way to the end and claim victory, that would be, Lewis, the first two-car team we've ever had.
That is actually, now I feel like I'm throwing you under the bus now. Sorry, no. Oh no, we've been friends for so long. there was a two-car team that won, and it was Lasse Bach and Martin Christensen in 2020.
Of course, yes.
In the 55. It's the only time that I've got, at least on my stats, the only time it's ever happened. But it's a rarity regardless. It's a rarity to see a two-car lineup. We had one last year. We had a few last year. We had Danny Juncadere and Max Verstappen. It was just those two that were planning to be behind one of the red line cars. But it's a rarity on its own. So the fact that there is only two of them, and the fact that they are realistically contending, shows how impressive it is.
Not going to lie to you, Lewis, my entire memory before the pandemic is kind of nothing these days. There is no life before COVID-19. There will be no life after it, so they say. What I can tell you, though, Lewis, is I'm looking at this turn one marbles, and it just came at the perfect time. There are a lot of marbles offline at turn one now. And what that is going to do is it's going to mean that as traffic becomes more of a factor, going offline, you're going to have to be more delicate, especially on the brake, but also drivers might get more and more weary of going offline.
Yeah, like for the prototypes trying to get through traffic, this makes things 10 times harder. Think of it through the dog leg here. The marbles building up off the track, they are going to be out there as well, and you can get that wrong. You can go out there, you can ask a little bit too much of the front of the car, and suddenly you're understeering into a fairly large crash heading perpendicular across the racetrack. You know, it's those kind of things where you have to be careful, and it's those things that you need to be aware of, and it's one of those things that is only going to get worse, not better.
As we have got battle on your screen right now, that is your race leader. It's interesting to see as well where fire is going to be. This is a battle for P7, RHG Esports and PGZ Motorsports. The reason why they are where they are is because we're in the middle of a pit sequence. You got BMW Team Redline Red on a pit road. Diego Pinto behind the wheel there. And as I take a quick breather, let's get ready and say hello to Arjuna Kankapati.
Hello, Will. Been enjoying listening to the trio of you guys talking through this race. What a fun race it's been so far.
It really has, and as we've been talking about recently, it's going to be a case of you, and also we've got Justin here, we've got DJ Clark here. You're going to be going through the midnight hour of this race. This strategy's changing, the racing's changing. What do you expect to see?
What I'm not expecting is the traditional fireworks at the halfway point, which is somewhat disappointing. But it's one of these races, Will, where attrition is everything, right? So even though there's plenty of strategy games going on right now, the reality is, until you guys rejoin us for the last 6 hours, we won't even know who the major players are, let alone how the story is going to end. Still so much to watch, and the nighttime here can really be brutal. We race in January. This race is predominantly under the nightlights of Daytona.
Indeed. So at this point, I'd like to say thank you very much to my co-commentators, Connery Maddock and Lewis McGlade, as well as Hugo Louise, who's been working on production. He gets 6 hours rest, and he'll be back on in 6 hours time. We get a little bit longer. We get 12 hours to get some dinner, get some sleep, and we'll be back with you in the morning for breakfast on RaceSpotTV. If you subscribe to us on YouTube, you'll see the link to the next part of the broadcast coming up any moment now. If not, hit the F5 button, make sure to subscribe, and then you'll get all the action that you need throughout the night and into the morning. And with that, we say au revoir for the moment. Adieu. Part 2 of our coverage of the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours of 2022 will resume after these messages.